she has the ability to possess people. And she has the ability to hop from person to person, and she's the major antagonist, how she's hopping around and trying to find information and trying to find something called VMAX, which she believes ties into her sister in some capacity with where she's been taken. Her sister and her share the same ability. And her sister was kidnapped by the Department of Damage Control to basically weaponize her. And that's the motivation behind Jean Grey going on this, like, rampage, so to speak. And I think all of that's fine. And I think the performance from Sadie Sink as Jean Grey is also solid. I just don't... like I said, I'm not trying to just ruin the entire movie. I don't really like how it ends with Jean Grey here. Without getting too specific, she goes into Peter Parker's mind, and she has this big, like, come to Jesus moment. She gets to, basically talk with Aunt May, and Aunt May really touches her heart. Which leads to, like, some big stuff happening.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay?
But why? She, not too long ago, also went into Frank Castle's mind, and Frank Castle's background, his lore, is extraordinarily sad and tugging on the heartstrings. And Jean kind of makes it a joke like, ooh, man, it's dirty in here. You got some bad stuff that happened. Yeek. So for all the loss he experienced and everything he went through, it's like, gross stuff in here. Like, and kind of like making like a quick little quip about it. And she also goes into Bruce's head, which I would say is far, like, darker and a lot of, like, very emotional things that I think probably would have resonated with Jean. I mean, like, Bruce openly talked in a previous MCU movie about, like, how he's trying to kill himself and, like, everything that he's experienced, and he has experienced loss too. Like, she went into some, like, really, like, dark places. I would say Peter Parker's probably not even, like, the top one there, but his is the only one that for some reason hits home where she, like, actually cared. And, of course, like, it does make sense for the narrative here, especially, like, with the speech Aunt May gives and how it, like, applies to what Jean's gone through. But, like, again, I feel like some of the minds she had went through as well probably would have been able to get something similar along the way there, too, but she kind of just wrote them off as, like, jokes, or, like, doesn't take them seriously. So I found that to be a little odd. Again, I'm not trying to, like, just spoil the ending or anything, which is why I'm still talking a little vaguely about it. Like, I don't think Jean Grey was bad in this movie by any means. Like, I do think it was a solid villain. I just don't really buy where it ends with her and how it really gets there at the finish line. Now, something that I find to be a big positive here, but I think a lot of people might view as a negative, is this movie does not feel like it is just fodder for the next MCU thing where it needs to feed so much into the next movie, like bleed everything over to the next movie. This movie really feels like very self-contained, which I really appreciate. That's so fucking refreshing, where it doesn't feel like this is just going to be like another assignment in the MCU homework to catch up for the next MCU thing so you know where everything's left off in the canon. It is nice that this movie doesn't feel like it's constantly trying to, like, shove, like, these new plots that are going to be explored in later ones. Pretty much everything it introduces in here, it is tackling in here. Obviously, it does still set up for where things go later, like, that is still there. But this movie doesn't feel like, oh, that thing that was there for a split second that wasn't fully explored is because it's going to be fully explored in the next thing. That's not really here, which is nice. But I know a lot of people do like that, and maybe you'll walk away from this thinking that the scale was, like, too small, like, too contained, instead of, like, apocalyptic world-ending stakes, like a lot of MCU movies always love to throw in there. This one's much more localized. Like, yeah, Jean Grey could be, like, a world-ending threat, but she's really not in this movie. This is, like, a Jean Grey whose powers haven't been, blown up to that level. Like, she's still extraordinarily powerful, but all of the threat is localized to this region in which it takes place, in New York, which is nice. It feels much more like street level for a good portion of the film. Obviously, it extends a little bit in scope past that. It does bring in the new Avengers in a small capacity, but nothing like big. Honestly, the inclusion of the new Avengers almost felt kind of cameo-y, since it is such a small role, and really it only serves for like a hot tub scene, like a little bath scene, and then another scene with like, so can you give me information on that? And it's like, beep, 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 beep. Yep, here's that information. Take care of it. So it's like, you know, is what it is. But like I said, all of this feels like it's all very much like Spider-Man, street level, New York, with the potential, should things go tits up, maybe it goes above there, you know? But I like that it wasn't just crazy, outrageous, world-ending scale off rip like it has been so fucking often. So yeah, overall, I think it's a really good Spider-Man movie. I think they did cook here. I think they fucking crushed it. I don't think it's my favorite Spider-Man movie ever made, but I do really like it. I think it's a very, very strong film. There's a lot to like about it, and if my theater's anything to go on, this movie might actually make $1 billion on its opening weekend. Shit was fucking ballistic. Anyway, though, movie was good. That's really about it. So, yeah.
I found this place with Apartments.com AI. Sorry, we found it. Find your place today.
You use Gmail, Google Maps, Google Search, Google Calendar, Google Docs, Google Gemini. All on your phone. Seems like the next move is... yeah.
I found over 100 actual Easter eggs and really hard to spot details in Spider-Man Brand New Day. It's apparently a great power that I have that Aunt May says makes me special. I'm Eric Boss of the New Rockstars channel, and this is a complete breakdown of every Easter egg and reference and detail you missed in Spider-Man Brand New Day. I seriously found over 100 Easter eggs, and I can't wait to share them with you with this scene-by-scene breakdown of Destin Daniel Cretton's amazing film. A breakdown that might be one of our longest, most in-depth breakdowns we've ever done on this channel. Spoiler warning if you have not seen this movie yet. I am wearing our Spidey Who's Who design available at our merch store, nerdright.shop. A huge thanks to you, Gibby, who also got this design. We always love it when our viewers post selfies wearing our gear like this and tag us. So please, you do it too, and we will shout you out. Before this film even begins, we hear composer Michael Giacchino's Spider-Man theme on piano, the theme that he composed originally for Spider-Man Homecoming, but we only hear part of the melody. Here it goes, dun, 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 dun. And normally the theme goes, dun, 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 dun. But last week at San Diego Comic-Con, I got to meet Michael Giacchino after his annual composer panel, and he said at this panel that for his theme for Spider-Man Brand New Day, he actually took the Homecoming theme and subtracted notes from it in order to represent the missing elements of Peter's life now. Similarly, over this opening Marvel Studios title card, something has been erased here too. Peter! We start with concept art and poster art of Peter from Spider-Man Homecoming, Spider-Man Far From Home, and Spider-Man No Way Home, and then instead of iconic MCU script lines like the opening title bumper normally has, here we see script lines of Peter and Doctor Strange's exchange near the end of Spider-Man No Way Home, when Peter told Doctor Strange to go through with the memory wipe spell, the runes of Kafkal, in order to close these rifts in reality. So the line here is Peter saying, cast a new spell, make everyone forget me, and Doctor Strange saying, it would be as though you never existed, and then Peter saying, I know, do it. And then we see the golden ring of those runes of the memory wipe spell as it bursts outward, and then shots from all these past films of Peter with others as he vanishes from the frame. From No Way Home, MJ reading the newspaper, the headline, Peter Parker and his spider minions. Remember, Peter laid beside her on that rooftop with his head on the chemistry textbook. Now he vanishes so that she's by herself in this frame. Technically, that newspaper would have also warped so that Spider-Man never would have been outed by Mysterio, but remember, the memory wipe spell just left out the part of Mysterio's message that outed Peter. There was still the part of the broadcast where Mysterio blamed Spider-Man for everything that happened in London. So now in this memory, MJ's just reading some article about how Spider-Man's an asshole. And then this shot from Far From Home where MJ and Peter walk in Prague, this was right when when MJ deduced that Peter was Spider-Man, Peter vanishes from this shot. And then from No Way Home, on the right of the frame here, we see Peter in the icy Sanctum Sanctorum with MJ and Ned, and then Peter vanishes from this. And then from Homecoming, on the left of the frame here, Peter's at the lunch table with Ned in the moment they fawned over Liz Allen. And then behind Ned, on the inner top of the R, Aunt May is folding laundry. I think this is from Homecoming. And then on the right, on the lower leg of the R of Marvel, MJ and Peter are on Tower Bridge kissing from the end of Far From Home, but Peter vanishes from that. And then on the further right, on the other leg of the R of Marvel, Ned and Peter are sitting beside each other on the tour bus in Far From Home. Peter vanishes from that. And then above that, on the curved part of the R of Marvel, Peter's facing Green Goblin in the final battle of No Way Home, but notice he does not vanish here. Maybe because Norman Osborn and Peter Parker from Earth 96283 still remember that Peter is Spider-Man, because that spell did not affect people in other universes. And then on the far right, on the left arm of the V, MJ is standing next to the crown jewels in the Tower of London vault in Far From Home. Peter wasn't around her for that memory anyway. And
if you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident in the last year, you could be owed a large cash payment and not even know it. Even if you weren't driving, all you have to do is click the link in this video, answer 5 simple questions about your accident, and see if you have a case that could be worth money, like this, or even like this. If the accident wasn't your fault and it happened in the last 12 months, you could be owed a lot more than you think. And this doesn't just apply to drivers. If you were a passenger in an Uber, walking, riding a bike, or on a motorcycle, you may still qualify. Most people never check, and insurance companies are hoping you don't. So, don't skip this. Click the link and see what your case could be worth. People all over the country have already received checks for tens of thousands and sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they did it without going to court. That's because there's money already set aside for accidents like these. For example, Stacy didn't think her accident was a big deal, but after checking, she ended up receiving $90,000.
Oh my God!
And if your accident wasn't your fault, you may be able to get money for time you missed at work, medical bills, pain and suffering, damage to your car, and you don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have to fight insurance companies, and you don't have to deal with lawyers trying to take advantage of you. Checking is easy. Just click the link and answer 5 quick questions. It takes about 30 seconds. Most people think, whatever the insurance company offers.
And then back at the top of the A of Marvel, the moment Peter said goodbye to MJ and Ned before the spell in the sunrise in No Way Home. And then as we pull away from the letters and we see M-A-R-V-E-L, we see Aunt May in the M, Ned in the A, Peter in the R, this is from the final battle in No Way Home, and MJ in the V, and I think that's Doctor Strange's spell glowing in the E. And the final Marvel Studios title appears over the Spider-Man mask. So we open this film on Peter Parker in his new apartment in Manhattan, an attic storage loft that he must have gotten on the cheap and moved into since the last place we saw him move into in No Way Home's epilogue. Peter has a new self-built suit fabricator device, 3D printing repairs to his suit. Gone is the Stark tech that he used to do this kind of thing in past MCU films. Now all of Peter's tech must have been engineered by himself. And you can see on his dresser his old sewing machine, the one that he used to make the suit that he was wearing at the end of No Way Home. Over this we hear Peter's voice. Hi, my name is Peter Parker. You don't remember me, but I have something to tell you that's going to sound crazy. But it's the truth, and I know you're going to believe me because you're very good at telling when I'm lying. As we'll see in a moment, these are the words to Peter's letter to MJ, a letter that MJ will eventually read in this movie and believe in because she's good at telling when people are lying. This is the letter that he nearly gave her in the final minutes of No Way Home in the donut shop, but stuffed in his pocket instead. Now he keeps it in that same coffee cup that MJ gave to him. Peter is calibrating his web shooters with the help of his new AI assistant, Evie. No, Evie does not stand for Eric Voss, but she is voiced by Naomi Watts, the first major screen actress Tom Holland worked with in the 2012 film The Impossible, an actress that he really credited with teaching him how to conduct himself as a professional actor on a film set. So I really love how Tom's first on-screen mommy guides him throughout this movie. Peter has his own wall covered in less friendly neighborhood villains that he's been tracking lately, and a pop-up reconstruction of the set. We can see that it has various Daily Bugle print edition front pages about Boomerang, Tombstone, Scorpion, and Tarantula. Throughout this opening montage, he will take their photos off of this board as he brings them down. There is a clipped note at the top reading "Great power, great responsibility," as he tries to apply the wisdom that Aunt May gave him before she died. On Peter's desk, you can see containers of gold and bronze-colored substances. I'm assuming these are part of the high polymer ingredient that he mentions to Ned later that go into his webbing. In Spider-Man Homecoming, Peter's web fluid 3.01 contains salicylic acid, toluene, and methanol. I assume he uses even more efficient stuff now. Peter finds the letter that he wrote in this cup, as if he forgot that it even existed and hadn't read it in a while, and his voiceover goes on. "We used to know each other, we were together, but something bad was going to happen, and the only way to stop it was to make everyone forget me, including you." Peter's phone buzzes with a notification from Ned's Instagram account about how Ned and MJ's first day at MIT. Remember, when Peter asked Dr. Strange to carry out the Runes of Kafkal Memory Wipe spell at the end of No Way Home, he erased the scandalous history that kept Ned and MJ, from their association with Peter, from getting into their dream school. Now, those two have gotten into MIT, along with Flash Thompson, while Peter stayed in Manhattan studying for the GED, so that would set this scene sometime around August or September 2024 in the MCU timeline, or 8 to 9 months after the final shot of No Way Home. For the rest of this montage will show Peter's adventures over the next 4 years while the others are at school. Now, Peter's phone in this movie is a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 at $1,100 at the cheapest, and all of his fancy equipment and treadmill. We are wondering how Peter is making enough money to afford all of this stuff. Maybe when he showed Yelena his feet in the bathhouse, he was kind of promoting his OnlyFans. Ned's Instagram account name is The Grateful Ned 42. This is a play on The Grateful Dead, and 42, the big magic number from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Jackie Robinson's number, and in the animated Spider-Verse movies, the universe of the spider that bit Miles Morales, the universe where Miles G. Morales comes from. That will factor in big to Beyond the Spider-Verse coming next year. Since this movie's post-credit scene shows Ned's Spidey Tracker app finding a new location for Peter or some other Spider-Man in space, maybe it's all a clue that Ned, through his portal sorcery that he randomly had in No Way Home, is the key to the live-action Spider-Verse, having his own way of tracking Spider-Man, including Miles Morales or Gwen Stacy, or maybe even Tobey Maguire's Peter too, from alternate Earths when they arrive via incursions. In the past, Kevin Feige has indicated that they can't really bring in the live-action Miles Morales, who we know exists in this universe, from the lines of Donald Glover's Aaron Davis in Spider-Man Homecoming.
I don't want those weapons in this neighborhood. I got a nephew who lives here. Yeah, sorry, Miles. I'm not gonna make it.
Feige has said that he can't bring in a live-action Miles until after Beyond the Spider-Verse concludes, but that's coming in less than 12 months at this point. And I feel like part of that answer is going to come from this Across the Spider-Verse cameo by a live-action Donald Glover as the Prowler from some other universe. Tom Holland did say in a recent Empire interview that he wants to be the one to mentor Miles and or Gwen in a future film, saying whether that is a Miles Morales or a Spider-Gwen, "I would love to be a part of setting up the next chapter like Downey did for me." Now we see this stunning shot of Peter suited up, sitting on the underside of a steel construction beam with his feet pointed toward the sky in a cityscape of New York City beneath him, looking like it's above him in this inverted shot. It's just a classic trippy Spider-Man pose that we saw in an early scene with Miles Morales and Gwen Stacy in the animated Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I love how this displays Spider-Man's emotional distance from our society, like he's using his adhesive bonding to surfaces and what must require attentive concentration just to feel like he's dangling over an abyss that would take him into the stratosphere, while he forces the city that he feels duty-bound to protect to stay behind him. Yet those skyscrapers are really clenching down on him like the teeth of a giant monster. It's just interesting how in this movie's post-credit scene, it's gonna locate a new Spider-Man in space, and that's where Peter's feet are pointed to here in this shot. Peter's voiceover concludes, "Because I'm not just Peter Parker, I'm Spider-Man. And sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart. Maybe I'll never read this to you. Maybe I'm just writing this for me. Maybe that's my responsibility to live alone with the truth. But the truth is, MJ, that I love you, and I hope that deep down something inside you remembers that you love me too. Maybe that's my responsibility, to live alone with the truth." Right now, at this point in his life, Peter is not fully understanding the wisdom that his Aunt May gave him. With great power comes great responsibility isn't a demand that you live alone for the rest of your life. And as Jean Grey will pose him the question that he has to choose whether he's Peter or whether he's Spider-Man, ultimately Peter will conclude he's both of those things. Peter has a new suit design in this film, and it looks awesome. The suit that he wore at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home was described in that screenplay as, quote, "a blue and red suit, new for him, but reminiscent of the suits he's seen before." And in the screenplay pages released by director Destin Daniel Cretton in this movie, they really doubled down that this new design was inspired by the suits worn by the Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire variants of Peter Parker that he met in that movie. You can really see that with the raised webbing on the red fabric, something that we haven't really seen since the Sam Raimi Tobey Maguire era, and the specific shade of blue, recalling the Mark Webb Andrew Garfield era, and really just the way the suit fits, with a certain looseness that allows the air to ripple through it, resulting in a natural fit that really made Andrew Garfield's suit one of the best looking on film. And the suit has a new chest logo to represent this new brand new day era. Gone is the squat techie spider logo from the Home trilogy representing Peter's hardwired collaboration with Tony Stark. Now we have this long-limbed spider with thick clawed legs that stretch up far and down his chest, representing the fact that this guy is getting arachnid organic webbing. To execute the
With Google Play Games, you can play unlocked. Unlock bigger screens and better controls. All for the crown. Go play on mobile and PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
Not every ingredient makes a cut. Only the crispiest greens, juiciest steak burgers, and freshest toppings make it into Freddy's new protein-packed steak burger bowls. You missed a spot. Yeah, right there. Perfect.
vision of a Spider-Man in this new era, removed from the desaturated StarTech nanotech armor designs that Peter had before. Destin Daniel Cretton assembled a dream team of department heads. Director of photography Brett Pollack, Cretton's past collaborator from Short Term 12, The Glass Castle, that also had Sadie Sink in it, and Just Mercy. VFX supervisor Jerome Chen, who worked on the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies, really the best live-action web-swinging action that we've seen prior to this film. Longtime costume designer Saja Milkovic-Hayes, stunt and fight coordinator Fen Zhang, who choreographed fights in Shang-Chi, and colorist Tom Poole, the last of whom really brought out the reds and saturated midtones of the natural lighting that Pollack shot in. I really don't like comparing this movie to John Watts' work in Spider-Man No Way Home, because that movie was shot during COVID with impressive efficiency, and it was really a miracle that they even could get a movie that good out in December 2021. Without the work of Watts and his crew on that movie, hundreds of movie theaters in North America would have had to shut down. That movie really did save our industry. And speaking of No Way Home, over this montage we hear TV on the Radio's 2006 track Wolf Like Me, the music video for which was shot by John Watts. In addition to it being a sick track, I wonder if Cretton added it here as a nod to Watts' pre-MCU work. Peter catches this guy in a green suit. It's an exact restaging of the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15, the first ever comic appearance of Spider-Man from August 10th, 1962, posed this way to match Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko's cover art. In that first issue, the cover art isn't anything that we see Spider-Man do in this origin story. The green suited guy is just meant to be a generic thug who is retroactively named Steve, historically as a nod to Steve Ditko. A news report afterwards says that these guys were part of the Manfredi crime syndicate. The Manfredis are led by Silvio Manfredi, aka Silvermane, and in the deleted restaurant scene at Far From Home, Peter was fighting the Manfredis there. In Spider-Noir, an alternate universe version of Silvermane, the Irishman Finn Byrne was played by Brendan Gleeson. Peter always catches these news reports as part of his routine to pick up flowers for the grave of Aunt May. We now see that May Parker's birth year was 1964. The birth and death years on this headstone were covered in No Way Home, but now the MCU is okay establishing those events as happening in 2024. Aunt May was not 60 when she died. She was around 54 to 55 since she dusted in a blip. We see the moment Peter moves into his attic storage loft space. This is why his apartment in this movie is different from the space he moved into at the end of No Way Home. We actually found a 3D floor plan of the set design of this, and even an asbestos-filled loft like this in Manhattan with a bedroom and kitchen attached and this much natural light would go for like a minimum of $3,000 a month. I mean, probably way more than that given this square footage, but you know, maybe fewer people want to live in Manhattan in the MCU given the recent Sentry-caused shame shadows from Thunderbolts and how bad things must have gotten in every big city during the blip, and maybe those whales in the Hudson are just really loud. During a snowy winter month, Peter wears a vest and knit cap. Peter has to wear outerwear now because the heaters that used to be in his suit were custom add-ons from the Stark Tech suit in Homecoming, installed by Tony Stark after his experience with cold after the icing over of his armor in the first Iron Man film and him nearly getting hypothermia in Tennessee in Iron Man 3. Now that Peter's suit was made by himself, he has to intentionally add layers for cold weather. Actually, I found this vest. It's an original Break Burn Outfitters make. This whole look of Peter is also something that we saw him wearing in 2018's The Amazing Spider-Man number 795. Peter is fighting Matt Gargan, the Scorpion, Michael Mando. We last saw him in Spider-Man Homecoming when he was seeking weapons from Adrian Toome's crew on the Staten Island ferry, then knocked into the water and arrested and imprisoned on Rikers Island, where we saw his Scorpion neck tattoo as he vowed to put Spider-Man's head in a dryer. It's not clear in this moment how Matt Gargan got out of prison, but in Morbius, we saw Adrian Toomes teleport to another universe out of that prison, and maybe between the chaos of the blip and everything that happened during No Way Home, Gargan was just able to escape. Gargan Gargan now has his Scorpion exoskeleton suit, and it looks awesome. He never had that in Homecoming, but there was one subtle line indicating that Adrian Toomes and his Tinkerer Phineas Mason did at least build it.
Still not to the Gargan.
This armor has a green color to it as a nod to Scorpion's look in the comics. And if you look closely at his uppercut attack on Peter, Gargan controls the tail movement with his arm doing the uppercut. I really love this functionality. This framing is a restaging of Alex Saviuk's comic book cover art from 1994's Spider-Man Adventures #2, a tie-in comic with the Fox Kids Spider-Man animated series that was airing at the time. Actually, when talking about all the comic covers that they recreated for this movie, Destin Daniel Cretton said that they had to shoot these slow motion shots at 420 frames per second, which is insane. That's 14 times slower than the normal frame rate of 30 frames per second. Cretton said that there wasn't room for acting choices in such a small gap of time, but that Tom Holland, within that 1/14 of a second, could control his body well enough in order to strike these kinds of expressive poses. I specifically love the detail of the knit cap flying off of Peter's head. In order to get that, you know how hard it would be to place that at first, to time it for it to fly off just like that? To finish this fight, Peter quips to Gargan, "Let's end this on a high note, yeah?" And then he knocks him out with a mini grand piano. Next, we see the MCU debut of Tombstone, Lonnie Lincoln, played by Marvin Jones III, aka rapper Crundon. This shot recreates Sal Buscema's cover art from 1988's Spectacular Spider-Man 142, really the most iconic Tombstone cover. He asks, "If I drop you here, how long would it take for you to hit the ground?" This scene introduces Liza Cologne-Zayas from The Bear as Detective Jean DeWolf. DeWolf is a detective who teams up with Spider-Man during the 70s and 80s runs of the comics, until the 1985 death of Jean DeWolf storyline, where she dies at the hands of the Sin Eater. Actually, in this scene of the movie, there is a shout out to the writer of that storyline, Peter David, with the storefront sign that reads P. David's Services.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant, but at Grand Canyon University, we
New York One news host Pat Kiernan makes another Marvel cameo as himself. He previously was the one who broke the Daily Bugle Mysterio footage that outed Peter Parker in Far From Home and in No Way Home, now reporting that it's a new New York as the crime rates have dropped to a record low thanks to Spider-Man's heroics. This movie is titled Brand New Day after a particular era of Spider-Man comics that began in 2008 following the One More Day storyline, in which Mephisto granted Peter's wish that the world would forget that Peter is Spider-Man, including erasing his relationship with MJ. And this era re-established Peter as a classic anonymous, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in a somewhat restored era of street-level conflicts and drug dealers, gangs, and other similar criminals. The montage shows Peter taking out more low-level supervillain, all in slow-motion shots recreating other classic comic covers, starting with Boomerang, restaging Eric J. Larson's cover art for 1991's Amazing Spider-Man 345. Boomerang Fred Myers was a Spider-Man villain from 1966, an Australian-American who got caught taking bribes that ended his baseball pitching career and fell into the crime organization called the Secret Empire. We found out from an art book related to this film that each of these boomerangs have different explosive abilities. Next, Tarantula, restaging Tarantula's first appearance in Ross Andrews' cover art of The Amazing Spider-Man 134 from 1974, showing Spider-Man evading one of Tarantula's foot blades on this boat. Just as there is on the cover, there's a cop here aiming a gun with his hand on another cop whom Tarantula had just injured. Tarantula, Anton Miguel Rodriguez, was a South American terrorist who ends up working for the Brand Corporation, who wears razor-clawed boots and gloves that are tipped with toxin that render his victims unconscious. Then Ramrod, restaging Bob Wycheck's cover art of The Amazing Spider-Man number 221 from 1981, when Spider-Man jumps to allow Ramrod to ram his head into a brick wall on the campus of Empire State University. Ramrod is a cyborg with metal plating on his head, shoulders, and chest, originally introduced in Daredevil number 103 in 1973 as a creation of Kerwin Broderick and Moondragon as a cyborg weapon against Daredevil. He faces Spider-Man in the 1981 comic in a plot by Ramrod to develop a potion that will make people go into a rageful frenzy and then die shortly after. Billy Clements played Ramrod in this movie, and he said on Instagram that he was grateful to make it into the film considering they shot lots of other scenes with recognizable actors that were removed from the final cut. Kinda curious who else they had in mind for this movie. Pat Kiernan also said that Spider-Man defeated the Hand, whom we see Peter leaping toward in this epic slow-motion wuxia wirework shot. No, Daredevil was not VFX scrubbed out of this shot. The Hand represents an ancient order of ninjas first introduced in live action in the Daredevil series in the Netflix era. Their goal then was to defeat death and attain immortality by digging up the bones of an ancient dragon buried beneath Midland Circle in New York City, remains that they used, along with human blood, to synthesize the resurrection elixir. The leaders of the Hand had used this to stay alive for centuries, but they used the last of it to resurrect Elektra Nachios into the weapon known as Black Sky. The Hand was supposedly defeated as of the Defenders crossover series in 2017, but this movie suggests that all these years later, the Order carried on, with these 5 or 6 left with their bright red Frank Miller era clothes. This movie really uses the Hand as a visual flourish to stage some really cool looking action, especially in a final battle in the prison, but I'm not sure how much the creative team working on this movie watched the Netflix shows or understood what the hand was really trying to do back then. Peter receives the key to the city from new mayor Sheila Rivera. Sabrina Guevara returns here from Daredevil Born Again on Disney Plus, where Sheila was Mayor Wilson Fisk's chief of staff. But when Fisk was forced to resign at the end of season 2, it seems that she has stepped up, at least as interim mayor. The city's general support for Spider-Man now represents a full 180 from when Fisk, in his inaugural address, called out Spider-Man as a vigilante.
I don't need a gun-toting vigilante who wears a skull on his chest, or a man who dresses in a spider outfit.
Peter plays with his key to the city while he sits with his bruised legs next to his building's washing machine where he washes his suit, reminding me of Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man 2 when he did his laundry and his suit turned all of his white clothes pink. Thanks to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. When the weather is hot, everybody has a shorter fuse than normal. Being patient is hard when your shirt's stuck to your back with sweat, or when you can't sleep because of the heat. Frequently in the mornings, I'm trying to grab a nice coffee on the way into the office, and it feels like the days I'm in the biggest rush are also the days when everybody is in line in front of me and they have 1,000 questions about what should be a straightforward coffee order. I know it's got nothing to do with me, but that doesn't stop little frustrations like that from building up. My therapist has done a great job of reminding me that finding a healthy outlet for that frustration, whether that's a video game or going to the gym or whatever works for you, is more productive than just trying to ignore how you're feeling. Small, useful insights like that are so helpful in navigating whatever life throws at you, and BetterHelp can help connect you with a therapist who's trained to help guide you to the insights you need. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easy. You take a short quiz, then get matched with a licensed therapist quickly. You can communicate however you feel comfortable, phone, video, or text. If your therapist isn't a good fit for you, you can switch at any time with no additional cost. That said, 82% of BetterHelp clients recommend their therapist. Click the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/newrockstars to get 10% off your first month of therapy, because no one should have to go through anything alone. BetterHelp is here with you. Peter watches Ned's final semester at MIT Instagram post. Laying on the couch here, you can see Peter with one of his Little Caesars hot and ready pizzas, probably how he survived with a cheap food budget, and Little Caesars was one of the big sponsors of this movie. Peter wears his black "the physics are theoretical but the fun is real" shirt. Peter wore this in Homecoming when he was with Tony Stark in the car, and in No Way Home when he's being interrogated by the DODC. In this Instagram post, Ned talks about all the great memories he racked up at MIT. Night swimming in the Charles River with Jen and Wiley, the infamous food fight at the Banana Lounge. The Banana Lounge is an actual room on the MIT campus that's filled with bananas, and all-nighters with MJ and someone he calls Nate Dogg. Maybe Nate is the name of the new boyfriend played by Iman Esfandi. Ned says it feels like yesterday when he was sitting on a rooftop with MJ thinking about coming to MIT. This shows how his memory was altered by the spell. In No Way Home, Ned, MJ, and Peter all sat on the rooftop dreaming of going to MIT.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe, featuring densely populated havens of relative safety, governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a Capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in Eve. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. Eve's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in Eve can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. Eve's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in Eve can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of Eve.
close-up of the Emperor Palpatine Lego minifigurine. This was how Ned first greeted Peter in Spider-Man Homecoming as they were working on their Lego Death Star together. We saw in the No Way Home final scene that Peter kept that. As Peter exits his apartment, we see a spider in a web in his doorway. We also saw a spider in a spider web in one of the opening shots of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man as Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker ran to catch the bus. This movie will also show our Peter going through a similar physiological change. Peter calls Detective DeWolf from the bodega in the shop. Every time we're in here, really, Bureau can be seen on the shelves. Bureau is Tom Holland's non-alcoholic beer brand. DeWolf brings up the headaches Peter has been getting as we saw him rubbing his head in the opening montage, showing how despite the particular triggers he goes through in this movie, his physical changes are something that has been coming along for a while. Peter responds to another call and runs across a rooftop, hops over an AC unit, sending us into this incredible leaping and swinging montage. I don't think we've seen anything this good since Jerome Chen's work in the Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man films. It reminds me a lot of the action we see in the Insomniac games. Peter awkwardly rolls on the diagonal building surface and then goes into a leap where we see his point of view of his boots. I love how there's some sloppiness in the movement and the subjectivity as we are seeing what Peter sees. Now Peter runs down this beam and does this backflip dive. We see his body reflected on the nearby building glass as his suit ripples in the wind. And another new shot that we haven't seen in any Spider-Man movie before, a macro close-up of Peter's eye under the mask as the eyepiece's heads-up display reflects in his eyeball. Remember, we saw Peter testing his HUD with EV earlier, and it's this new goggle and the tiny signal that it emits that MJ later deduces as responsible for his inhibitor chip on his neck not reaching his brain. I love how they set up the answer to that mystery right here in the first 10 minutes. There's another great shot from Peter's point of view looking up at his arms as he swings toward the Empire State Building. The camera shakes like it's a GoPro strapped to Peter's head or his shoulder. And then on the next big leap, Peter just soars through the air, and notice how he takes a moment to like crack his knuckles as he looks over at the tank plowing through the street. He might also be rubbing his wrists because along with his headaches, his wrists have been aching. Peter here swings into this alley over a pipe, the kind that clotheslined Harry Osborn in the 2007 film. Oh! And he kicks off the side of the building to follow the hijacked tank as it plows through two cop cars. This scene and most of the exterior street shots were shot in Glasgow, Scotland in the earliest days of shooting in August 2025. Onlookers noted that they were using practical swinging for many shots, suspending a stunt actor from a swinging cable attached to truck-mounted rigging. That's a big reason why the physics of Peter's movement looks so natural and grounded in gravity throughout this sequence. Plus the fact that they were able to shoot on an actual city street, giving lots of shots depth of field where they water the surfaces. It just gives so many of these shots texture that we never saw in past films. I went into a lot of why this movie looks this good in this new series that we started, why it looks like this. We're actually going to start doing that at least twice a month here on the New Rockstars channel as a new show that we're doing, and we're happy to announce and launch it here. So please check out our past episodes of why it looks like this for Spider-Man Brand New Day, for 2025 Superman, and for 2026's Backrooms. I really love this shot where Peter swings past the tank as it shoots at him, stops right in front of the camera, and then whips himself back in the tank to take out its high caliber gun. Peter lands on the hood of a BMW i5, another huge product placement in this movie. There's a freaking billboard for it later. And the driver, listening to Whitney Houston's I'm Every Woman, switches it to sports mode to accelerate. I assume Sony and Marvel made BMW pay for the Whitney Houston needle drop to make this funnier. And I assume someone in the movie's ad sales department watching this video is like this.
Yep.
The tank plows through another cop car, sending it rolling toward this kid on a scooter.
You okay, kid? Yeah, you're okay. See you later.
Peter pats his helmet twice. I think it's a very deep-cut reference to the first time Peter Parker technically appeared in the MCU as the kid in the Iron Man mask at the Stark Expo in Queens in Iron Man 2. Iron Man saved him in the final battle, but technically an earlier appearance than that, in like the second or third scene of the film, that same kid in the mask, at the time played by Jon Favreau's son Max, appears to Tony when he's pushing through the crowd. And after giving him an autograph, Tony pats his helmet the same way, twice. Could this little kid on the scooter be our Miles Morales? I looked at the actor on Instagram. He's a stage dancer who was in a West End production of Oliver, just like Tom Holland's origin on the West End on Billy Elliot. I'm probably overthinking it, but kid, I hope I gave you some more Instagram followers. The tank charges toward a tour bus where the tour guide says, you wouldn't know it by looking at it, but this is the same street that was destroyed in the Battle of New York. Of course, referring to the 2012 Avengers film. This tour guide, though, was also played by Taria Peterside, who voiced Storm in the X-Men audio drama from 2015 to 2018. Peter webs the corner to swing and redirect the tank out of harm's way. His webbing breaks loose and he smacks into the window where this girl in a Jets shirt and headphones barely notices him. When this shot appeared in the trailer, a lot of us saw this girl's hair and immediately started screaming, it's Rogue! It's not Rogue, but Jean Grey shows up as randomly in this universe as this random extra does. Peter webs the wheel of the tank and reels himself into the back of it, and then his spidey sense goes off. That shiny chime you heard was the same sound of Peter's Peter tingle going off in No Way Home when he sensed Norman Osborn was about to betray him.
Peter?
That chime sound effect lasted over Peter walking around and past Otto and Norman, but here it's condensed as Peter just senses the grenade being launched from Frank. By the way, we also heard that chime the moment Peter dusted in Infinity War. A process that was drawn out for Peter because he could sense it coming. The explosion knocks Peter off of the tank, and then he gets sideswiped by the battle van of Frank Castle, the Punisher. This is our first time seeing the battle van in live action. Punisher had it in the comics since Giant-Sized Spider-Man in #4 in 1975. So really the van itself comes from Punisher crossing over with Spider-Man. The comedic timing of the shot recalls a similar shot where Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man gets sideswiped by an NYPD SUV in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. There's also a similar shot in Far From Home of Tom Holland, Peter Parker in Berlin getting sideswiped by a bullet train. All three examples are really an homage to the iconic Buster Keaton stunt of how he just exits quickly out of frame. Now, there is actually an Easter egg here in the mural art in the movie version of this shot. You can see street art showing B-Rabbit. Yes, Eminem's character from 8 Mile, which is actually from the Salvador Larroca variant cover of 2022's The Amazing Spider-Man #1, Legacy 895, that showed B-Rabbit in a rap battle with Spider-Man, with Daredevil and Miles in the crowd watching. This movie is surprisingly heavy on John Bernthal's Frank Castle, but back before both he and Tom Holland got cast in their Marvel roles, the actors recorded each other's audition tapes when they were shooting a movie in Ireland in spring 2015.
Tom made my first Punisher audition tape, and I made his Spider-Man audition tape.
And it was actually John Bernthal's idea for Holland to do a backflip to enter the scene, which Holland says got him the part and was the origin of the Spider-Man do a flip in Homecoming.
Do a flip!
Need balloons? The new party shop at Michael's has over 700 balloon styles to choose from. Just tap and schedule in-store pickup or same-day delivery. Balloons just got easier. Michael's, everything to celebrate anything.
Red Robin's new Big Yum deals include your favorites plus a bottomless side and beverage starting at just $9.99. The best part? You don't have to eat them in here.
Red Robin.
Yum.
I covered Frank Castle's past in the MCU in our homework video, but now he's been generally in New York City, and he apparently met Spider-Man in a Staten Island incident where Peter saved him. Frank's windshield has a window built into it so that he can shoot weapons forward while he's driving. Presumably the rest of the glass is bulletproof, making it super impressive that Peter can kick it out later. And on Frank's dashboard, we can see some bolt cutters, a radio, and a whole bunch of unpaid parking tickets. Peter snatches and webs Frank's first grenade launcher, but this time Frank is ready for him with another one.
What do you think's downrange to that tank, dum-dum?
Peter gets launched back into the tank, where he webs the sides so the buildings can create a slingshot to propel himself back at Frank, smash through his windshield, and pull Frank out of the van. And Peter keeps things neighborhood friendly. I'm surprised we didn't get an F-bomb here. You're allowed one every PG-13 movie, but I guess the producers are realizing a lot of kids are seeing this movie. The tank heads into a damage control detention center where Matt Gargan is currently being transferred. The tank crashes through the wall, and Peter smartly swings in front of it and uses that same web to drag the people who are about to be crushed out of the way. Peter pries open the hatch to find this nice older woman inside. We later find out that she was a janitor working at the DODC warehouse in Brooklyn. So that Brooklyn break-in that Peter called DeWolf about earlier was probably connected to this. There are dozens of actors in this film who get to play one of the people possessed by Jean Grey, and of the ones who don't get lines, the credits call them the Inhabited. I really love how much this film gives these day players moments to shine, and how well they all crush it, both as they embody Jean's personality and when they come to their senses, and in the physical choreography they all have to do to thrust their bodies in order to convey the transition. This choreography for the Inhabited was designed by Nathan Kim. Breaking into this facility to get Matt Gargan was all part of Jean's plan. She goes from the janitor to the DODC soldier and then to the agent upstairs. Cretton and Pollack do this awesome lateral tracking shot showing Jean's consciousness jumping among 4 inhabited victims as they force their way through the crowd. And on the last one in the hard hat, notice how Jean turns this guy around to smirk at Spider-Man, because she's not trying to blend in, because her goal is actually to get Spider-Man away from the tank so that the tank can explode without his spidey senses alerting himself to the explosives to stop it. We also get a little clue here of Jean's 33-foot range limit once this worker gets on the roof. Even after he sees the DODC soldier across the way, he still has to walk 10 to 15 feet closer before she would be in range to jump into the next guy. Jean nearly throws this soldier off of the roof. Lots of attempted murder by Jean Grey here, and completed murder in one case. Or maybe she just trusts that Spider-Man will save the guy. Jean tries to jump into Peter's mind, and we briefly see Peter's old bedroom with a bunk bed from Spider-Man Homecoming. The walls are bare in this version of the room, but the Mets pennant is still on the wall, and the fan is still in the corner. And on the floor is this brown paper bag. This is the bag that Tony Stark returned Peter's first generation Stark suit in, writing "This belongs to you, TS." So that would place this memory right after Aunt May walked in on Peter while he was wearing the suit and realized that her nephew is Spider-Man, the final shot of Homecoming. What the? But Peter is able to force Jean out of his mind. In No Way Home, when Doctor Strange pushed him into the astral plane, Peter was able to use his Spidey sense to control his body's motor functions, an ability that Doctor Strange had never seen before. The telepathy of mutants like Jean Grey and Charles Xavier does operate somewhat in the astral plane, so Peter can resist Jean here probably for the same reason. Jean, as this soldier, taunts, "What's in the tank?" And boom. Later, after Jean releases this guy, he says as he's loaded into the ambulance,
I love you, Spider-Man. Yeah, all right, buddy.
Peter takes the train out to 3250 Brighton Beach in the Coney Island area, which turns out is a Russian bathhouse used by Yelena Belova, Florence Pugh, as her office. Yes, every Sony Marvel Spider-Man movie does have at least one cameo from the MCU. This one got a whole bunch. So this would be after the events of Thunderbolts, when Yelena Belova is now part of the new Avengers, struggling to get the public to take them seriously. And I assume Yelena uses this Russian bathhouse instead of the new Avengers tower, just because she doesn't trust it out. Yelena makes Peter strip down and join her in the bath to make sure that he doesn't have any weapons on him. He, of course, leaves his mask on, and she asks about a girlfriend or a boyfriend or something else, mentioning that there's lots of conjecture online and super graphic artwork, specifically one involving Mysterio. While Team Mysterio outing Spider-Man as Peter Parker was erased in the memory wipe spell, the part of Mysterio's posthumous disclosure that blamed the attacks on Spider-Man, a masked Spider-Man, would still be out there in this history. And it follows that there would then be conspiracy theories and I guess graphic fan art and fan fiction about how Spider-Man and Mysterio actually were lovers. Yeah, there would just be a lot of confusion there that a lot of creative artists out there would try to make sense of. Yelena says that Peter's investigation of the DODC is small potato stuff, whereas the new Avengers focus on big potato stuff. Yeah, we're about to see a hell of a big potato in the form of 2 or 3 other Earths in nearby space when these incursions and Doctor Doom arrive in Doomsday. Peter asks Yelena if what he saw with the DODC workers was the same kind of mind control that Yelena and the other Black Widow agents experienced. He's referring to the events of the 2021 Black Widow film, when Yelena was one of the first Widow agents who inhaled an antidote that freed her from General Dracov's mind control that all Widow agents from the Red Room operated under. Yelena.
Fresh. It takes a little extra effort, but you know it when you see it. At Freddy's, fresh isn't made until you order it. It's chopped, grilled, and built by hand. Exactly the way you want it, which is usually right about now. Freddy's new protein-packed steak burger bowls. It's the kind of fresh you'll be craving again and again.
It says this is not that same mind control, but rather a type of possession, the kind that you'd see from a ghost or a demon or a figure from Russian folklore. And she says that after 4 attacks on DODC sites, there was a cybersecurity attack looking for something called VMAX. So why doesn't Peter go to the Sanctum Sanctorum after this to talk to Wong and Strange about what kind of ghostly possession this could be? Well, because he went there in the last movie. But also it seems like he just trusts the DODC too much and just wants to ask them personally because he thinks he can get to the answer sooner. He shouldn't trust them though, because the moment he arrives, they make him go through this full body scanner at gunpoint. There's a lot of interesting text that shows up on this scanner if you look closely. On the lower left by his hand, the screen reads H-EN and enhanced human or human enhanced. On the upper right by his head, the screen reads radiation detection. It's looking for gamma radiation, like what Hulk and She-Hulk have in their blood, or the cosmic radiation given off by figures like Carol Danvers, Monica Rambeau, Kamala Khan, and Wanda Maximoff. Technically, the spider that bit Peter was supposed to have a kind of radiation that resulted in his powers. And then on this close-up of the screen, screen, we see Operator Agent Ramirez, priority elevated, and in the upper right, we see subject designation, Vigil 09, identified enhanced operative, threat level, agility enhanced, non-lethal profile, last known activity, urban traversal via synthetic filament, visual lock acquired, confidence 92%. I guess that other 8% would be him taking off his mask. And then beneath that, a rundown of Peter's abilities and their classes, according to the DODC. You can see superior strength, muscle fiber density, 12,500 PSI tensile strength, enhanced class B, superior agility, neural response time, 0.02 seconds, reflexive overdrive class C, heightened senses, ocular enhancement, 360-degree peripheral awareness, augmented class A, enhanced perception, ocular enhancement, peripheral awareness, and then again augmented class A. So this is huge. We are seeing how the DODC has already come up with various categories and classes of enhanced individuals and their abilities. The DODC was already hunting enhanced persons in the Ms. Marvel series, which included the clandestines from the Noor Dimension and the Jersey City girl Kamala Khan, whom we now know has a genetic mutant status. And in Wonder Man, the DODC was processing violators of the Doorman clause in Hollywood, which included Simon Williams, who in that series was mysteriously born with the powers that he had. Peter meets a new director of the DODC, William Bill Metzger, played by Tremel Tillman, who is an incredible actor from Severance. In the comics, William Metzger is a militant anti-mutant leader and propagandist. Giving a suited government authority this name tells us that Marvel Studios plans to use him and the DODC in their future as a mutant hunting agency. Metzger in this scene really lays out all the reasons the DODC are the true villains of this movie. He shows Spider-Man the hand ninjas and says that they were just a group of kids without a leader, and he saw opportunity in redirecting the threat that they brought. Similarly, we see the scientists and the engineers of the DODC messing with Shocker's gauntlets from Homecoming, as Metzger talks about the tech being in the right hands. Selfishly, he just wants these super abilities in his own hands to beat up mutants. I like the detail where Metzger looks a little suspicious when he confirms that this telepath could not jump into Spider-Man's mind. That's because he's secretly working on the way to replicate that telepathy artificially, and he's realizing right now that they'll never be able to use it to control Spider-Man someday. Metzger won't tell Spider-Man what's in the vault or what VMAX is. In truth, Metzger doesn't know what VMAX is. It's really a red herring clue in this movie, making us think it's going to be a mutant curbing toxin or something like that, when really it's just something personal between Sarah and Jean. Peter spots Ned in the bodega, where Ned buys a keg and energy drinks he's addicted to, Sharkfire. We hear Tame Impala's Loser as Peter follows Ned into his house party. In Ned's room, Peter finds a Chewbacca Lego minifig that's also part of that Death Star set, and Ned's huge Spider-Man research wall. So many fun details here. There's references to Peter's appearances in Europe from Spider-Man Far From Home, Venice, Prague, Berlin, London, and his appearance in Berlin in Captain America Civil War, and speculation, is he British? Which of course Tom Holland is. The German newspaper to the right is a photo of Peter crouched on a truck at the Berlin airport tarmac from the Civil War battle, with the caption translating from German to, a photo from a surveillance camera of Tony Stark's newest recruit. Much of the German text is cut off, but what I can make out is a mention of the Avengers in the column to the left, and the text above the photo translates to, showing how he, in a fierce fight with Captain America, tests himself. That German reporter probably saw the moments Peter whipped Captain America's shield, and later in the battle, when the hero from Brooklyn left the hero from Queens pinned under the heavy collapsing jetway, but made sure the kid was okay, to eventually lift it on his own.
You got hard, kid. Where you from?
Queens.
Brooklyn.
And again, these news articles would still exist despite Doctor Strange's memory wipe spell, which did warp physical media because none of those reports showed who Peter Parker was under the mask. There's also an article behind the clipping of Peter at the airport battle that's actually in Czech, suggesting this would be an article from one of the Prague reporters reacting to the fire elemental attack in Spider-Man Far From Home and the Night Monkey. Specifically, we see the name Mysterio in phrases translating to in combat gear and the characteristic round helmets of, and then energy disruptions utilizing as nuclear. It sounds like this Prague reporter was describing the Mysterio fishbowl helmet, and they're worried the fire elemental attack, which are really the drones faking that illusion, were powered by nuclear technology. We also see a newspaper clipping mentioning adrenaline junkie Ewan Hendry being arrested for scaling a skyscraper for the 8th time. Ewan Hendry is a set decorator who worked on this film. Ha, you made yourself an Easter egg, Ewan. We also see how Ned realized that Peter's shoe size is 9.5. Okay. Then this article reads, Spider-Man unmasked. Could this Latino parkour prodigy be the web slinger? 10 years ago, Carlos Rodriguez Rodriguez was a viral sensation with his impressive parkour videos until he mysteriously stopped uploading. Could it be that he picked up a new identity? Ironically, the word parkour actually gets pretty close to the real identity of Spider-Man. And then another note breaks down known characteristics. Gender, male, age 18 to 25, ethnicity white, first appeared 2016, Queen's accent. Yes, 2016 would have been the first year Peter Parker appeared via his YouTube videos. And Queen's accent, love this. Tom Holland was the first Spider-Man to really hone in on a specific Queen's accent, and it's part of how his normal English accent has disappeared into the character. With this movie, you can really hear how Holland perfected it and amped it up, as he would have spent 4 additional years as a New Yorker. Holland recently joked with Amy Poehler on the Good Hank podcast about how English actors often are the worst at doing American accents because many of them don't super focus on one specific regional dialect.
The Brits are not always the best at American accents.
That is true.
I think conversely, like with Brits, when they do American accents, the one thing that they do is they kind of always turn into this kind of talking.
Right.
Like it's just very, because they want to make sure that they're rounding out their consonants.
There's lots of long R's.
Yeah.
And the next shot is a photo with Ned's estimated height of Spider-Man at 5'7.5". Tom Holland is 5'8". So again, they're digging him by rounding down half an inch. And then there's a photo of this guy taking a selfie labeled "not him". I was wondering if this could be a photo of Tom Holland's real-life brother, Harry Holland. Harry did work as Tom's assistant in some of the earlier movies and cameoed in a deleted scene in No Way Home as a bike thief in a scene where Peter got green paint thrown on him. Harry Holland also played one of the Deadpool variants in Deadpool and Wolverine. Ned tells Peter that Spider-Man saved him and his friends' lives 3 times in high school. Wouldn't it have been more than 3? Well, think about it from Ned's perspective. He would have remembered Spider-Man saving him at the Washington Monument, that's one, and then only once in Europe, in London, because to Ned, in Venice, it was Mysterio and some random guy in a Commedia dell'arte mask, and then in Prague, it was Mysterio and the Night Monkey, and then the 3rd time would be at the Statue of Liberty. So Ned probably also feels bad that Spider-Man took the rap for the London attacks and wants to thank him personally. Ned shows Peter the app he created, Spidey Tracker. Yes, a big part of the marketing and something that plays a big role in the post-credits scene. I love that Ned even created this because it's also kind of an organized version of what Tony Stark did in order to initially track down Peter Parker, log all of his sightings from social media, and then narrow down which kid from Queens it would have to be. Ned shows his 2 prime suspects. Eugene Flash Thompson, this is his cover photograph for the Flashpoint book from No Way Home, and I guess a yearbook photo of Roger Harrington. Yes, their science teacher at Midtown High, played by Martin Starr. And if you think about it, technically Roger Harrington is the same guy who was at Culver University in the 2008 Hulk film, so I love how Ned might have tracked that down and said, wow, this guy was part of Avenger events since the beginning. And again, I love that Ned would have had to assume that it would have to be someone who was with them both on their trip to DC and their trip to Europe. To the left of these is a photo of Peter's hands labeled slightly small, another dig to, I guess, Peter's physical attributes. MJ walks in and she's wearing the broken Black Dahlia necklace that Peter bought for her in Venice, given to her via Happy Hogan in Far From Home, where it was then broken. But MJ liked that it was broken, and she continued to wear the same necklace in the donut shop at the end of No Way Home, even after the memory wipe spell, which was a sign that part of her still remembers Peter, and that part of her is still alive now. MJ notices the flowers that Peter initially bought for Aunt May, which Peter now says is a housewarming gift, and it's why Peter improvises his name being Maynard, a neighbor across the hall, he says.
I'm just a neighbor from across the hall. Friendly neighbor.
Without realizing it, MJ works in Spider-Man's friendly neighborhood moniker. In the kitchen, we see Ned's mini keg was for Green Jackal beer. This is not a real brand, so some have interpreted this as a reference to Spidey villain The Jackal, aka Dr. Miles Warren, who is green, but he's not in this movie. We learn that MJ was offered a job for some soulless corporation that she turned down, even though it had health insurance, leading to this solid joke where she's like, yes, but at what cost? And Ned's like, depends on what your deductible is. Then the boyfriend, never named, played by Iman Esfandi, brings in a pack of rum Ramune. This is a Japanese carbonated lemonade. Already this handsome face is sliding into the trio, into the same role Peter had. And when he plants one on MJ, Peter knows he has been replaced by Ezra Bridger and his beautiful blue eyes. Peter swings through the rain, recalling the much shorter kiss MJ gave him on Tower Bridge and Far From Home. And then the moment the three of them were on the rooftop in No Way Home dreaming of a fresh start at MIT. Then the moment he said goodbye to MJ, and when he nearly told MJ the truth at the donut shop. Back at home, a very drippy Peter sees his reflection in the monitor, showing his eyes all black. He collapses, much like Tobey Maguire's Peter collapsing in a cold sweat in the 2002 film. Now we see the memory that Jean nearly hacked into, sometime after Aunt May caught Peter wearing his Spider-Man suit in his bedroom. I like how in this memory scene, they seem to make up Marissa Tomei and Tom Holland to appear younger, kind of like they looked in Homecoming. And Tom Holland in particular speaks in a higher register and a slightly less pronounced Queen's accent. The next morning, Peter wakes up in a cocoon, suspended outside, mostly naked in this alley. An outside corner like this would be where a spider would naturally find a safe spot. Peter pushes his way out and falls before catching himself with his organic webbing coming out of his wrist. I love how grossed out Peter is at first, trying to wipe it away before he falls to the ground. So here it is, organic webbing in the MCU. Originally in the comics, Peter Parker has always used mechanical web shooters. The whole concept of organic webbing coming out of your own skin came from a very early idea for a Spider-Man movie in the late 80s, when it was conceived as more of a body horror film akin to The Fly. When James Cameron took on the project, he kept a lot of those elements and specifically conceived of organic webbing coming out of the wrists in an extended scriptment that he wrote when he was imagining Leonardo DiCaprio for the role of Peter Parker. But then when the rights to the film were in dispute in the late 90s, they eventually landed at Columbia and Sony, and Jurassic Park writer David Koepp took on the script, and he kept James Cameron's idea of organic webbing, which is how Sam Raimi included the idea in his 2002 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man film. For a whole generation of fans, that movie was their entry point to the lore of Spider-Man, which is why when the Andrew Garfield films came about, there was a sense of relief among comic readers that they got the mechanical web shooters back in. But this movie, Brand New Day, is suggesting that organic webbing is the next natural stage of Peter Parker's evolution, as his arachnid DNA is taking over, coming about from him spending less time with other humans that he was once close with. The implication being the more lonely Peter is, the fewer people he allows in his life to ground him in humanity, the more his arachnid DNA says, okay, my turn then. I think it also didn't hurt that this Peter gained some core memories with Peter 2, Tobey Maguire's Peter, who has organic webbing, and arguably taught our Peter the most vital lessons in No Way Home.
Mom, my food's cold. Mine tastes like feet. Mine tastes like pickles. You got more than me. Stop! Mom!
We should have gone to Red Robin.
Flock to Red Robin to feast on the new Big Yum deals, starting at just $9.99. Featuring Red Robin favorites plus bottomless sides and beverages, all for a price you won't believe. Only at
Red Robin. Yum.
Peter crawls into the laundry room and grabs some random clothes and takes the elevator, including his black tank and juicy couture of his blonde neighbor that he ran into earlier, now with her boyfriend and a very unfriendly dog. Peter finds webbing all over his apartment. His artificial webbing is designed to dissolve after a certain amount of time.
Hey, that's gonna dissolve in 2 hours. No. Gonna fix this.
Not this stuff. EV explains that his arachnid DNA has spiked hormones that produce silk glands and spinnerets in his wrists. He tests his mechanical web shooters, but instinctively his glands feel the need to emit as well, so they blast off the mechanical ones, sticking them to the fridge. Peter goes out on the rooftop and goes into sensory overload, where we see a single drop of water exploding into the bucket, and we hear a chip bag dragging across the rooftop, and pigeons deafening. It's quite like Sam Raimi's sequence in the 2002 film when Peter oversenses the fly, the spitball, and the monstrous Joe Manganiello's fist coming at him. Peter actually references this directly by recalling that Peter too had organic webs, something that completely shocked and grossed out the other two Peters when he whipped from his wrists in No Way Home. And like Tobey's Peter, we get this little sequence where our Peter tries to command his web here on the rooftop, but fails, like Tobey Peter's rooftop trials in the 2002 film. But now when Peter shouts web, all of his organic webbing sprays out like a fire hose. And then after it seems to run out, there's one last little spurt. Bad Bunny's AO plays as Peter chaotically smashes into a water tower and then slides across another rooftop and sticks to these pigeons. I mean, all I can really see with the purple clouds of the sky and the way the sun is shining through them, just great coloring throughout all of this. But unfortunately, in all of the wide shots of Manhattan in this movie, whenever we see JP Morgan Chase Tower, we do not see the new Avengers Tower next to it, as it appears in the recent Doomsday trailer. It's not in this movie, and it's really frustrating. Jean, controlling Scorpion, seeks the VMAX in the DODC data center. Peter swings into this area screaming, smashing through 3 signs: Bob's Hotel, then this taqueria sign, and then Jen's Pizza. I love the depth of this shot. There's 3 objects of varying distance from camera getting knocked before a quick camera pan and Peter crashing practically in the foreground. Jean controlled Scorpion attacks, smartly using Scorpion's stinger to drag his body to a halt. Peter's headache worsens and Jean/Scorpion sticks the stinger right in his face, and now Peter's arachnid DNA takes over and Peter goes into instant kill mode, grabbing Scorpion by his tail and smashing his body on a cop car and then ripping off that tail and completely beating him with it. DeWolf arrives and tells Spider-Man that he almost killed that cop, and Peter seems particularly terrified by this, fueling my theory that one or both of Peter's parents were first responders who died during 9/11, since he was born 1 month before those attacks, and something must have happened to his parents for him to have to grow up with Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Peter goes to the campus of Empire State University. Empire State is a college that Peter attends in the comics and various other media. It's where he meets Gwen Stacy. Now, Peter doesn't actually attend this college as a student in this film. He just kind of goes on campus wearing an ESU sweatshirt. Bruce Banner is now a professor here. He previously appeared in the form of a photo among noteworthy scientists in Peter Parker's high school classroom in Homecoming. Banner lectures about lattice quantum chronodynamics. This is a branch of theoretical physics that describes the changes of subatomic particles like quarks and the gluons that hold them together, as well as the whole universe. Banner says, "We can arrange time and space in a grid." Time and space in a grid? That kind of sounds like the way Dr. Doom and Reed Richards are gonna science their way through universes in Doomsday. And ironically, time and space were the 2 Infinity Stones that Bruce Banner was most consequential with before he snapped all 6 stones together in Endgame. The Time Stone, when he got it from the Ancient One, and the Space Stone, when his variant from 2012 knocked the Tesseract, sending it to Loki's feet. Without him doing that, we would never have Loki variant L1130 and the whole Loki series, and how important the character is going to be in Avengers Doomsday. A girl named Cindy raises her hand. I assume this is Cindy Moon, though here she's played by Shannon Young Cho, and in Spider-Man Homecoming and Infinity War, that Cindy was played by Tiffany Espenson. But this Cindy asks, if Thanos was worried about overpopulation, why didn't he just use the magic glove to make more food? A valid question that channels like ours have touched on over the past 8 years. We've actually made lots of videos about what Thanos was cooking. But Banner answers the question by throwing to this Hulk fanboy Arthur, who just stands and screams, "Hulk smash!" and the classroom cheers. But in a way, this is really the best answer to that question, because really the logic wasn't that great behind what Thanos did. He was just kind of a dogmatic monk at the end of his life who had tried everything else. Sometimes big dudes just get so angry that they stop seeing logical solutions to things and just give into their rage to smash shit. And sometimes what gets smashed is half of all life. After the class, Peter asks Banner about his inhibitor device. Banner had earlier models of this wrist device in the Shang-Chi post-credit scene and in She-Hulk. It's a device that keeps him in a human form instead of his smart Hulk form that he created in the Gamma Lab in Avengers Endgame. And if you look closely at this device, you can barely make out the serial number of ASM-14. This is a reference to Amazing Spider-Man number 14 from 1964, the first comic issue where Hulk crosses over with Spider-Man. Peter tells Banner that his name is Ned Leeds, and I wondered why not just use his real name of Peter Parker here? Well, maybe Peter is worried that Banner's Hulk identity, the Savage Hulk, will remember the name Peter Parker and start freaking out. We have made some videos explaining whether Banner's Savage Hulk identity knows who Peter Parker or Spider-Man are. In Thor Ragnarok, Bruce experienced a total blackout for the 2 years Hulk was at the wheel, but in Infinity War, the 2 identities seemed to be able to converse with each other and hear each other. And it was in the second of those movies where Bruce learned this.
There's an Ant-Man and a Spider-Man?
There's actually a moment later on in this movie where Savage Hulk does seem to remember Peter Parker, and that's what saves Peter. But here, Peter...
"15-minute oil change service Jiffy Lube has going on is really impressive. I changed the oil one time. It took way more than 15 minutes.
You have a car? How come you never drive?
I'm still in the process of the oil change.
A fast, easy oil change with your best car bud? Jiffy does it. Jiffy Lube.
asks Banner that since he can diffuse the gamma radiation emitted by his DNA with this device, then theoretically would it be possible to target specific mRNA transcriptors and turn those genetic expressions on or off with a similar device? Peter starts running away with his thinking and dreaming of a device that could automatically suppress any genetic mutation, and Banner cautions him that such a universal inhibitor could control anyone with any powers. So this is crazy, but basically in this movie, Peter Parker invents a prototype for a mutant inhibitor device. Yes, the kind of device used in the collars that we often see in X-Men stories, and the kind of device that anti-mutant groups in the future mutant saga, like the Friends of Humanity, or the forces of Henry Peter Gyrick and William Stryker, or the Sentinel technology of Bolivar Trask, will all use as part of their armory. It is wild that the MCU made Peter Parker the J. Robert Oppenheimer of the mutant saga, and by extension, Bruce Banner is kind of the Albert Einstein who warned Oppie, which makes it fitting that Bruce Banner's photo was next to Albert Einstein's in that classroom. Banner says, "How would you decide what parts of nature are good or bad? What if you're trying to control the expression of something that needs to be expressed?" Yes, it's a deep question for Peter in this movie, but it's also an existential thematic question for the whole mutant saga that will soon begin in the MCU. Should a sudden influx of enhanced mutants, amounting to 0.5% of the population, be controlled? Or should it be allowed to express itself? And who makes that decision? Peter wears a Delmar's Deli shirt as he builds an inhibitor chip, listening to nothing Professor Banner warned him about. Delmar's was the deli and bodega in Queens from the earlier 3 films. We actually have this shirt in our merch store, nerdright.shop, along with a new Spidey tracker design and Peter's The Physics Are Theoretical shirt. Peter listens to a YouTube video in the background where we hear Keith David's narration from the trailer about spiders. Interestingly, in the trailer, Keith David said, "Spiders have 3 life cycles," but here the audio changes the wording so that we hear him say, "Spiders have 3 stages in their life cycle." It's slightly more correct, but as I pointed out when we heard this line in the March trailer, it's still not totally accurate because spiders are arachnids, they're not insects. Spiders do not go through stages of life the way insects do. Spiders just kind of hatch out of eggs and look kind of like they do for the rest of their lives. They just molt as they grow larger and larger, but that molting is not a distinct stage. I also just think it's odd for the great Keith David to narrate this small moment of the movie. I wonder if it was going to be a larger part of the film, but due to the inaccurate biological phrasing, they just removed it. Because similarly, there was a scene that was featured a lot in the marketing of the film where Peter would have demonstrated a vaccination for kids where a girl brought up this same spider life cycles line again.
Do you know the one thing he is never scared of? Needles.
What the? It's probably spider puberty. Hey, come on! Spiders have 3 life cycles. Have you shut up your old skin yet?
Yeah, this scene was completely removed from the movie, just making it very weird that Sony kept it in the marketing as late as June. Peter's 4th model inhibitor chip works on his own arachnid DNA, so he takes it for a spin outside. In the alleyway, there is a campaign poster on a dumpster for Wilson Fisk, making NYC safe. Now, some have believed that Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin could never appear in a live-action Spider-Man movie due to rights issues, but Kevin Feige recently clarified this.
Did you ever go down the road of Daredevil, Kingpin? From what Vincent has said, there are some rights issues on the Kingpin side.
Right. They're not. I mean, they're things to navigate like everything else. But we talked about all those characters
Daredevil
at one point.
But as soon as Peter uses his new heads-up display, that signal interferes with his inhibitor and he gets sensory overload again and accidentally drops some web grenades and boom. I love that we see these explode from outside the alleyway. From a physical comedy perspective, it's kind of the opposite of Peter suddenly getting swiped out of the frame by the battle van. Here he gets blown into frame. Jean's next inhabited victim was standing right there on the moment of explosion, so she must have been stalking Peter.
Yo, Spider-Man, you okay? Can you get rid of that monster inside you?
Nii Akin plays David, and I think they just named this guy David in the credits so that people weren't like, "Oh, is this guy's name Miles Morales?" Jean reveals that she knows he's Peter Parker and that she's currently in his apartment. As Jean holds the letter, her inhabited victim David also pantomimes holding the letter, leading to a pretty hilarious rule for Jean's possession in this movie. Like, to make certain gestures as a possessed body, does Jean have to physically do those herself wherever she is? Kind of seems like she does. And while she gestures while linked with another body, does that person always mirror the gestures? Like when her older sister Sarah demonstrated it with a woman waving in the park. Sarah wasn't waving, but Abby pointed out that maybe when MJ kisses Peter on the rooftop later, Jean was somewhere else kissing the air. That's just very funny to me. Like, now Jean jumps into a businessman and then this woman and then into this poor street worker played by Judd Charlton, whom Jean walks into the street to get wrecked by a taxi. No way this dude survived this Meet Joe Black death. Jean Grey straight up murdered this guy? I don't know, maybe she learned something about this guy when she went into his mind. I mean, that's the only justification I could think of. But even in that scenario, just kind of flag him and then circle back to him later and make him turn himself into the cops with evidence of whatever he did. Like, doing what Gene did also kind of ruins the taxi driver's day. Peter chases Gene through the bodies of the inhabited into this wedding. And I love the way he crashes into the 4-tier wedding cake. The top layer just kind of neatly drops and mostly stays intact in case the bride and groom want to save it for that 1-year anniversary. This bride and groom are named Lucy and John. Actually, when their names show up on the helicopter in trailers, some comic fans noted that there is a Lucy and John Riker from the Incredible Hulk's comic run of the aughts by Paul Jenkins and Ron Garney, where Lucy Riker is someone dying of cancer and she gets injected with Hulk blood, making her a disfigured gamma being. I don't know. I don't think that's this couple. Evie measures the distance between the jumps and comes up with a maximum limit of 33 feet. Now, Peter doesn't know in this moment if that's the actual precise limit, because that would just be, anecdotally, the maximum that Peter and Evie saw while Gene was jumping in this chase. Like later in the DODC, they confirm a radius of 40 feet. So I'm guessing it's actually a bit further. Also, we learn that Gene can just sever whatever dead-end link that she has and just start over with someone closer to her. So it's not like she was trapped in this helicopter with this guy forever. When I first watched this movie, I was as convinced as Peter that he just came up with a really great plan. But when I watched it a second time, I was like, why would he assume that that would work? In MJ's bedroom, notice there are photos of just Ned and MJ, no Peter, from how they looked in No Way Home.
From the first turn to the last lap, then repeat. Timberland Pro. Always do, never done.
Here at Living Spaces, we know the right coffee table can be the perfect centerpiece for your living room. Like the Lakeland Round Coffee Table for just $2.50. We're able to offer great quality at amazing prices because we work directly with trusted factories and pass our savings on to you. Our product team has designed over 80 tables in different shapes, sizes, and finishes for your space. Find the right fit for you and save only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
Home, Spider-Man comes in and quickly explains that MJ's in danger and she needs to come with him, and MJ quickly agrees to come. A little too quickly, because I think at this point Gene has already gotten into MJ, because as they're swinging, they never seem to be within 40 feet of anyone else. Zendaya plays this rooftop scene so well, because on one level she's giving us the astonished MJ realizing that they must have known each other, but also the actress gives us enough to suspect something is off about her. She's just a little too doe-eyed in this realization. It's like Jean Grey is doing a theater girl audition of someone realizing something. If it were just MJ figuring something out, her realizations always come with a bit of sarcasm and a little paranoia. None of that is here. But possessed MJ here recalls the Washington Monument, London, and Prague. She does not bring up the Liberty Island scaffolding incident, maybe because Gene doesn't want to alert Peter's spidey sense that he might have to go jumping after MJ in a moment. Gene, as MJ peels up Peter's mask above his mouth, just like Kirsten Dunst married Jane did when that Peter was upside down in the 2002 film. But this loving kiss is followed by the complete unmasking and tearful hug, followed by this gut punch as Gene now says, "Go ahead, Peter. Touch her. Hold her. You've been wanting to do this for so long." Damn! Zendaya really knows how to drop a, "Hey Cass, how long have you been fucking Nate Jacobs?" This scene really had all of us fooled. Gene as MJ mocks us, the audience. True love's kiss breaks the spell and reunites the star-crossed lovers. Yeah, I kind of thought it would for a second. And notice how Michael Giacchino's music here is exactly what we hear in the previous great twist of this franchise when Peter's in the car with Liz's dad revealed to be Vulture. In that scene, John Watts used the shifting traffic lights on Michael Keaton's face to convey his villainy. Here, Destin Daniel Cretton has Zendaya step back to let the neon red glow on her face. Peter's right. What Gene is doing here is monstrous. To control a woman's body without her consent and make her kiss another person is a form of assault, Gene, on both MJ and Peter. Is Gene too evil in this movie? We're going to talk about that in our sneak peek podcast episode coming Sunday. They shot this on the rooftop of the real-life Silver Cup Studios, the New York area production facility where many interior scenes of Daredevil Born Again were shot. Peter's arachnid rage emerges and he suspends Gene-controlled MJ over the ledge, just like Tombstone did to him earlier in the movie. And remember how Tombstone asked how long it would take for Spidey to hit the ground? Now Peter's gonna have to do some of that mental math to answer that question. I mean, it's not that hard. It's 9.8 meters per second squared times the height of the building. I'm sure Peter has gotten that figured out. Gene kicks MJ off of Peter and lets her drop, and I love this transition just as the red light leaves Zendaya's face, representing Jean leaving her body, that's when MJ's panic sets in. We get this slow motion lateral shot of Peter diving after MJ, just as he did in No Way Home before Goblin swiped him away and Andrew Garfield had to go after her to redeem him failing to save his Gwen. I will always love how much they want to milk this kind of shot. It looks awesome. I also love how our Peter learned from that, and he knows he has to grab the person he's saving and not just whip her so that he can absorb the impact of whatever hit they're gonna have on the landing. Peter takes MJ to Frank Castle's booby-trapped boat warehouse. Frank lives on a boat called Golden Girl, which is a nod to Jerry Conway's spectacular Spider-Man number 141 from 1976, the first time Spider-Man and Punisher team up against Tombstone. Punisher in that issue uses a boat called Golden Girl as his hideout. MJ finds all of Frank's memorabilia of his wife Maria, his daughter Lisa, and his son Frank Jr. Also, it looks like a stuffed bear. And Peter uses his facial scans of this mystery telepath to learn her name is Jean Elaine Grey. So yes, after months of speculation, it's now confirmed that Sadie Sink is playing the mutant and future member of the X-Men, Jean Grey, the third actress to play her in live action after Famke Janssen and Sophie Turner. She's the first official member of the new cast of the X-Men introduced in the MCU. We gotta do another video just going back through every interview and media appearance Sadie Sink made, denying or just not answering the question that she was Jean Grey. Recently, Ryan Reynolds appeared in Hall H, totally referencing the fact that she is Jean Grey, and Steve Lacy did spoil it at the red carpet. But you know, now that I'm looking back at the clip, all he did say was Jean, and he might have been saying that his favorite character was Jean DeWolf. Have we all been too mean to Steve Lacy? Nah, there's no way he knew Detective DeWolf's first name was Jean. So Jean Grey is an Omega level mutant with advanced telepathic, telekinetic, and in some cases reality warping powers, and eventually becomes the host of the Cosmic Phoenix Force. She's gonna have a big future ahead of her. Sadie Sink is already confirmed to return in Avengers Secret Wars, and it's assumed that she's gonna be a star of Marvel Studios' X-Men film coming either in 2028 or 2029. But here in this movie, Marvel Studios is doing something different with Jean Grey's origin. She has an older sister named Sarah Grey, like she has in Chris Claremont's run of the comics, a sister who's also a telepathic mutant. Rather than being recruited by Charles Xavier from a young age, this Jean Grey begins with her and her sister abandoned by their mother, Elaine, into foster care. And then they become runaways using their body hopping powers for fun until they were hunted by Metzger in the DODC. So questions for the X-Men/mutant plan at Marvel Studios remain after this movie. Are there other future X-Men in this 616 universe? Like, is there a Professor X and an Xavier Institute up in Westchester County? Was there an Eric Lenscher Magneto who survived the horrors of World War II in this history? While Marvel Studios has confirmed characters like Kamala Khan and Namor as genetic mutants, are there other young mutants in the 616 universe like Scott Summers, Aurora Monroe, Hank McCoy, Bobby Drake, who just haven't been discovered yet? Is there a James Logan Howlett Wolverine in the history of this universe, like that headline about a man with metal claws fighting in a bar brawl in that one She-Hulk episode? And why is Marvel Studios introducing a homegrown mutant now in the 616 universe right before the events of Avengers Doomsday, which will so prominently feature returning X-Men from the Fox X-Men universe of Earth 10005? And really, in this 616 universe, where have the mutants been all this time? Well, I'm guessing Marvel Studios will start to answer these questions at D23 on August 14th, and then in Avengers Doomsday in December, and then throughout 2027. It was reported on Friday by Deadline that Samara Weaving from the Ready or Not films and various other roles has been cast by Marvel Studios in their upcoming X-Men film as Emma Frost, the telepath with the ability to turn her body into an indestructible diamond texture, played by Jenny Ray Jones in X-Men First Class. Emma Frost is a member of the mutant villain Hellfire Club. Meanwhile, Obsession's Indy Navarrete revealed that she was in talks with X-Men director Jake Schreier, potentially about playing Mystique, and rumors are out there that Charles Melton and Kaylee Spenny from Beef Season 2, which was written by the people writing the X-Men film, are in talks for characters like Beast and Rogue. But for now, Now, my best guess is that mutants in the 616 universe have existed all this time, just in
message. To be honest, sometimes I actually have no idea what's going on until I open Monday.com. And boom, every messages she prefers the.
No, it's okay.
I don't wear socks.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay?
Well, thank you for coming.
Please don't mind my gross feet.
No, it's okay.
I don't wear socks with my shoes and the rubber wears off on my toes.
Oh.
Speaking of sinners, seems like you're here to commit quite the sin tonight. Mike, do you think it still would have happened while she was years old?
No.
No.
At least.
At least.
Explain to me what you're doing here.
I was here to meet a year-old girl.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
What up, boys? It's your boy, Skeet Hansen, back in Roseville again. We are currently waiting for our potential predator to show up to our sting house to meet our year-old decoy. This is what he looks like. Real piece of work there. Looks actually pretty scary. His name is Mike or Michael. He works for a U-Haul. He's like a loader or something like that, or he works on the trucks at U-Haul. You know, we got a nice work pic here. You can see the U-Hauls in the background there. Pretty good prices, actually. Thinks he's meeting a year-old girl they met on the Facebook dating app. He says, it's not ideal for you to be, but I promise not to overstep boundaries. Now that's what he said back in May. But most recently, what he said that he's big on physical touch. He says one of the things he likes doing is going down on girls and giving them head. And he likes that more than getting a job. Would you believe that? So he's more of a giver than a receiver. What a nice guy. He says no kink is off limits, if you ask. Some might be tougher than others. Then he says, I get really nervous around new women that like me. And referencing, you know, when he said going down, the girl says, would you go down on me? He says, absolutely, with the 100 emoji. There it is. Now, we try to get him to say more than that, but he just won't. I mean, he's just really dodgy with it. He's being careful. He just says things like, I like to live in the moment and see where the night takes us. So he's not really like being very descriptive, but I think we got him on where he said that he would go down on her. So hopefully, you know, that's going to be enough to get him arrested. Then he talks about how he doesn't like condoms. And right now, our potential predator, Mike, is just minutes away at a McDonald's restaurant, just waiting. He got off work just about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, and he came right to Roseville. He doesn't even have the address yet. He just parked up at McDonald's. So while we were on the way here, we figured we'd have some fun with it and ask him to get a Happy Meal. And lo and behold, the bag has been acquired. We got the chicken nugget Happy Meal with the chalky milk. He's gonna be coming in with that. So I wonder what kind of toy he got. I think he got a girl toy. Well, we're getting ready for you know, our boy Mike to show up here. He's just a couple minutes away, and he's trying to U-Haul his in a year-old girl. That's what it seems like to me. So let's get ready for this guy to show up. Okay, 3 minutes. He will be here in 3 minutes. This guy is right around the corner. This dude, I mean, he has no suspicion at all. He's about to just walk up in here. It's crazy. I appreciate you and your time, and I vow to be a gentleman. Does is that part of being a gentleman?
He's here.
He's here? Yeah.
Hi. How are you? You too. Well, thank you for coming. You can take off your shoes and just sit down.
Please don't mind my gross feet.
No, it's okay.
I don't wear socks with my shoes and the rubber wears off on my toes.
Oh.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I'm just so excited to meet you.
Me too. Are you sure it's okay? No?
Thanks.
not ideal.
Oh, okay.
Operating on no sleep right now.
Why?
I don't know. I just didn't go to sleep last night.
It's because you were so excited. So, is there like anything you want to do?
I want to learn more about you first.
Okay.
But see, this is the streaming service I have.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff on here.
Yeah, I played How to Train Your Dragon for my mother today.
Yeah, I see it at the bottom. What do you want to watch?
I heard Sinners was pretty good.
What's that about?
From what I can tell, it's about a night of partying turns into a night of being attacked by vampires. Speaking of sinners, seems like you're here to commit quite the sin tonight, Mike. Hey, Scrumptious. How's it going?
Pretty good, yourself?
Pretty good. How are you?
Oh,
What are you doing here?
I was just going to hang out.
With who?
Seriously.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but your breath is really kicking right now, Josh.
It's hit or miss.
Yeah, it's it doesn't sound very it doesn't smell very pleasant.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm getting all the whiff right now.
Same time I tried to explain, I never really believed this whole situation was real, and I just kind of wanted to see what was up and see what was really going on.
Let's pause.
I'm stupid for coming out here.
Let's pause. Let's pause.
Jonathan, I don't know why you guys kept pushing me to come out here.
I'm all confused myself.
You're confused?
Because I was born with a brain tumor.
A brain tumor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm on disability the rest of my life.
Okay. I want to listen to this. Did you hear that? Those are the cuffs going around your son. Did you hear that?
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online. Landing pages, content hubs, e-commerce sites, you describe it and it's built in minutes. It's kind of wild how far a short prompt can get you. Right away, it generates a full site. Pages, structure, layout, design, it's all there. Next, styling. I shape it around my taste and ask for what I want. Darker palette, different font, this is the box. Now let's talk functionality. I want to capture emails, done. Payments, easy. Anything else I need, I just keep going. From a few lines of text to a live website I can start sharing. No long setup, no back and forth, no waiting for anybody else. That's Base 44.
The week at Sydney High Rocks, and Monday morning we've got 10 of our athletes in town, so we've got a full week planned for them. They're doing community sessions, training with the Carrying Bale crew.
How are you? What are we doing here tonight?
I was just talking to...
How do you know?
She matched with me on Facebook.
How old is?
She tells me she's...
And Mike, how old are you?
I'm 38.
So, 38, and if you add those two together, I mean, it equals trouble. Would you not agree?
Yeah.
Right. So, why'd we think it was okay to meet a girl tonight, Mike?
I honestly kind of expected this.
You expected
To be confronted.
what? To be confronted.
Yes.
Why did you expect that?
Because it was too good that this cute girl was texting me.
Thought it was a little too good to be true.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you're a good-looking guy. You got a good job and everything, but...
Not a good-looking guy.
Well, maybe not the most kept up, but, you know, I'm sure you can do all right for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So why did it seem so unbelievable? Just because she was attractive and...
Well, I've been single for 7 years now.
7 years, okay.
Not once have I gotten a date.
Okay, and this was the first one in 7 years.
Yeah.
And it just happened to be with a year-old girl.
I was really hoping she wasn't.
But, Mike, she told you she was on more than one occasion. When you were just sitting here on the couch, she told you again that she was...
I wasn't planning on doing anything.
You weren't?
No. I know the text we sent earlier.
What did the text messages say from earlier regarding that?
I would do anything she was comfortable with.
Right. You did say that, but you did mention that you like going down on girls and that you like giving them head more than you like receiving it, right?
Yeah.
You did tell her that. You say that you're big on physical touch and you don't like condoms. Then you say that you'll try to learn how she likes having pleasure and you'll respond accordingly. So what did you mean by that?
I was just trying to make her feel comfortable with talking to me.
Okay. When you say having pleasure, meaning her having pleasure, what would that entail?
I would hope family-friendly pleasure.
So you want a whole family, or what are you getting at here?
I was hoping we could get to know each other, and I could.
Well, please finish your statement. Hoping you can get to know each other, and
I wanted a girlfriend.
And you wanted a girl to be your girlfriend. Is that what you're saying?
I really wasn't being picky.
You weren't being picky, so you were willing to engage in a romantic relationship with a year-old girl. Okay. And you say no kink is off limits, and some might be tougher than others. Well, explain to me what might have happened tonight if we weren't here and a year-old girl actually was here.
I was just gonna watch a movie, find out why she's interested in a guy like me.
What's a guy like you?
A 38-year-old man talking to a year-old girl.
Right, we see that. So you wanted to find out why she'd be interested in talking to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really didn't feel comfortable being here.
Okay, you seem pretty comfortable. Well, looks like you parked your car right out there and walked right up, and you even got her a Happy Meal from McDonald's.
Well, she asked for it.
I understand that. I mean, you're just being a nice guy, getting her what she asked. I understand that, but I mean, what's not so nice is, you know, the messages that you send to her. I mean, even when you say, do you have anything you like to do with men, or would I be your first time? So, Mike, were you hoping to be her first time tonight?
No, not tonight.
Not tonight?
No, absolutely.
When was that going to happen?
Later on down the road.
How much later?
If I had to have waited, I would wait years.
You'd wait years?
Yeah.
Okay. Why didn't you wait years to meet up with her?
Well, she asked to meet up.
So you just had to meet up with a girl just because she asked?
And we're getting stuck on the fact that she's a year-old girl.
Well, I would say that's a pretty big deal, wouldn't you, Mike? I mean, you're 38. Isn't her being a pretty big deal, don't you think? I mean, you do know it's illegal, right? So knowing that, why'd we still show up here tonight, Mike?
Really nothing better to do.
Okay.
I sit around and play video games all day long.
What do you play?
Mostly online games like Fallout and
Marvel Rivals?
No.
No, not into Marvel. Okay.
No.
And then in reference to you saying that you go down on girls, she asks you a little bit later if you would go down on her, and you say absolutely with the 100 emoji.
Yeah, I said that.
Were you planning to do that tonight?
No, sir.
No, another night?
Another night.
Okay. You more of a third date kind of guy?
At least.
Okay. So is it safe to say, Mike, it may have happened on the third day?
Not the third time.
Maybe the fourth?
It would have happened eventually.
Eventually. Do you think it still would have happened while she was years old?
No.
No.
At least.
Well, you understand why that's just a little hard to believe, Mike, being that you said the things you said, and you're here now, and you knew she was the age that she was.
Yeah.
Love Roblox? Earn Roblox digital gift cards with Microsoft Rewards. Sign up for Microsoft Rewards and earn points for your everyday activities when you search on Bing, play on Xbox, and use other...
So, I mean, were we not thinking clearly? Because we knew you weren't thinking clearly. Okay. I mean, I just don't understand. Like, what makes us think it's okay to do this? I mean, what's hindering your ability to think tonight?
I suffer from a psychosis.
Psychosis?
And I'm off my medication.
So that's what causes you to not think so clearly?
No, I go days on end without sleeping.
Okay.
It's diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia.
But Mike, I've known a few people in my lifetime that had the same thing, and they weren't trying to meet up with year-old girls online.
This is the first time I've ever...
First time?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, Mike, that doesn't really... It doesn't make it much better. Maybe a little bit, but not much. The thing is, you still did what you did tonight. You say it's not ideal for you to be, but you promise not to overstep boundaries. I mean, that's what you said at first. I would say, would you say that coming to meet her tonight, a year-old girl would be overstepping a boundary of some sort? I mean, do you have kids of your own now?
I do.
You do. How old are they?
It'll be this November.
Okay, so not too far off from the age of the girl you're to meet. How would you feel if your son was being chatted up like this online by someone 38 and they came to meet him when he was home alone?
I doubt his mother would allow that to happen.
Well, did her mother allow it? Isn't she gone at work?
I have no idea where her mother is. She never mentioned that.
Well, she's not here tonight, right?
No.
All right. So, hypothetically, let's talk hypothetically. So, say your ex-wife was gone at work and your son was chatting up a stranger like this online and you said, come on over. And your ex-wife is at work and the guy comes over to meet him. How would that make you feel?
That would make me feel pretty cruddy.
Pretty cruddy, right? So, Mike, what makes it okay for you to do this with someone else's kid?
It doesn't make it okay.
It doesn't. So, if you don't condone the behavior, why are we doing it tonight? It's a bit hypocritical. There's got to be something in your head that made you think about that and realize maybe this is okay. And I just want to know what that is.
It was just spur of the moment.
Spur of the moment. And I see you work for U-Haul?
Yes, sir.
So you sent her some pictures of some work you do. How long have you worked there?
6 years.
6 years. Wow. So you're a veteran. I imagine you're pretty high up.
Mm-hmm.
So you have some seniority, I imagine. No, not. Oh, okay.
I could be fired like that.
Gotcha. And now, if your employer found out about what you came to do tonight, Mike, how do you think they would take that?
They would probably frown upon it.
Maybe grounds for termination.
Maybe.
It's just not a good look for the company. I imagine you could see that.
Yeah.
Did you think about that before you came here tonight?
No, sir.
From the conversation, it looked like you were trying to U-Haul your mouth, perhaps, onto a year-old girl's hoo-hoo spot. You said you would be open to going down on her.
It was just the heat of the moment. I thought that's what she wanted to hear.
But at the same time, it's what you wanted to say, because you said it. And you thought it, and you said it, Mike. And now you're here, so I can't make any other conclusions than the fact that you're here to do some of these acts that you described within this chat log. Do you see how it looks like that?
I do see how it looks like that, sir.
Right. But be honest with me, Mike. Were you going to do those things tonight with this girl?
Absolutely
not. Not tonight?
We were just going to watch a movie.
Okay.
Maybe cuddle.
Maybe cuddle. Did you bother to... Did you shower after you got off work today, Mike? Or did you even step home for a shower?
I stopped home and changed my clothes.
You can change your clothes, but what made you skip the shower?
I don't have any shower pressure in my shower right now, and
I see. Yeah, because I'm getting a bit of a whiff from you. I can tell you've been working all day. I mean, don't you think it's just common courtesy to freshen up before you come meet someone new? I mean, let alone cuddling. Don't you think it's just you should do that? Probably. Yeah. Maybe part of the reason you haven't had a date in so long. You gotta take care of yourself, Mike.
I haven't been taking care of myself for a long time.
I see. So why is that?
I don't know.
Are we depressed?
Very.
Why so?
Well, I'm 38, about to be 39, and I still live at home with my parents.
You live with your parents?
I lost my car the other day. That's a rental out front. But I lost my car the other day when I got T-boned by a motorist.
Who was at fault?
The motorist. It was an Oakland County cop.
Really?
Yeah, he blew a stop yield.
Wow.
And blew my airbags.
Wow. Speaking of hypocrites, I mean, even our own law enforcement officers aren't obeying traffic signs. Sorry to hear that, Mike. It's very unfortunate. But don't you think it's a bit of a step in the wrong direction coming tonight to meet a year-old girl and possibly be committing a felony? Didn't you say maybe wasn't the wisest decision? Right.
I had a feeling
that this is what it was going to be.
Yeah.
So even with that feeling, you still showed up. Why? I mean, why? If you had that feeling, why not just back out, say nope, not running the risk, not putting it on the line, and just looking the other way? What made you not do that?
I was hoping she would back out before giving me her address.
You were hoping she would back out, so you were trying to play a game of chicken. Why didn't you back out? You're supposed to be the responsible adult here. She's Mike.
I definitely thought about backing out while I was sitting at McDonald's.
Okay, and you were sitting there for quite a while. Why didn't you just back out then? You had plenty of time. I mean, you talk about how awesome she is and that she's worth it, and that she deserves someone who will be there whenever she wants. You even say you don't want her to feel like you're a creep or a bad person. Doesn't you being here sort of contradict that, Mike? What would you say? Right, I mean, just given the age difference, it's a little creepy, and I mean, it's a possible felony we're looking at, so that would make you a bad person. What would your ex-wife think of this?
She'd probably take away my custody.
You see your son often?
I see him twice a week.
Twice a week.
I would see him more, but I don't comply with the court order all the way.
So you choose to see someone else's kid? I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. You say that you vow to be a gentleman. Is a year-old girl very gentlemanlike? Because that's what we're looking at here. It would be statutory. A girl can't give consent. I don't know if you knew that, but did you know that?
No.
You didn't know that a year-old girl couldn't give actual consent?
Well,
let's not play dumb, Mike.
I know you're
not stupid.
I know there's an age limit, but
there's an age of consent.
I thought it was much younger in Michigan than.
How old did you think the age of consent was? And this girl. So you knew that she was below the age of consent. Yeah. Okay. Talk about cuddling with her during the movie. You want her to feel comfortable and in control as much as possible. So you wanted her to be in control.
Well, I don't want to do anything that she doesn't ask me to do.
Okay. So she would have to ask you to do things, and then you would comply.
Yeah, even though she says in the messages she prefers the man to take control.
Right. Understandable. So if she if she requested you do something, you would have done it, like whatever she asked you to do. Just like you brought her McDonald's.
I would have hesitated greatly if it was anything.
You would have hesitated, but do you think at some point you would have brought yourself to do that? No.
I've only been with one other person in my entire life.
Just your ex-wife?
Yeah.
Okay. What went wrong there? Why is she your ex-wife now?
She divorced me about 8 years ago. She was unhappy in the marriage. I was in the beginning stages of my psychosis. I went off the rails deeply and wound up in the hospital, and while I was in the hospital, she filed for divorce.
It's very unfortunate, Mike. I mean, it's a sad thing, but it doesn't really excuse tonight's behavior.
No, sir.
You know, would you agree? Say you're down for whatever she desires, and that you say you totally melt when you hear her voice, and that she has the voice of an angel.
I said I bet she has.
Oh, I bet. You said, oh, you were betting she. Okay, I see that. Very poetic lines you're writing there. It's like we may have another Shakespeare in our hands. You say that you're quickly falling in love with her already, but you're waiting to see how the night goes. Were you actually falling in love with her? Over text? Okay.
I mean, I have so many other women that I text, and they're probably just catfishes too.
You think they're catfish? Are you talking to any real person at the moment, Mike? With any of your contacts? Do you know they're catfish?
Well, one lives in Texas, the other one lives overseas.
Okay. Any Nigerian princesses?
I mean, you kind of look like a grizzly bear.
Yeah. How old are these girls you're talking to?
They're all in their 20s to 30s.
20s. Okay. So why not continue talking to them and seeing where that goes?
Oh, I still talk to them.
Still talk to them. Okay. Well, why not do that instead of come to meet?
Not every ingredient makes a cut. Only the crispiest greens, juiciest steak burgers, and freshest toppings make it into Freddy's new protein-packed steak burger bowls. You missed a spot. Yeah, right there. Perfect.
Red Robin's new Big Yum deals include your favorites plus a bottomless side and beverage starting at just $9.99. The best part? You don't have to eat them in here.
Red Robin. Yum.
I mean, like I said, it was spur of the moment.
Mike, it wasn't spur. I mean, you talked to her throughout the workday. You said you were getting off at 8. You were waiting at McDonald's in Roseville. You knew she lived in Roseville. You're waiting to come meet her till she gave you the green light. But that's not spur of the moment. Spur of the moment is you're out and about, and then someone texts you, "Hey, do you want to come over?" And you stop what you're doing and head right there. That's spur of the moment.
Well, if I could have left work early, I would have.
You would have what?
Left work early to come meet her.
To come meet her. Okay. I guess that would be spur of the moment, but that's not what happened, Mike. For most of the day, you were planning it, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And throughout the whole day, I mean, did you think, hey, this is legal, maybe I shouldn't do this, not worth the risk?
Absolutely.
You just couldn't resist? You were too curious? What was it? What made you still do it?
It was curiosity.
Okay. Why are we so curious about a year-old girl?
I was just curious about a girl interested in me.
Okay.
I wasn't focusing on age.
Okay, just more of like a vibe that you were getting. It's going to be your main focus. And Mike, what movies do you have on here?
New releases and
New releases.
stuff.
Okay. Is it like, are you pirating them? Or?
I'm not pirating them.
Okay, but you're just using something that allows you to watch early.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything that comes on streaming shows up right here.
I see.
Like last night, I watched Thunderbolts.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a nice legal thing to do with your time. Not meeting girls that you talk to online. It's not very legal, Mike. And can I just ask, why are we not wearing socks, Mike? What's going on there?
I haven't owned a pair of socks in a few months.
Why?
I live paycheck to paycheck.
So you don't buy socks, but you buy Happy Meals for year-old girls?
Well, I borrowed the money to do that.
You borrowed the money to get her a Happy Meal?
Yeah.
Who did you borrow it from?
Guy off the street.
Where did you meet this fellow?
He was hanging out in McDonald's parking lot.
And you politely asked him, how did you go about it?
I just asked him if he had money for a Happy Meal.
Okay. Did you tell him who it was for?
No.
Just money for a Happy Meal?
Yeah.
And this gentleman just complied and gave you a few bucks to...
I traded him some cigarettes.
I see. Okay. Wow. Yeah, didn't know you did that. Goes to show, Mike, how far you were willing to go for this girl. I mean, you're going above and beyond here. The real MVP, if you will.
I'm glad to hear the barter system still works. I mean,
Yeah.
bucks for the butt.
Right. It would just be a lot better, if, this was a legal adult. Where do we go from here, Mike? I mean, what do you think should happen to you, to someone that does a thing like this?
I should be held accountable.
Right. What do you think the proper, repercussions would be for someone that does this?
I can only imagine. Imagine my life is over.
Well, the good news is it may not be over, but this, unfortunately, Mike, it's not one of those things we can just walk away from. We have to let someone know, and I think your ex-wife and the mother of your child has the right to know what you did tonight.
But I wasn't meeting her up for.
But Mike, you said you'd be willing to go down on her. What does that mean?
Well, she asked me what kind of stuff I like to do with girls.
Okay. And you said?
And I like to perform more than I like getting.
Okay. But you see, you didn't have to say that, Mike. She didn't ask how you like to have. She just asked what you like to do with a girl, just in general. And your mind automatically went to. And Mike, did you bring condoms with you tonight?
No, because I didn't plan on having.
You don't have any condoms in your pocket?
No.
They're not in your car?
No.
Okay. I believe you said you don't use condoms, though, correct?
I dislike condoms.
You dislike them? Okay. Okay. You did say you dislike them. Mike, I think you're, at least your ex-wife should know what's going on here. That way, she hears it from the right person. She kind of knows what to expect. Wouldn't you agree? Do you want to pull your phone out, give her a call?
No.
No?
Not this late at night.
Okay. When did you want to do it?
Well, I see her tomorrow.
Well, the thing is, Mike, with what we have here, you may not see her tomorrow. I'm sure you know what I'm getting at here. Okay.
I'm gonna call about a carryout because we haven't ate anything today.
Okay.
So we've been here. If that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So, Mike, I've got a couple uncomfortable questions for you, and then I have a favor to ask before I call about our carryout order that we placed earlier. Okay.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you had a psychosis issue 8 years ago.
No, this is an ongoing psychosis.
This is ongoing. How long have you been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia?
For 10 years now.
For 10 years?
Yeah.
And you've lived with these conditions your whole life?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. How long have you been not using your medication?
2 months.
2 months? How do you feel?
I've been without sleep for the last 32 hours.
I can see it. You got the.
Yeah, you look awfully.
Eyes here, buddy.
You look awfully tired.
Yeah, you look like you need a nap here.
Mike, do you have anything else you have to say for yourself here?
I'm sorry.
Who are you sorry to?
My parents.
Well, what would they think?
Well, I showed them pictures of the Facebook profile and said I was gonna go meet her.
You didn't tell them how old she actually was?
No.
So right now they think you went to meet a 21-year-old female? Okay. Were you supposed to work tomorrow?
No.
No?
I had the next 2 days off.
Okay. Did you take one of the days off to hang out with tonight?
Yeah.
You took a day off work to hang out with her?
Yeah, because
Okay.
she wanted to hang out.
Was this going to be a paid day off?
Yes.
Oh, so you wouldn't lose any money?
No.
Okay.
So I gotta say this here, Mike. Dad to dad here, right? I got kiddos too. That type of stuff makes me feel uncomfortable, right? Just like I know if you're a dad, right? You got to put yourself in other people's shoes here and think how you'd feel if you were if you walked in and saw some strange person sitting on your couch talking to your child.
Yeah, especially with dirty, oily toenails and hasn't showered in quite a while. Definitely a concern. What's your normal car that you drive?
Well, like I said, I don't have a car right now.
So what car got you?
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
It was my dad's Colorado.
Oh, it was your dad's. I imagine you can't be too happy about that. So if that car hadn't gotten in an accident, would you have used that same vehicle to come meet this girl tonight?
Possibly.
How do you think your dad would feel knowing that his car is being used for such activities?
He probably bloodied my nose.
Probably. Is he more of a tough love kind of dad?
Yeah.
Is it safe to say he might kick your ass when he finds out about this?
Safe to say.
I mean, what are you gonna do to improve from here, Mike? Do you think there's a lesson to be learned from tonight?
At the very least, I should probably stick to bars.
It's not a bad way to meet women. I mean, granted, they're all legal in the bar. You can't go wrong.
Play any sports or anything growing up?
I played basketball in private school.
Okay.
Private school. Your parents paid for that school?
Yeah.
To have you go there? Okay.
It's a Christian school, yeah?
Yeah. You got in trouble there, you got the paddle.
Oh boy, yeah. Can only imagine what they do if they found out about this.
They paddle any age.
Really?
Any age, wow. Do you think they paddle you for this?
It's a sin.
It sure is. I know you're talking about sinners. And well, Mike, if there's nothing else you have to say, I have to let you know that I'm Skeet Hansel with the Predatorial Investigation Unit.
Hey, Howard.
And do you know who I am?
Yes, sir.
You've seen me before?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that this whole time?
Yes, sir.
Do you watch my videos?
I have.
You have. And you still came to do a thing like this. Knowing that. I'm sure you know that I'm based in Michigan.
I've seen your videos, yes.
Okay. Why don't you say that from the get-go?
Well, I didn't recognize you, but...
Oh, but one I just said.
But the name.
The name. Okay, you know the name Skeet Hansel.
Yeah.
Okay. How does it make you feel knowing that you may be featured in one of these videos? Did you ever think you would make it on the big screen?
I thought it was a possibility.
That you might? Okay. Before you came here to meet, you thought that was a possibility? Okay.
My coworkers even joked about it.
With you?
Yeah.
What made them joke about it?
They were like, watch, he's going to wind up on the news tonight.
What, because you told them you were coming to meet?
Yeah.
And how old did you tell them was?
21.
And they said, watch her actually be or something like that, and you end up on the news. Yeah. So at that point, you didn't say, oh, well, she actually is? Or you still went with, oh, she's 21. That could have been a sign, being that your coworkers, joked with you and said, hey, watch him get caught on Skeet Hanson's channel.
Right.
I imagine it's going to be devastating to know that actually was the case.
Yeah.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page after page, ready for business. Plug in what you need, connect payments, sync calendars, and voila, watch notifications fly in. Sales, bookings, the good kind of noise. Edit, well, everything. Drop-in motion libraries. Give your site more life, from header to footer. Every click tracked, every action visible. Connect your domain, so it's officially yours. And as you go bigger, your site does too. Build what's in your head. Base 44.
Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago, and watch this, ready? $97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. $39, $118. Check this out, ready? $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision. Okay, guys, it's the same policy. $118 to $39. As you can see, I have full coverage. I have a premium policy. I love my coverage and I love my insurance company, but I was paying a lot and I didn't even realize it. Guys, this only takes 2 minutes. Okay, it's free. Stop overpaying. Fill this out.
Hi, Michael. How's it going?
Going okay.
Yeah. Explain to me what you're doing here.
I was here to meet a year-old girl.
Go ahead and stand up for me. Come this way. Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Interlock your fingers for me.
Oh no, officer, he hasn't showered at all today, so just be careful. It's a little smelly. Yeah. Don't want you to catch any viruses or anything. Those toenails look just demonic, diabolical.
Okay, we're gonna walk out that door, okay?
Keep it real, Michael. Oh my God. In the back of the car with no shoes. Well, it's always easy with Roseville PD. They do great work, always responsive. And they just bagged and tagged Mike. You know, instead of Mike working at U-Haul, he got hauled away by Roseville police. I mean, you just love to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
Yep.
He's not a believer in socks either, so yeah, be careful in the back of your car. You might have to like deep wash it. Enterprise is going to be pissed when they found out that their vehicle was used to come meet a year-old. they're gonna terminate his account. They're gonna ban him. Enterprise is definitely banning him.
They're gonna put a memo out.
Yeah, they're gonna blacklist him.
You can't go to any of them.
Blacklist him worse than his toenails. See the search. See what he's got in here. Oh my God, he's right here. You can see right here. Oh my God, he brought a lightsaber. He was trying to be Anakin in real life and give his lightsaber to the younglings.
You can't.
We are in Hillsboro, North Carolina, getting ready to catch our potential predator. His name is Steve. He is 52 years old. Oh boy, look at that gray zaddy beard he's got going on there.
Maybe take shorts off, come on, sit down in the hot tub with you.
Do you want like a relationship?
Making a bit of a splash here? What's going on? Nothing? No, looks like a whole lot of something. You're making a bit of a splash with a 50-year-old girl. You see you have wandering hands and they like to play with buttons. So you need to rub on something for good luck. It's just not a good look at all, Steve. Responsible for your own actions, Steve.
With Google Play Games, you can play unlocked. Unlock rewards with Google Play Points. So the more you play, the more you earn. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its...
What's going on, boys and girls? It's your boy, Skeet Hansen, back at it again. We are in Hillsboro, North Carolina, once again, getting ready to catch our potential predator. His name is Steve. He is 52 years old. Oh boy, look at that gray zaddy beard he's got going on there. He thinks he's going to be meeting a year-old female tonight that he's been talking to for the last few weeks. Now, he's been pretty dodgy with what he's wanted to do. He hasn't said too much, but I think we borderline have enough on him. He's always talking about getting the girl to unbutton something. He won't go into details on what he's talking about, but he also does say he could get in trouble for talking to her. And then he says, straightforward, I want to you. There it is. Steve wants to come here tonight to a year-old girl. And he says he's ready to play. And I'm ready to play with Steve too. Because tonight, we're having him come over and hop in the jacuzzi that we have at this Airbnb that we rented. It's getting nice and warm. And right now he's at his house waiting for I think it's the hockey game to get done. He's watching the Stanley Cup. And they're in overtime right now. I don't know what team is playing or anything, but yeah, he's definitely trying to puck around with a year-old, I guess you could say. you know, and jump in the hot tub with her and do who knows what else. So that's pretty much all the chat log that I'm gonna get into here on YouTube. If you wanna read the full chat log, be sure to support us on Locals. Now let's head outside and see the setup that we got going on here for this guy to come on over. We got a little hot tub fun. Check it out, we're heating her up. And yeah, he's gonna be taking a dip in the hot tub here with who he thinks is a year-old girl pretty soon. So yeah, should be a good time. Also, huge thanks to all of our supporters on Locals. It is because of you lovely people that we were even able to be out here in Hillsboro at this lovely Airbnb with this outdoor spa and the jacuzzi and all that. So huge shout outs to our local supporters. And if you're not supporting us on Locals, it really helps us keep going with taking down bad guys like Steve. Game's still not over?
There's probably like 4 minutes left.
Okay, 4 minutes left in the game. Okay. 4 minutes left in the game, and Steve is trying to come over here and puck around and find out. We're gonna be getting into position in a little bit here and waiting for him to come on over.
Hello? Hi, sorry my phone didn't go off.
What are you doing? Are you sleeping?
No, I'm awake. I'm trying to get the game on, but I can't.
Why can't you get the game on?
I don't know, I need you to help me or something because I can't, but I'm gonna be in the hot tub anyways. Are you wearing your swim shorts?
I got them with me.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll see you then.
All right.
Okay, bye. Hey, someone pulled in. I think he's here. What'd you bring?
That's a root beer. I don't know how that's gonna taste. That's THC.
This is 21 bucks.
This is good. Oh yeah.
I can't have it. Huh?
You not getting me locked up?
No, I'll be in the hot tub. Did you bring any food? Oh man, I'm so hungry. You ready to go? You ready to go? Bring me a little turkey. Is that for me?
Is that not for you?
The other one.
Well, you can have it what you want. I mean, I'm not gonna tell. Damn, you sitting in your shorts.
Yeah, what? I just met you. What?
Well, what the hell you doing online? You're pretty little young lady and you can get him like, well.
Do you like younger girls?
Yeah,
Like my age?
I'd much rather be older.
What? Why are you laughing at me? Do I look funny?
They take shorts off and I'll sit down in the hot tub with it.
It's too cold.
It ain't cold.
But seriously, what are you trying to do?
Making a bit of a splash here.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift cards? Start earning with Microsoft Rewards today.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident in the last year, you could be owed a large cash payment and not even know it. Even if you weren't driving, all you have to do is click the link in this video, answer 5 simple questions about your accident, and see if you have a case that could be worth money, like this, or even like this. If the accident wasn't your fault and it happened in the last 12 months, you could be owed a lot more than you think. And this doesn't just apply to drivers. If you were a passenger in an Uber, walking, riding a bike, or on a motorcycle, you may still qualify. Most people never check, and insurance companies are hoping you don't. So, don't skip this. Click the link and see what your case could be worth. People all over the country have already received checks for tens of thousands and sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they did it without going to court. That's because there's money already set aside for accidents like these. For example, Stacy didn't think her accident was a big deal, but after checking, she ended up receiving $90,000.
Oh my God!
And if your accident wasn't your fault, you may be able to get money for time you missed at work, medical bills, pain and suffering, damage to your car, and you don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have to fight insurance companies, and you don't have to deal with lawyers trying to take advantage of you. Checking is easy. Just click the link and answer 5 quick questions. It takes about 30 seconds. Most people think, whatever the insurance company offers me is all.
Download the Locals app or head on over to skeeterjean.locals.com to watch this video uncut and uncensored. When you become a supporter on Locals, you'll gain access to things like full Predator chat logs, phone calls, and some things that we just can't show here on YouTube.
But I did not do
Then you've just been skeeted in 4K.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Skeet these. All right.
Well, it seems like you were trying to do that to a year-old girl. You were trying to skeet a year-old girl.
Get the away from me, man. Just let the police get here, dude.
I'm
The
pretty
away
standing
from
away.
Me, man. I'm caught. It's over with. There's no need for no more conversation. I don't give a
With all of these perks, this is undoubtedly the best membership you'll ever subscribe to. And for the rest of the month, I'm cutting the membership price right in half for all newcomers. Support us on our mission and become a part of the community on skeeterjean.locals.com. Now that I'm done with my e-begging, let's get into the video. How are you?
All right, how you doing?
What's your name? Steve, right?
Yeah. What's up?
How's it going, Steve? What's going on?
Nothing.
Nothing? No, it looks like a whole lot of something. You're making a bit of a splash with a year-old girl. Steve?
No.
Oh, Steve. Hey, Steve?
Yeah.
I have some questions for you, okay? You're gonna want to have a chat here, okay?
Hang on. Let me get a towel.
Okay, we'll get you a towel. Just if you could just have a seat for me. You can get a towel, or you can stay right in the hot tub if you want. Steve?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to have a chat with you about what's going on here, okay? Okay, now you're a 50-some-year-old man meeting a year-old girl tonight, right?
She met me on a website.
You met her on a website. Okay. Okay. Well, if you could have a seat, Steve, here, right here would be fine. If you just want to just sit there for me, please. If you need a towel, we can get you a towel.
You want to have a seat, Steve, right now?
Yes, sir.
Now, Steve, what's going on here? How did we get here tonight?
I just talked to her, just communicating.
Okay.
She's wanting to hang out with me.
Okay. And I understand you were just at home watching the Stanley Cup.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, wouldn't it have been a better choice to sit there and watch Overtime Part 2 instead of coming to mingle with a year-old girl?
Obviously, right now, yeah.
Okay. So what was the plan tonight?
Nothing. I mean, I didn't. To be honest with you, I really felt something wasn't right.
You felt something wasn't right?
I don't know. I mean, I just wanted. I don't understand. I asked her. I said, "Why do you want to see?"
And what did you feel was not right?
She was wanting to see somebody my age.
See somebody.
I don't know why she was trying to influence.
And do you think it's right for a man your age to be meeting a girl this age at this time of night?
I don't think it's right for her to try to be doing that or be set up like that.
Who's more in the wrong here, Steve?
I'm going to be the one in the wrong.
Probably the adult, right? Okay.
But not unless y'all are using her as a setup.
Well,
so I mean,
so we're in the wrong.
I mean, no.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say you're more than one for falling into the setup. I mean, you reference, you're talking about her tongue here, her sticking her tongue out. You say,
That's why
would you be a
a
bottom or top?
I know.
Well, that is why we see you did catch on to that. You talk about how sexy she is, and you even say you could get in trouble.
Because she was wanting to be more direct and vocal about things.
Okay. Well, you got.
That's also.
Well, it seems you were very direct in the message where you said straightforward, I wanna f you, is what you said. That's very direct, Steve. So at what point tonight was that going to happen between you and this girl?
Probably wouldn't.
It probably wouldn't have happened.
No.
What was gonna happen after we were done mingling in the jacuzzi over there?
I'm not.
You don't think anything?
No.
So you, a 52-year-old man, were gonna come over here, have a little bit of splish and splash with the girl in. You were gonna dry off and get back in your car and leave.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago, and watch this, ready? $97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. $39, $118. Check this out, ready? $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, okay? The same make and model, Hyundai.
At this point, yeah, that's what I was planning on doing.
At this point.
But
Well, what about at the point before you got here?
But like I said, I asked her point blank, I don't understand why you would be interested in somebody like me.
Okay. What's someone like you? Just an older man, or?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And so, I mean, that's why I was like, something don't seem right. And I asked her, I said, I don't understand, you're a good looking woman or a young lady. And
young lady.
Why you want to be that way?
Well, more importantly, why do you, as a 52-year-old man, Steve, want to come and meet this girl that says she's... Did you bring anything with you tonight, Steve? Did you bring the alcohol or anything like that tonight?
I brought me some THC.
THC, like the drinkable,
yes.
Or okay, okay. Is that all you brought tonight?
Yes, sir.
Did you bring condoms?
I told you, like I said, I wasn't planning on doing anything.
Okay. Well, that doesn't mean you didn't bring condoms. Did you bring condoms?
No.
Okay, you didn't bring condoms. Were you planning on distributing some of this THC drink to this?
No.
To letting her.
I did offer.
You offered it to
her. If she
her.
wanted to swallow or whatever, she said no.
You offered her to swallow.
I said if she wanted to try a taste of it.
Okay. You offered her to swallow what, Steve?
The THC.
Okay, not something else.
No.
Okay. Do you think even that is appropriate? I mean, she is after all.
Well, I mean, I was that age at one time too. So
I understand. Didn't an adult offer you a THC drink at years old?
well, they didn't have them at the time.
Well, yeah, I know that was back in the day, right? Did an adult offer you alcohol at the time when you were?
I have been, yeah.
Did you think it was appropriate of that adult to do so?
That at the time it was. If you're in a safe place, I guess you could say.
A safe place. Do you think this is a safe place to do that?
If you're in a safe place and you know you're not going anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Even if you're.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying that
Okay.
at that person's safe place, that you're at that.
Okay. I'm hearing you out. Okay. So maybe you were just gonna sit here with her in the hot tub, maybe order a pizza, something like that. And I mean, you do talk about how sexy her ass is here. You say, do you have anything to rub on? And you want to try a few things out. So what were you looking to try out there, Steve?
All right, well, look, like I said, I've been very mild and polite in majority of the texts. And she said she was more influenced.
Well, except for the one where you said you wanted to straightforward her.
To text her and talk to her in a certain way.
And you assume that this is the way that she wanted to be talked to.
I said that's what she asked for.
Okay, she asked for you to talk to her.
Yeah.
That wasn't your idea.
To point blank be told what she wanted.
What you want. And you just, it seems like you assumed out of the blue that she wanted to be talked to like this.
No.
No. Well, why was that the first thought then, Steve?
Because I was always respectful.
Okay. I see you were in the beginning, but then you start talking about nipples and ass, and you ask her if she's a virgin.
Yep, did y'all grab my keys?
We'll get those for you as well. I assume you left them out there. Let me ask you then, Steve, what do you think should happen to a man that does a thing like this? After having a chat like this with a girl and comes in, hops in a jacuzzi with her at 12 o'clock at night.
Why are y'all using a girl online to harass older men?
You feel like you were harassed?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
Why are y'all using a girl on dating sites?
We're not using a girl on dating sites.
You use her?
Well, we don't use her. She's a volunteer. How do you feel like you were harassed?
Well, if it's not harass, I don't know what the correct word would be.
You do know what harassment is.
Yeah, harassing is constantly going.
Constantly going like you were in this chat here, talking about how horny you were. That would be harassment. Now, Steve, I don't think you were harassed. I don't think you were forced to do anything. It seems to me like you did all this on your own free will. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, perhaps this girl said some things to perhaps persuade you to maybe do something you otherwise wouldn't have done, but ultimately you're an adult and you are capable of making your own decisions, right? And we all have to hold ourselves accountable for the things we do, the actions we make. You're responsible for your own actions, Steve. So I ask again, Steve, we're not trying to humiliate you or ruin your business or anything like that, but what happens to a man? Well, we don't want to do that, Steve.
What do you want to do?
We want to get to the bottom of this and find out why you did this tonight.
I just told you.
Because she harassed you?
Not harassed, but
Okay. She led. Would you say she led you on?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it ain't that the fact that she did, it's the fact that y'all did.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Can you really blame that on your actions? Because Steve, you had the option to stay home tonight.
I am.
Right now, you.
I am. I got to lay in my bed. I know.
You got in your car and drove here. Okay. You told her you were watching the game. It was an overtime part 2. You know, the Stanley Cup. You decided to get in your car and drive on over here and to come meet this girl, right? I mean, that's where we're at. No one made you do that, Steve. So, I mean, why did we do this tonight?
Like I said, I told you.
There's got to be a better answer than that, though. A girl couldn't have made you do something you didn't want to do. And why not hang out with an adult tonight? Were there no other adult females available to you? Is it an addiction to the internet or social media apps? Okay. I mean, I just really would like to understand, Steve. You know, what makes a man do this? Because there's got to be a better reason than, oh, she led me on, she tempted me. You know, a girl can't lead a man on and
Did you
make
not
a man
just
do
hear me
this.
when I sat there and I sat there and I told you? I said, I asked her point blank, why would you want to be with somebody my age?
I heard when you asked that. Well, what was her response to that?
She said she just liked it.
She just liked it, okay. And do you feel like you had to come and further investigate that? To really get to the bottom of why she wanted to talk to someone like
I felt that way,
you?
yes,
Okay.
kind of, but I mean, it wasn't that,
So it was a curiosity as well?
yes.
Okay.
Where's my keys at?
We didn't touch your keys. I don't know where you left your keys. Steve?
I just remember holding my head being like, how are we so reactive? The gap between the pace that we were moving in and how we were actually operating was a huge stress. I was on a late night Zoom. We realized that there's a bank holiday in one of our European sites, which means that our coverage for the next day is totally gone. What I wanted was to ensure the best service for our users. An actual system. And that's exactly what Base 44 was built for. I didn't go to sleep that night. I kept building and building and building. I remember putting everyone in a Zoom, and then I shared screen. Here's a solution I built that can take all of the data that was spread across my different systems and tools and people and put it into one place where I can see every day exactly what the situation is. So by the end of the day, we were able to implement roughly 50% of the additional ideas that came up from the team. Today, when you walk in the hallways, you hear this bing, bing. It's not apps being created. It's problems that are being solved. The thing that I keep repeating again and again is start. Start with that one pain point that's waking you up at night and build a solution for that.
Did you drop them by your vehicle?
No,
They may be are they in the bathroom, Steve?
They were up here, but
Well, we can always check the cameras and see what you did when you came in here. Have you done this before, Steve?
No.
You know how often I hear that?
Well, I'm just telling you now.
Okay, first time?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had thoughts of doing this before?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my keys.
We don't have your keys, Steve. No one touched your keys. You talk about that you haven't gotten that far with that cat. How far were you looking to get with it? Steve, I think you're just a little mind scrambled right now. Maybe just
No, somebody
unwind,
got
take
my
it.
keys.
No one touched your keys, Steve. You see, you have wandering hands and they like to play with buttons. And you talk about undoing her buttons as well. So you need to rub on something for good luck. It's just not a good look at all, Steve. Steve, they're going to be the last place you put them.
The police said don't disturb the scene, so I wouldn't be.
Yeah, if you could leave everything where it is. And if you do happen to find your keys, it would be best to probably leave them wherever you see them, if you do end up seeing them. But they are wherever you left them, Steve. We didn't touch your keys.
Were you drinking before you got here?
No.
You weren't drinking a few beers watching the game? Okay. Did your team win?
No.
Okay. Maybe that's why maybe that's why you're so flustered right now. On top of what's happening tonight, of course. Steve, do you have anything else you have to say?
No.
No? Well, what I have to let you know is that I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. We're doing an online series about adults who try to meet up with online for, and you've just been skeeted in 4K.
Oh, it's obvious. I see that.
Yeah. Now again, if there's anything else you want to say, we'd love to hear it.
Well, what, so you can turn it around on me?
Not at all, Steve. We're not trying to turn anything on you. We're just presenting the story as it is, just raw and as you tell it. We just want you to tell your story. And we would love to hear it.
The answer's in the stars.
Maybe it is. Maybe he has to look to the stars to find the answers. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a prime example of what not to do on a Saturday night in Hillsborough, North Carolina. Steve, would there even be anyone you might want to call, a friend, to get your vehicle? Just in case. We don't know where it's going to go.
I don't even know where my phone's at. Y'all got my damn keys and my phone.
Did you misplace both?
No, you got my phone and my keys.
I mean, like I said, Steve, we'll check the cameras.
You check on the bag?
Is that your phone and keys? Oh, those are your belongings? Okay. Well, now we have them inside. Okay.
That says law enforcement.
They want everything to be
Yeah, did you see they're
left as is. Like we said, Steve, they like everything to be just in place of where it was.
I mean, it's in place. I've got my personal belongings.
Okay. Okay, we're just letting you know how they usually like to go about things. Well, I mean, Steve has said his piece. He has nothing more to say, so now it's going to be given over to the Hillsborough Police Department for them to address the situation.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Good. Corporal Boggs with the Sheriff's Office here in Orange County. So what's going on tonight?
This is Steve. This gentleman came over here tonight to meet who he thought was a year-old female after having a pretty charged conversation online.
Right.
He did specify within the chat that he did want to come over and, as he put it, this alleged year-old girl.
I'm going to talk to this gentleman right here, and we'll get some information from him, and we'll get some information from you guys, and we'll go from there, okay?
Sure.
You got any questions for me in the meantime?
No, I'm very used to this.
Okay, sure. Yes, sir. I got you. And here's the thing, boss. Regardless of why we're here, I'm not here to judge you. I know this is probably difficult for you to talk about, but we're here to gather the information we got and go from there.
Talked, chatted, and to be honest with you, I actually deleted her personal number, whatever number that she gave me, because I didn't want to have that together.
Sure. You did say you knew how old she was before you came up here. Were y'all communicating with him? I'm sure through a lot of stuff with phones.
Sort of
Meet me, okay? Because he couldn't. He was saying meet up.
All right, well, we're wrapping everything up now, guys. The police are taking the report. Our boy Steve is right over there talking to another Hillsborough officer. Unfortunately, tonight, the way Hillsborough is operating, they're not arresting the individuals that we're catching. Like the officer said just a little bit ago, they're just taking a report and they're going to do a whole investigation and submit for charges at a later time. But they are a pretty progressive police department, so I have faith that the right thing will happen and Steve will probably get what's coming to him. We'll just say that. Well, that's pretty much all I have to say. Again, if you guys aren't supporting on locals, you can watch this video uncut and uncensored, as well as read Steve's chat log in full if you become a supporter on locals. With that being said, we have one more guy on the line. He's about 15 minutes away, so we're going to get wrapped up here and on to the next one, boys and girls.
I tried a
If you, I'm not gonna lie, if you hit me with that, I'm gonna have
No, please, leave my house.
He was talking to his sister, Chloe, she's 15, saying,
He's done that before. I'm not a
Can you look your baby girl in the eye real quick for me? This is some French. Say, I'm a nonce. That means you're gonna be in her life forever. We need to go down to the police station. I need to vouch for you. We need to get ahead of this first. We want to report an incident.
You're JD, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Talking to a minor, yeah, so I said some little things.
Alright, dig on. Dig on.
Dig on.
Dig on.
Okay.
But he just admitted to you that he was talking to a
Dig
minor.
on.
I'm sorry, bro.
If I was an issue up there, we're gonna deal with you.
Yo, you're gonna deal with me accordingly? So you're gonna deal with me instead of a... Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to a brand new episode of Multi-Millionaire EDP Watch. And today, we are catching Randy Moore over here in Lewistown, Pennsylvania. Now, you guys might remember that name because last time we caught a guy here, Lewistown, Pennsylvania did absolutely nothing. I mean, they just suck. And it's crazy because I literally today, genuinely, just got done testifying for a pred that we caught in PA, and he's looking at 10 to 20 years. And so I have no idea why Lewistown won't do their job and won't prosecute these guys. So we're gonna give them another try and see if they'll actually do their job. And this dude's admitted that he's talked to other minors before, but we weren't the ones who decoyed him, man. We are here collaborating with
PC unit. I've also done a couple of catches in Lewistown myself where the preds admitted to CP and the police did nothing or didn't take their advice or anything.
It's absolutely ridiculous, man. I mean, this dude has sent multiple inappropriate images. He's admitted to what he wanted to do with the decoy. He was talking about meeting. We were gonna try to get him a different jurisdiction, but he's went ghost on us. But we know where he lives, so we're about to go pull up at his house right now, and hopefully we can get a confession and get this going. So without any further ado,
Let's get it, bro.
Let's get this freak.
Hey Chloe, it's Randy from Meet Me.
Hey, what you doing?
Nothing, I'm just hella bored. Talking to this girl, Chloe. Wish we could hang out sometime.
Maybe I don't know you yet. How old are you?
I'm 32. How old are you?
I'm actually 13. My birthday's at the end of August, though.
Oh dang, I thought your Meet Me said 19. Lol, but teen is okay. You're absolutely gorgeous though for teen. Wish I could see you in person though.
What would we do if we were together?
We'd probably cuddle together. I'd probably kiss you. I'd love to kiss you all over. Can I send a pic?
You can.
I hope your mom doesn't see that.
She didn't. I'm a virgin, actually. I've kissed, though.
Good to know. Maybe I'll take your virginity from you, baby girl. If you want me to. Would you smoke with me?
I'm down to smoke.
Just to let you know, when I get high, I get horny. I may or may not use a condom, though. I was thinking about pulling out.
Hi.
Hey, we had a package for Randy.
Sorry. You have the wrong guy.
Oh, I have the wrong. By any chance, do you have a neighbor? He looks like this. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the neighbor next door.
Sorry about that. Randy, man, I just want to have a conversation with you, bro.
What do you guys want?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What's this? What the f is this?
We know you hate child predators and love what we do, but sadly, the same can't be said for others. Join today on EDPWatch.com, and for only $4.45, you can help support us locking these monsters away. You'll get access to uncensored chat logs, cool disgusting audio calls, and never before seen and early access to new videos. You'll be entered into monthly giveaways, get 50% off all merchandise, and get a chance to do an IRL catch with yours truly, DeMarcus Hanson. All on EDPWatch.com.
What do you guys want?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why are you knocking like you're the police?
I'm not a police. I'm just a black guy. Did you bring that out to hit me?
It's my property. I have the right to defend my house.
Okay. We want to talk about the 13-year-old girl. Either we can talk here or we can talk at Target.
Randy, we think you're a good guy.
We can meet you at TJ Maxx. Either we can talk here or we can talk at TJ Maxx. We're not going to report you. We just want to have this conversation. And I don't want your neighbors knowing your business, Randy. Can we just have a God's honest conversation?
Leave me alone.
If you, I'm not gonna lie. If you hit me with that, I'm gonna have
No, please, leave my
Here,
house.
we're not on your property anymore. Do you want us to get cops? Do you want us to get cops involved?
No, just
Okay, can we have a conversation here?
No, I don't.
Can I shake your hand?
No,
I want to calm this down. Can I shake your hand?
Can you please leave my house?
I'm not
Leave
at
these
your
steps.
property anymore.
Leave these steps.
But you don't own these steps. Do you want us to have this conversation here, or do we have to wait till you go to work tomorrow at TJ Maxx?
I don't work tomorrow, so...
Or whenever you go back. Or do you want me to tell your bosses at TJ Maxx what you're doing?
No. Why are you recording me?
Because you have a stick and you're threatening to hit me.
You're up on my steps on my porch. Or did you give it back? Coming at me with the false accusations.
Hold this. We have your pictures. We traced it to this IP.
Ooh, you're cool.
It's not about me being cool, man.
Can you please leave?
I'm not gonna. You can go back inside, but if you go back inside, I'm just gonna call the cops and give them everything. Or we can have a conversation. Because you talked to my friend's year-old daughter.
I'll talk to you, yes. What?
Okay, can you shake my hand? Can you do me a favor? Can you throw that stick over there? Because I'm not gonna beat your ass. Like, trust me. And you can probably beat me up. Okay, I appreciate you, Randy. Is that a knife you have?
Yeah, it's my pocket knife. I keep it on me all the time.
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you just set it down? Because I have no weapons on me, and I'm not about to fight you.
I'm not pulling it out. I'm not going to draw it.
Okay.
Can you stop it? I mean, that's invasion of my privacy.
We stopped it. We stopped it. Go in the car and get the phone.
Anyways, here, let me pull up my phone. Let me see.
Remember Chloe?
Clearly, I have nobody named Chloe.
Bro, I literally see it right here. You deleted the messages. How dumb do you think we are?
I believe you, but can you guys please leave my house? You can talk to me, but after that, can you please leave?
Okay. Why were you talking to a 13-year-old girl?
I was gonna stop talking to her, and I did.
But you already invited her over.
Not to here.
You gave her your address.
Not my address.
You said 39. So why would you give an address right next door to your house?
Because I'm not that dumb.
But you sent her pictures. That's not smart.
Oh, keep looking. Oh yeah, pay attention.
But if you don't mind me asking, do you have any like special needs or anything? Or okay. Did she not tell you here? You're 32, right? You said I'm 32, and she said I'm 30. And I'm 13.
I messed up, yes, I admit it.
Okay. Why would you do this, man? That's what I'm just trying to figure
I'm
out.
Stupid, apparently.
How many times has this happened before?
Just once.
Actually, the reason why we came over here is...
I know it shouldn't have happened. I'm in the wrong. I'm sorry.
Please don't cut me off, because I'm not cutting you off. I'm going to let you speak. Please let me speak. I feel like you're doing damage control right now. You're trying not to get in trouble. You don't want police to find out.
I don't, yes, exactly. I have a life of my own.
Is this your girlfriend?
Yes.
Your boyfriend was talking to my friend's 10-year-old sister. We have his pictures. I don't want your neighbor knowing your business. Can we go to the sidewalk and talk, or at least the steps?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Am I gonna get arrested or something?
I'm not a cop.
Okay.
Hey man, I think you're a good dude. You work at TJ Maxx. You got a good job. Looks like you got things going for yourself.
Why did they fire you?
Because I kept calling off. I need a job now.
Here, my bad, Randy. We got off to a bad start.
I'm sorry, bro.
It's okay, man.
So let me ask you, Randy. You got 2 kids yourself. How old are they?
They're
Is it with your girlfriend right there?
No, they're mom. They're my ex.
I'm sure you love your kids.
I do.
I'm not going to tell your ex. I just want to have this conversation with you because, bro, in a child custody battle, finding out that you're talking to other kids.
I didn't want to do it. I'm sorry.
To make sure it never happens again, we got to figure out the why.
It won't happen again.
You have a girlfriend, bro. Why did we make this stupid mistake? Because it's just a stupid mistake.
It is.
I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I'm having trouble with my fiance. She caught me cheating. She caught me talking to a transgender person. And she's threatening to, out me. But, I'm comfortable with who I am. But, my fiance is a good person. And she didn't deserve that. So the thing what I'm asking the man is, the reason why I cheated with the transgender is because I wasn't feeling happy in the relationship. Have you not been feeling happy in your relationship?
We just broke up yesterday.
Why'd you guys break up, man?
I commented on a girl's Facebook page.
Randy, that's rookie mistakes. You gotta leave it all in the DMs, Randy. Listen, I'm an idiot too, bro. You know what I mean? I got caught. She found my tape. I don't know why I saved it, but I did. And I realized the reason why I did it was because I just wasn't happy. So I don't think you were talking to this 13-year-old because you're a pedophile or anything.
No, I'm not. Believe me, as a father, I'm not.
I feel like you were probably lonely. Is that what it was?
Pretty much.
Did you know the whole time that talking to a 13-year-old was wrong?
I did know that. I was gonna stop. She lied to me saying she was 19 on that profile. That's what got me.
Yeah, but you gotta realize before you said anything sexual, she told you she was 13.
I should have stopped.
I feel that, man. The one thing I want to talk about, man, is how long have we been on apps like Telegram and Zangi?
On and off.
Did you know about the big data breach that just happened recently?
No.
And what happened is a lot of people's personal information. Hold up.
What?
A lot of people's personal information got out, especially on apps like Telegram and Zangi. Do you know what CSAM is? Child Sexual Abuse Material. I appreciate the honesty you've been giving me, man. How often have you been receiving these videos from people? Because we can't see where it's coming from, but we can see who it's being sent to. Because I don't think you're asking for this stuff. But how many times are people sending this stuff to us? Okay. What's the youngest age they sent to us? Be honest with me. How many times did we masturbate to the videos?
I haven't, though, honestly.
That stuff is connected to your cloud. Do you want to remove yourself from that stuff and help us find those kids? If you don't mind, can you open up the Telegram app so we could try to identify the people who are sending this to you? Text now, if you don't mind. Can I see? If you don't mind showing me, do you know where like those people sent the child pornography so we could try to locate the kid?
I don't remember.
You don't?
Unless they got rid of it. I don't know.
Do you ever remember someone sending an emoji like with a cheese pizza or anything like that?
I'm not part of the pedo party. I'm not a Pizzagate person.
Not Pizzagate. Did you delete the messages so your girlfriend wouldn't see them?
Probably.
I keep on calling you the girlfriend. If you don't mind me asking, what's your name? Tina. What's up, Tina? My name is DeMarcus. Did you ever have any knowledge of this stuff, that this could be going on or anything?
Knowledge that I had screenshots of.
And what were the screenshots of?
This was Peyton. That was a comment on hers.
How old is Peyton?
She looks over 18 to me.
She looked over 18. You know what? I want this to be an intervention because since you guys live together, I want to make sure that you make sure that this never happens again because we all need some form of accountability. So these are the messages. He was talking to his sister, Chloe. She's 18. Sent some revealing photos, calling her baby girl, saying,
He's done that before.
anybody with this young before?
Not that I know of.
I'm not a pedo. For fuck's sake.
No. Hey, listen. Did you not hear me say earlier? I don't think you're going to do this again. What do you think about this whole situation, Tina?
He knows not to go for younger women.
So you think this was just a moment of weakness for him this time?
He's been having moments of weakness forever. Even within the first year, he was messaging ex-girlfriends and their boyfriends were contacting me. So he does have a history of messaging other girls. And I've forgiven him.
Randy, this is a good girl you got here, man. She forgave you. She stayed with you. And you treat her like this?
I'm done treating her like that. I told her I'm done.
Randy, can you do me a favor? Can you look your baby girl in the eye real quick for me? Say baby girl.
Babe.
I'm so sorry. I know I talked to a 18-year-old girl, but you're the only girl for me.
You are the only girl for me.
I f***ed up.
I did fuck.
I'm gonna talk to these guys.
I'm gonna talk to them.
I'm gonna fess up to this.
I did confess. I'm sorry.
And I'm gonna be a better man.
I swear my mom's great.
This is some French, because ladies love French. Say, I'm a nonce.
I'm a nonce.
I've always been a nonce.
I always been a nonce.
And I'm gonna continue being a nonce.
I'm gonna continue to.
And that means you're gonna be in her life forever.
I will forever know.
I believe in rehabilitation. Not too long ago, I got arrested for being a multimillionaire. I was falsely arrested. I was put in the back of the car that I could not fit in. Nobody could have fit in that car. Could have been Danny DeVito. He wouldn't have been able to fit in it. And I was embarrassed to the world. If I let that moment define me for the rest of my life, where would I be? So, Randy, why would you let this moment define you for the rest of your life?
What?
Randy, the reason why I was gonna call the cops earlier was because when I saw you come out with that stick.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, man. I just saw it as a man wanting to run away from his problem. How long have you guys been dating? I didn't even ask.
We were before we broke up 6 years.
Here, forget that. Just, yeah, don't talk about breakups. Just how long you guys been dating for?
6 years.
I came here wanting to talk about you talking to an underage kid, but now I want to try to get you guys back together, man.
It just needs to be a pickup that no one told me.
I know, I'm sorry.
I mean, I've never seen a woman that can see her man talking to an underage girl, not even an underage girl, a 10-year-old girl, and still want to stay by him.
I know, you shouldn't.
Have you ever cheated on him?
I've never looked at another guy since we started dating.
How often do you go to church, Randy? So you know about Matthew 18, those who hurt my little ones, it would be better for them to have a millstone around their neck
Yes, I'm familiar.
than to be in the sight of the living Lord.
I repent for my evil, wicked, sinful ways.
You got a long way to go with me now that I found this out.
May I ask why you don't see your kids? I'm just curious. She's too far, and plus I don't drive. I don't have a license.
What happened to your license?
Got suspended. For what? DWI. Possession of paraphernalia, no license, no insurance.
Did you ever think, like, what happens if I did get her pregnant? Did that ever cross your mind? Because you didn't want to wear a condom. You said...
I wasn't going to do anything.
Yeah.
Do you think a rational person, I'm not saying you, but do you think a rational person reading these messages would read it and be like, that's what happened?
I mean, I know it would.
Was the idea to have sex with her?
Not really.
You're not gay, right? So was the end goal to have sex with her, Randy?
I wasn't going to do it, though. I just said it. I'm not that type of person.
You said I love you. Did you mean that?
I don't know. I might have meant it.
Why would you tell a 10-year-old girl, I love you?
I wasn't thinking obvious.
Did you love her?
I don't know how to answer that.
Answer it the best way you can. I don't care how you answer it. I just want to hear I want to hear what's coming from your heart, man. That's all I want to hear.
I Answer.
You can't. It's okay. I'm not gonna force you to answer that.
You told her that this was, when I read the messages, that this was the most in love you've ever been in your entire life, that you've never been so happy.
Apparently, I guess I lied.
We're going to talk about your sinking Facebook page.
What's happening on Facebook?
He's got 2 Facebook pages.
Well, that's my chance of working way back to our relationship.
If you're gonna take him back, listen, you caught him talking to a 13-year-old girl and you want to take him back. So you shouldn't let 2 Facebook pages mess anything up.
No, I'm not, but he's been lying about this sinking Facebook page.
Tina, I'm gonna need your help with this one, okay? I just got word that his parents are headed to the police station to go file a police report.
I hope not.
This is what I want to do. I want to vouch for you. The best way to handle this is to get ahead of this. If it's cool with you, man, we need to go down to the police station. I need to vouch for you. We need to get ahead of this first. You get in front of this first. You confess to it. You say, hey, I made this mistake. I'm never going to do it again.
Yeah, but I'll get jail time.
If you make it before his parents make it to the police station, no. You want to hurry up and head over there and get this situated?
Can I grab my hat?
Yeah. The cops just told us that they're not going to come here, so we're going to go to the police station. Just put in the local PD. We'll go there and get this situated.
I know I am. I know.
You knew she was
I'm messed up in the head, apparently. I know.
Hey, I'm not saying you're messed up in the head. Listen, man, I can't judge. I have my own demons. I stand in front of McDonald's parking lots and yell at cops and get arrested. You let the internet tell you I'm the worst human being in the world.
And I'm having to be on a pedo website all because of this.
And they stay by your side, putting you together.
How long you guys been broken up? If a breakup doesn't last more than a week, it's not a breakup.
Well, I don't get it because he was staring at some girl's ass right in front of me and said it was a guy thing.
That's an L man's thing to do.
Probably gonna end up being booked, processed, and sitting in jail for 5 to 10 years now because of this.
I'm not gonna let that happen.
No chance of us getting back together, is there?
She's gonna stay by your side, man.
Slim to none, and I stay as your friend.
Hello, officer.
How you doing?
We want to report an incident.
You're Gideon, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You're the one who just called in, aren't you?
Yeah, so he came to turn himself in.
It's you! Didn't I just talk to you the other day?
Can you tell him what happened?
I was talking to a minor, yes. I was split with her. I said some horrible things.
Okay, alright. Get going. Get going.
Get going?
Get going.
Okay.
But he just admitted to you that he was talking to a
Get going.
Why are you telling me to get
Get moving.
I will.
officer. You
Appreciate it. Go.
I'm sorry, bro.
He admitted to you that he was talking. How old was she? Correct. And you sent her multiple pictures, correct?
You don't hear what I just said.
Yeah, get going.
Appreciate it.
Officer-
So here's how it works. You already know.
I just actually got done testifying over Lebanon, and I just testified the guy is getting 10 to 20 years. So I know that this can be prosecuted.
That's fine. You're in Mifflin County, the way our district.
Your county stuff, it doesn't matter how they handle it. They have to handle the law, and the law is attempt. You can
We're not
arrest.
gonna have an argument today.
I'm not
This
gonna
has
have an
already been
argument with.
explained
I'm not
to
gonna
you.
have an argument with you. I just want to. We have you on camera, just telling a predator to get it.
So you guys are not law enforcement. So we're
Did I not just tell you that I just got an arrest in PA? Do I need to call the detective that I just tested?
I'm not too concerned about your arrest in Lebanon.
Why did you tell this predator to walk off when he just admitted to you that he was talking to a 13-year-old girl?
Don't ask questions. That
I can ask anything I want. I can ask anything I want.
You got your
You're supposed to protect and serve the people of Lewistown. You got my answer? Do you like letting predators go?
No, I don't like predators.
No, you like letting them go.
You got your
Do you like letting predators go? You must like. Oh, you just nodded your head, so you do like it.
I'm just gonna post this on YouTube and have your fun day with it.
I'm gonna post you telling a predator to get it. He would have willingly gave you his phone if you asked for
You
it.
know who he is.
Do you want to see our evidence?
You keep it if our district attorney needs it. He's interested.
How is a district attorney gonna get it if you don't take any evidence?
You can give it to him. We have your phone number.
So you want me to skip over law enforcement and go straight to the district attorney? That's what you want me to do?
We have your phone number. If he's interested, he's gonna reach out to you.
The district attorney is gonna reach out to me when law enforcement's job is to investigate crime. So are you gonna investigate this crime, officer?
This is not an emergency.
How is it not an emergency when a man was talking to a 13-year-old girl? Now what happens when he talks to? What happens when he talks to?
You don't hear.
Sir, this man just told a sexual predator trying to meet a 13-year-old girl to get out of here.
We're done.
He would have
Have a good day.
Can I get a case number? No. No. Don't. He's gonna arrest you.
Back your ass up.
Yeah. Get real snappy with him.
All right.
Yeah. Get real snappy with him. What's up, bro?
Your whole crew.
What's up?
If any of you go out there causing issues,
What issue?
I'm just telling you.
You're just telling me?
Cause an issue up there, we're gonna deal with you.
Yo, you're gonna deal with me accordingly? So you're gonna deal with me instead of a predator?
Yeah, we'll deal with you.
You're gonna. Hey, listen. I'm not gonna cause an issue. Give me your badge number. What's your badge number? What's your badge number? Yeah, thank you. And I can't wait till the people of freaking Lewistown see how you don't protect and serve. Great job, Kenneth. Hey, you're a great police officer, buddy. What a joke. And you see, I would cuss his ass out, but I know you soft-ass motherfuckers would be like, why are you cussing out a cop, Jadea? This is why I'm gonna cuss out a cop, because we literally just testified against a sexual predator today in Pennsylvania, and he's getting 10 to 20 years. Your county rules do not trump the state law. You can most definitely take this case. How are you gonna give a case to the DA when you don't even take any evidence? When you don't have a case number? You know what? No. I demand they take this evidence.
Come on, man.
Can you take our evidence?
No.
So how's the DA gonna take the case? So you lied to me.
We're gonna pass the phone number along if you want it.
How is he gonna want it? You literally had a predator come here and admit to you that he was talking to what he thought was a 15-year-old girl. And he told us in the chat logs that he did something to a real minor.
We're not doing attempted here.
Okay, but can you please take the evidence so you can give it to the district attorney?
Taking the evidence.
Can you please take the evidence?
Your evidence, keep it with you.
Do you realize?
This isn't a case I'm investigating. You don't understand this?
Can
I'm
you
not investigating this case.
can you give it to a detective that will investigate it?
No, our detective isn't investigating.
So you don't want to investigate this crime?
I'm not investigating this crime right now.
Okay. Can you look at that camera and tell the people of Lewistown we're not going to investigate this? Do you not care? Do you have any shame?
This is the last time don't bang on a door.
I have one.
I can't knock on the door. You're gonna arrest me for knocking on the door?
I don't care if you knock on the door, but we're done talking.
Okay, I'm gonna just knock on the door.
If you sit here and rattle on the door all night while I'm working and trying to get reports done.
Well, I'm trying to get you to do your job. I want you. No. There's not gonna be an issue. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna fucking do your job one way or another. Either you're gonna do your fucking job today, or I'm gonna just cause a big shit storm, and this town is gonna fucking be livid at you, and then you're gonna. What's up? Move on what? Move on. Oh, well, is that a threat?
We're done talking.
We're done talking? You're not gonna tell me what to do, bro. I'm not scared of you. I'm not.
Oigan, ¿alguien me escucha? Ahorita en este país me dejan agarrarlo. Es que yo soy muy noob. Apenas soy nivel 15 y quería probar este y que sí. ¿Me dejan agarrarlo, por favor? Gracias. Hello? Nigger! Hello?
Full box 200? Oh my god, you're so fucking ass. Bro, my popsicle flavor is meat flavored. So you guys got cooked right when we joined, bro. Like, that's kind of sad.
Fuck out of my game, nigger man.
Yeah, good stuff. Goody, my name is Goody Two Shoes, and I'm a beach. I beach. Oh, I hear someone. I hear someone. I have a very trash shotgun, bro. I have a double barrel.
Card chat, bro. I can't do it.
Okay. Stupid fuck you.
No me dejan agarrarlo. No tenía nada bueno.
You. I
just told you.
I don't like punks that don't care about predators.
You don't hear too good, do you?
No, I don't. I don't hear donut talk. I don't hear donut talk.
Legit question. I actually have a criminal justice degree too. Is to gather evidence, correct?
Sure.
Now, if he was here willingly to give up the phone, to give you permission to look at the phone, and you take the phone, you're allowed to use that evidence if you found CP or anything on his phone. Because he admitted he's viewed CP on Telegram.
You're not law enforcement. And you're
But
not a minor.
the stuff that's on the telegram.
So why do we have convictions in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
If you spend all night rattling on this.
Can you explain that? Can you explain that?
We're done.
It's crazy, man. Listen, if you live in Lewistown, do not harass them, but let your voice be heard, man. They are supposed to protect and serve. And you saw right there that this officer refused to protect and serve. This isn't a case where they can't use our evidence because they can. We have multiple convictions in the state of Pennsylvania. I literally just got done testifying against a predator today. They can be charged with attempted online solicitation of a minor. They can be. That it actually went up to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and they ruled that that can be used. Not all law enforcement's like that, but Kenneth, you're like that. It was great working with you, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
You did great on this, man. The chat logs were great. All we can do is report them to the police. When the police don't want to do their job, what can we do?
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yeah, the address of my situation is at the Lewistown Police Department.
Are you the same person I was speaking to?
No, you're not. I'm not the same person.
If you do call 911 again, it is going to become another issue.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have so many other issues. Thank you. Just please get me an officer. Oh, there he is right there. What's good? I called once. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate you not doing your job. Call one time and the dispatcher wants to complain. Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? I hope you guys enjoyed this crazy episode. Absolutely ridiculous, man. If you did, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and share. And huge shout out to Shafiq for letting us tag along on this catch. His channel will be linked down below. But y'all, let's get into what ended up happening with Randy Moore. So we posted a snippet of the interaction that we had with the cop, where after the pred confessed to everything and then the cop let him go. We posted just a small clip on that on TikTok. TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, and it went absolutely viral. It went so viral that the next day I had a detective actually call me to finally ask for the evidence. Even though we were trying to give them the evidence on scene that day, they were getting so much, just people were pissed, especially in the people of Lewistown were just absolutely livid. I gave the detective all the evidence, and then on Friday, so 2 days after we did the confrontation with the pred, they ended up arresting Randy Moore. Here's his mugshot. I'm looking at his charges right here. So this is what he was all charged with. He got hit with 4 charges, one of them being criminal attempt statutory essay, and then the second was criminal attempt corruption of minors, third was criminal use of communication facility, and the fourth was criminal attempt. I'm not saying they had to hit him with it that day, but if they would have looked at their evidence, they would have easily seen that they could have hit him with that stuff. But you guys saw Officer Kenneth. He was not happy. He was not rocking with it. He's actually currently being investigated by Internal Affairs to see if he did any wrongdoing, but we all know that after their investigation is over, they're gonna find that there was no wrongdoing on his part. But funny enough, his sergeant actually gave me a call and he laid into me. He was very pissed that he was mad that his officer made them look bad. That's pretty much the gist of it. And what's funny is we had another catch in Lewistown where the dude, at least then the police did a way better job. I'm gonna show a photo of the video here. You guys can go check it out. They took his phone and everything, but then a couple days later, the Lewistown Police Department ended up calling me saying, oh, there's nothing we could do. We can't charge him with anything, yada, 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 yada. And I called them back to let them know exactly that the charges that they hit Randy Moore with, they could have hit these same charges on that guy. But they were like, yeah, no, our DA doesn't want to do it. And so I had about an hour-long conversation with the sergeant this go round, and I was asking him, why hasn't the other dude that we caught in your town been arrested? And he told us that, oh, you guys took the phone, so we don't have the evidence. And I was like, officer, I have not been back to Lewistown since that last catch, and I've especially never been back to your guys' police station. Word for word, the sergeant said that they could charge the other guy, and they still haven't. So they still have a predator that lives in Lewistown. It's just, I don't know what's going on with them, man. I'm talking with my legal counsel to figure out if I can post this phone call with the sergeant. Just make sure you guys subscribe to our EDP Watch YouTube channel. If I get the okay from my legal counsel, I'm gonna post that, y'all, because that sergeant was just, he was mad at us for making them look bad when his officer is the one who did it. I don't know what is going on with them, man, but I just want to give a huge shout out to the people of Lewistown. You guys made this happen. If it wasn't for you guys, Randy Moore would not be in jail right now. It's crazy that public outrage has to spew out for law enforcement to do their job. And the crazy thing is this isn't all law enforcement, man. We get so many law enforcement where they literally tell us, man, keep on doing God's work. And they literally want to work with us, man. So, you know, I'm not even mad at Kenneth. I mean, I look at it as if your sergeant's acting like that, of course your corporals are gonna act like that, man. So, you know, it's no sweat off my back, man. I forgive them. I will be letting you guys know.
Today we put on blindfolds and see if we can tell the difference between real and instant food. Today we put on blindfolds and see if we can tell the difference between real and instant food.
Let's talk about that. Good mythical morning.
We are living in an instant world, and I am an instant girl. One of the great things about the instant world is instant food.
Like grits. I'm a big fan of grits.
Grits can be instant, so can oatmeal. Well, there's several things that can.
But it seems to be a common held point of knowledge. Yeah. That's called common knowledge.
Or just a viewpoint.
Just a viewpoint that instant food is not as good as the real thing, but is it? And instant food doesn't taste as good as the real thing, or does it? So let's get to the bottom of that
Seems
today.
Like the same question twice, but I'm okay. I'd like to ask that question. Can we find out the difference between, do we know the difference between real and instant food? I don't know. Let's play a game called the Instant Food Blind Taste Test, AKA, is it freshly made or did we just add water?
Okay, so as you can see, we can't. We're blindfolded and we're gonna be presented with foods, which could be instant or they could be the real deal. All right, I'm gonna open my mouth. You're gonna deliver something into it. We're gonna tasty. And a count of 3, we're gonna say our guess at the same time. Is it instant or is it real? Are we ready?
All right, round 1. Round 1.
All right, so just tell me to open if I don't like to have my mouth open the whole time.
Okay, open.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. So we got taters.
Mashed potatoes. Wow. Very obviously mashed potatoes.
But
very obviously real.
Are instant potatoes the ones that come out of like the flaky box? Are they actually
You just add
potatoes
water,
at all?
dude.
But they turn back into potatoes?
I know it's like space potatoes.
Our college roommate Tim was big on the boxed potatoes, but I never had the nerve to try them.
Here's what I will say. I don't know if this is going to give you a hint, but I do know that the boxed potatoes are not necessarily bad.
What I just tasted wasn't bad.
It does get close to the final product, and so that makes this a very difficult decision.
So you thought it was pretty good, I didn't you?
Didn't you?
Oh, it's still here. Is that it?
Well, don't know feeling.
Okay, I'm not gonna feel. I just pointed at it. All right, I'm ready to guess because it is gonna be a guess at this point.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Real.
You are both correct.
Boom. Can I look at them?
They look just as real as
Y'all did good on them. What'd you put? Did you put any spices in there?
No need.
Potatoes just good by itself.
Let's do another one.
Round 2.
All right. Give me something to wash down those taters.
Okay, open.
Aim for the tongue, not the back of it. Oh, coffee. That hurt.
Man.
You about severed my goozle with the squirt gun. I need another one.
I need some more. It's cold. I'm waiting, Chase.
All right, ready? Splash back at me.
Oh, it tickles so much. It tickles my tongue.
It does tickle.
Ew. I didn't know my tongue was ticklish.
Wash down all them taters. Woo! There's residual tickleness. Ooh! My tongue is like...
Link's having fun by himself over there. I've never seen a man be carried along by residual tickleness.
Residual tongue tickle is a new thing I've never knew existed.
Residual tongue tickle.
Tongue twickle.
Even regular coffee, there's such a spectrum to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
what you're saying is that was not good coffee? Does that mean it was instant coffee? Or bad regular coffee?
I think that you might be being... Excuse me. Potatoes and coffee did it again. That's not bad coffee. I want to. Oh,
me too, man.
You too.
Coffee and
y'all got some air bubbles in that stuff.
All right, I'm willing.
It wasn't bad coffee.
I'm willing to guess.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Real.
Instant.
Ooh, I went real just to go out on a limb.
It was instant.
Yes, I threw you. It was horrible coffee, man. But I threw you with my mind game.
That's like crystals. You add some water to it.
You just add water, yeah.
And then you like
stir.
Meticulously pour it into a squirt gun.
You stir and then squirt.
All right.
Moving on. Round 3.
All right. Hit me in the mouth with another thing that could be instant.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Hey.
Oh, got it. You got to get.
Uh-huh.
A whole cracker with.
What is it? A cracker and peanut butter.
You should know what this is, bro.
My specialty.
If you get this one wrong, peanut butter lovers.
I don't need no cracker. All I need is the peanut butter.
What's going on over there? Did he touch it?
I just rejected the cracker.
The cracker was real.
For something that I love a lot, I'm having a difficult time liking that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There are peanuts in there.
Made of peanuts.
Yeah, peanuts definitely contributed to that.
But it's naughty peanut butter. It's peanut butter gone bad.
Peanut butter
it's like
covers a large spectrum, though.
It's juvenile delinquent peanut butter. It's like, well, if you were older, I'd put you in the peanut butter prison, but maybe we can turn you back.
Scare you straight. They call that being scared straight. There's a whole show about it. I love it. They send these kids into prison, and they go in there so tough, and then they come out crying.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm going to send my kids to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Instant.
You're both correct.
Oh!
That is some nastiness.
Did you notice that I'm 3 for 3?
I got my mask off. This is awkward.
I'm 3 for 3.
You are 3 for 3. Look at this stuff. How long has it been sitting out? It's right there.
Did
right?
you know that there was instant peanut butter?
I did not know. Powdered peanut butter. What's that made out of?
It doesn't have ingredients. This thing has no ingredients.
It's instant. Once you add water, it becomes ingredients.
I think it's peanut ingredients with the water taken out and probably some of the fat taken out because it says 85% less fat calories than traditional peanut butter.
Okay.
But it's not bad.
Okay, it is bad. Let's move on.
Round 4.
Okay.
Going into round 4. I'm perfect so far.
I'm not happy with y'all trying to ruin one of my favorite foods. Don't ruin it.
Oh. Oh, what is even that?
What is even that?
Hold on.
Open.
Open?
Open your mouth.
What is it?
There you go. Yep.
Oh.
Is that supposed to be a hot dog?
It's egg, man.
Oh, egg.
I thought it was noodle because it was like reaching out.
Can I have
and-
some more? Now that I know it's egg.
Oh yeah.
I like eggs a certain way. Not this way.
I'm waiting, Chase.
This is scrambled.
I mean, it's in the egg family. If there was like a wicked egg stepchild.
Why is all your food's got to be about related to people?
This entered the egg family by marriage. It's like, this is Cindy, your new sister. Well, your half sister.
Well, you know when you go to a
stepsister, not half sister.
You know when you go to a hotel, it is the ultimate test of a continental breakfast buffet. Do they have instant eggs or do they have real eggs? And everything else kind of falls in the line after that.
In that case, I'm saying 3, 2, 1, real.
Fake, dude.
These are instant.
I knew they were horrible, but I just wanted to. I just thought that Mike made a crappy egg. Ew.
They're egg crystals. Over easy. Wow, that's a great name, though.
If I had a stepsister, I wouldn't date her, but I would feed her these eggs.
Good to know.
Let's move on.
Want some egg crystals? Round 5! All right. I'm building up quite the record here for instant versus realness.
I thought they were trying to trick me, but.
Ready?
Uh-oh.
I can smell this one.
Uh-oh what?
Here you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, spicy. Can I have more?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Noodle. Ramen, huh? Ramen?
Oh, that's good. That is good.
Spicy?
Can I get more?
Yeah, sure.
I just want a little noodle just to get it. Just give me a little noodle because I'm trying to decipher some things.
Chase is not here to be your food slave, man. Just eat a little bit. I was like, how much have you eaten? Give me some more. Can I slurp it? Just give me one little noodle. Just eat it.
You got to use everything to your advantage, man.
If I like go over to your house one night and Chase is over there feeding you, that's inappropriate. That's not your job, Chase.
Sprayer.
Wow, but you did a great job, Chase. You did a great job. That was the best ramen eating experience I've ever had.
When's the last time you had ramen? Because the last time that I really had ramen was when we had that near-death experience camping at Grandfather Mountain.
It's the last time?
Yeah, because I associate it with a near-death experience. We're like huddling together with like 3 other guys in sleeping bags.
I don't think we almost died. We just almost embarrassed ourselves. It was just very, very cold.
Right.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Instant.
This is instant.
Yeah. It's exactly what I remember from camping. I'm freezing. It's raining on us. I'm like spooning 3 other guys.
Oh, but look, it's premium. See, I knew something was better about it.
Yeah, we fooled you guys.
It's not from the, it's more like the stuff you get at the restaurant.
But it starts like hardened
instant.
noodles.
Mm-hmm.
But
that is good though.
Good instant. Shin black is the way to be.
Round 6. Okay, so I've gotten 4 right, you've gotten 3 right. This is what's at stake, Link. The loser has to eat every ingredient that we've eaten so far in a smoothie. So either you're gonna be the only one to be doing that, or if you get this last round right and I get it wrong, we'll both be eating the smoothie.
Oh gosh. All right, bring it in to my mouth.
Oh.
What,
Is that milk?
Sorry. No.
Oh.
No.
What is this?
It's milk, man.
Milk.
More?
You talking about like baby formula?
Okay. We need a signal, Chase.
Okay.
When I go like this, you stop, okay?
Right.
Is Link over there milking the teat? I mean, there's a lot of squeezing going on. There's a lot of squeezing going on over there.
You know what? First I'm gonna say, and you gotta say something. It's that you can't be so afraid to like give me an advantage that you're not gonna say anything.
No,
so you gotta say something.
What I'm gonna say is I enjoyed that.
Did you like it?
I did.
Did you like the process or did you like the taste?
Both. Me and Chase are working something out that every time I need a drink, at least while I'm here at the office, you don't have to come to my house. But anytime I'm thirsty here, I would like you to spray it into my mouth.
I will say, because I'm just focusing on the taste of the liquid, I'm not gonna make this weird for Lizzie. Okay. It was good.
Yeah.
It was mild tasting.
If it's real, I think it's a skim, probably, or maybe 0.5%. And if it's instant, I'm not familiar with instant. Look, I've never had it. Maybe I have, I don't know. Maybe I just had it.
You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Real.
Instant. It didn't have a gaminess that, wild cows have. I don't know. What was it? What is it?
It was real skim milk.
Oh wow! I got the percentage of fat down. I was all over it.
So you win fair and square, but it wasn't milky at all. So that's what threw me. And I had to,
But you guys are playing tricks. You're getting the premium ramen, and you're getting the skim milk. It's smart.
All right.
You can't fool me. Well, you did once.
Let us know what your favorite instant thing is to eat in the comments. Thanks for liking and subscribing and sharing this video with your loved ones.
But don't eat in the comments.
You know what time it is.
Hi, I'm Oliver. And I'm Zoe. And we're from Buffalo, New York. And it's time to spin the wheel of mythicality. Meat Mountain Edition.
If you want your beard to grow long, luscious, and strong to protect your face from the elements this winter, get Rhett's Beastly but Balanced Beard Oil. Only available at redlane.com/store.
Open it, let me smell it. Click through to Good Mythical More.
Smell like the woods.
I'm gonna take everything that we tasted, mix it up, and drink it.
Angrily compliment each other.
You're a great person!
You tried so hard at that game. I wish you had won.
I know you don't really believe that, but you're awesome at covering up your true feelings.
It's so cool that you made a decision to wear that shirt. This day of the movie is so thoughtful. How do you do this kind of thing? It's like a coincidence, but not. Darn.
It stinks. Something stinks coming out of here. I smell like beard oil and stinky. Did you do a stinky?
Organic or not organic?
That is the question.
Let's talk about that.
Good mythical morning.
Organic food is becoming more and more popular as more and more people ask questions about what is in my food. Are there antibiotics in there? Growth hormones?
Pesticides,
all kinds of stuff.
But here's the question. Can we tell if it tastes different? Does it look different? What do our taste buds and our visual experience dictate? It's time to play. Don't panic, but this food may or may not be organic.
First up, strawberries.
And here they are, the two strawberry groups, each in their own ramekin.
Now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna taste these and we're going to put which we think is the organic. We're going to put our organic flag in that one. And then at the end, whoever loses is gonna have to drink a shake of all the ingredients that we taste throughout this.
Now I do not see any pesticides like emanating off of one ramekin or the other, and
There's a definite difference in these though. I mean, I'm just gonna say right off the bat, if I had to pick which one was organic, I would say the one in front of me because...
Well, this one's smaller and this one's wider.
I don't know. But you see how nice that looks right there? You know, they do stuff to strawberries to make them look good if they're not organic. So I would expect the ones that are not organic to look better, and I feel like that looks better. But which one tastes better?
That's good.
That's a doozy strawberry.
That's a doozy of a strawberry.
Whoa.
Ooh, those pesticides really come through. Not at all. Tastes exactly the same to me.
There's a wildly different taste. It's like it's a different fruit. It's not even a strawberry.
Are you kidding me?
No.
The one on the right doesn't taste like a strawberry?
One of them tastes like it has nutrients packed more tightly
This
than
one
the
is
other.
not as sweet as this one to me. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm not going to give away anything at this point.
No, I'm just saying, which one do you think is more sweet?
Well, that might give you an answer. One of them feels like
fine.
it has...
I'll vote. And then, no, I meant to vote for
Oh, come on. You waited, man.
I thought I was voting for the non-organic.
Okay, so we both put our organic flags in this one.
Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
You're both correct.
Yeah. Next up, beef.
No hormones, how does a cow not have hormones?
No added hormones.
Okay,
man.
good. Cows gotta have hormones too.
And then it's grass-fed, so it's not like in a feedlot somewhere. It's out and about.
Let's both eat off of the same one at the same time.
Eat off of the same one. Did you guys season these? It doesn't look like there's any salt and pepper on it. It's like, no marinade, we just cook the cow.
Yeah, it's unadulterated.
Here we go. Ready?
Tastes good.
You taste the hormones?
I taste a little puberty.
Oh, gosh.
What's the taste of puberty? Put that on your label.
Don't. I think you misunderstand the whole hormone thing. Hold on. You just took a teeny bite.
I don't eat a big bite. You know how long it takes me to chew. And then going in for this one.
There's knowledge in chewing. This one's a lot better.
Well, I think it's a fattier cut.
I don't know which one's what. That one's a lot better meat.
This one's a lot better. Organic. Doesn't taste as good to me.
Oh, so what are you trying to say?
Organic doesn't taste as good to me. Oh, you're with me then.
I just figured that this is a fattier cow, which means it probably has a diet that's actually not right for it, but that actually makes it taste better.
Yeah.
No moral judgments at this point. I'm just saying I think this is organic.
Guys, you're both wrong.
Next up, enchiladas.
Definitely, it's some massive differences between these. There's one big enchilada instead of two
little enchiladas and more of like a refried
But that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, they're two different brands.
I can tell you one thing. I want to eat it.
I taste some of this one at the same time too.
It smells like an enchilada. I like it.
That's good.
I want more of it.
Get a little bit of the rice, a little bit of the bean.
I kind of just forgot what we were doing. I'm just eating.
Yeah,
You know, yeah, I like all that.
Whenever we're not eating testicles on this show, we tend to just get lost in the pleasure of it. All right, and then we're going for the other.
Oh, there's a different consistency here.
It doesn't taste as good, but I don't know. I'm immediately gonna say
spicy though.
This is organic, and the reason why is because not only does it taste better, it looks better, it just looks more expensive, and I think
Will we get stumped by the internet's strangest mystery objects?
let's talk about that.
good, Mythical Summer?
The world's full of a befuddling amount of stuff in it. Stuff to play with, stuff to clean with, stuff that fixes other stuff.
And a lot of stuff has obvious uses, like spoons, which are good for cereal, ice cream, and when I'm feeling frisky, cottage cheese.
But some stuff isn't obvious at all, at least not upon first look. And from that seed, a beautiful game is born. It's time for What's the Use? Please welcome Jordan, Andrew, and Angela to the set. None of them are as comfortable as Link is right now.
Where's Link? Where is Link? Can you find him?
Where'd he go?
Oh no!
Oh no, Link's just ahead. This is a Halloween episode.
I'm playing Mecha Chameleon over here.
Oh, you just couldn't get enough.
No, man, it's good Mythical Summer. I had to wear my cozy fit at least once. I didn't know it was gonna match the chair perfectly.
I'm glad that it does.
All right, under this red velvet mystery cloak is an item that each of you must convince us what it is. But only one of you actually has the right answer.
Yes, and what we're going to be doing is wagering 1,000 of our confidence tokens, up to 1,000. We've got a total of 1,000 for this entire game. And we are trying to guess which one of you is actually telling us the truth.
It's that
Jordan?
easy, guys.
Yeah.
For us, I'm giving you guys a hard time because last time you made it too easy on us. So we're bringing in Angela, who is a known pathological liar.
I've been practicing my lying. I've been practicing lying since the last time. Listen to this. I'm having a bad time and I hate being here.
Oh, yeah, okay. That was very convincing.
All right, get up there and let's see what this thing is.
This, of course, or I should say these, are trail markers for night hikes. So if you're on a night hike, you swing this guy around the tree. You'll notice it's weighted differently, so it'll wrap around the tree, or log, I guess. And they light up, but it's fire resistant, so it won't, cause a forest fire when it heats up. So this is perfect. Bring a couple of these on your night hike, and you make a little trail for yourself.
Trail markers for night hiking. Okay. Thank you, Jordan.
Andrew?
Okay.
This is good.
These are clearly poi toys. These are weighted, as he said. That's the only truthful thing he did say. And they do light up as well. But these are for rhythmic dancing. They're originally from the Maori people of New Zealand. And you use them to do really exciting, fun dances. And it creates like a rhythmic, hypnotic effect.
Poi toys?
Poi, yeah.
Kind of like a boy toy, but...
You can't ask questions.
I'm just talking. I'm just shooting the breeze.
You are asking questions in the process.
They said I can't say anything, sorry.
Right? Uh-huh. Poi toy. Angela.
Speaking of poi toy, these are pool toys. Okay? What are you doing with these in the pool, you ask? You're not asking. No questions. What these are you throw these in the pool, they're weighted, okay? This one goes to the bottom, and this is kind of like in the water, right? And they light up, and you're underwater, and kids find it, pull it, and bring it up to the surface. Pool toys.
Pool toy, boy toy,
poi toy,
or whatever Jordan said that I can no longer remember.
Can they all be wrong?
Definitely. When we're in charge of our kids, crazy things happen.
This is Mr. Beardo from Chillicothe, Ohio. Let's talk about that.
Good mythical morning.
This episode is brought to you by Aura Brush. 90% of bad breath comes from a dirty tongue, unless you use this.
I have such a squeaky clean tongue. I eat off of it.
That's so clever, Rhett.
Pick them up at aurabrush.com or
CVS
Walmart,
or Walmart.
CVS, Walmart, anywhere. The nearest big store. Actually, just CVS.
Thanks for joining us today. You're a human being.
I hope.
You are special.
Some animals watch this.
You can accomplish things today that up until this point you had not accomplished.
This is motivational.
It's up to you. And we're just here to give you a bright spot to send you in the right direction.
You're like Tony Robbins.
But Tony Robbins, he talks like this. It's like the man has a very powerful voice.
We just want to help. We want to be a part of your routine that helps. Help us help you, people.
So this is like therapeutic now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's therapeutic for our relationship.
Yo, what's good everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far, wonderful night. My day's going pretty good, and I'm here today with a creepy story. You guys seem to like the creepy stories, you guys seem to like the scary ones. I love telling them. They're one of my favorite genres of story in the world, so I will tell them all day, every day, like, if you want to hear them, because they're my favorite. But yeah, this story time, it's one that I hold pretty close to my heart. It's one of my favorites, just because it's actually terrifying. Yeah, I don't know how else to say that other than it's just terrifying. Terrifying for me, at least. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy hearing about it. If you guys do, please leave a like on the video and let's jump into it. So, today's story time, it all starts off back when I was living out in California. The first 2 months I actually lived out in California. This was back when I was 18, so I was an adult, barely. I was very much still getting used to being an adult, and I definitely was still acting like a kid at times and not making the best decisions, and, you know, especially financially. I was spending a lot of money at this time. I remember when I was like 18, I didn't really have a concept of what money was. Like, I just spent money like a fucking idiot back then, and I remember around this time I was being pretty reckless with my spending. And when I moved out to LA, it took a few months before I actually got my apartment, and I've talked about this before, but until I got my apartment, I was renting Airbnbs a lot, which was really dumb looking back, because like that's really, really expensive and not really financially smart to be doing, because Airbnbs are pretty expensive. I probably could have crashed on someone's couch, or, you know, rented like a short-term rental until my lease was ready for my apartment, for the long-term one. But no, I wanted to kind of like ball out and get these Airbnbs, and in doing so, I got quite a few up in the hills that were pretty expensive. And do I regret it? Not really. I mean, honestly, it makes for some good content and great memories. But, you know, would I do it again? Probably not. It wasn't the smartest thing to be doing financially. It's a lot of money, right? Now, when I first got to LA, like I said, I jumped around a lot to Airbnbs. And most Airbnbs at the time out there in LA wouldn't let you rent them for very long. So I probably, no joke, jumped around to like 10 different houses in a 2-month span. Like, very much jumping around a lot. Now, this story time takes place at the second Airbnb I rented in LA, okay? Now, at this point, I was only in LA for about a month. Maybe a little less, I don't know. And I was living with some friends. The B&B I was renting was like a 4 or 5 bedroom house, so I did not want to stay there alone, so I invited all my LA homies to come sleep there. I also had a couple friends from my hometown visiting at the time, so it was a packed house. And it started off great. It started off amazing. I mean, I remember the first like week we were there, you know, it was just like such a nice time, bro. Just like hanging out every night, cooking food, watching movies, listening to music, going to parties together. It was actually like a beautiful, fun time that I look back on very fondly. However, when the second week rolled around, it got a little weird. It got a little bit weird. So one of my friends had to leave and go back to his apartment and not stay with us anymore because he had work. So another friend of mine that lived down in LA came out to stay and kind of take his room. Now we're gonna call this friend Jordan, okay? Jordan was a very interesting individual. Very funny dude, very cool dude. However, he loved eating mushrooms. When I say mushrooms, I don't mean the kind that like people like to put on their pizza sometimes or like their food. You know what kind of mushrooms I'm talking about, all right? We're talking about the kind that makes you see things. The trippy ones. Jordan loved them. Now, pretty much every time I'd hang out with Jordan, he'd be like eating mushrooms. I'm not kidding. Like every time, this dude would be either tripping balls or about to trip balls. And he handled it pretty well for the most part, so I didn't really mind, to be honest. Plus, like, he's a grown man, he's an adult, he can make his own choices, like whatever, right? As long as it didn't affect me, then personally, I didn't really mind very much. However, on this night, the night Jordan came to stay at my Airbnb/house, of course, he showed up tripping balls. He was already deep into a trip. I remember when he got to my house, He straight up walked in, sat down on the couch, and said, I don't know who I am or where I am, and started laughing. And I was like, oh, you're on shrooms. And he goes, how could you tell? And he starts laughing. And I was like, wow, lucky guess. Now, like I said, I didn't really mind, whatever, right? He sits down on the couch, he's doing his thing, he's watching Netflix, doing whatever, right? Now, after this, the rest of the night goes on pretty much as planned. We, like, had dinner. We all went out for a little bit at one point, walked around the area, like the neighborhood, came back to the house, kicked it for a little bit longer. And when we got back to the house, Jordan ate more mushrooms, and he was already tripping balls. I remember looking at him and being like, dude, are you sure you want to do that? He goes, bro, I'll be fine. I've never had a bad trip. You know me. Now, he was right. Up until that point, he had never had a bad trip. However, little did Jordan know, he was about to have a bad trip. So, like 45 to an hour later, I'm in my room, right? At this point, I'm winding down for bed. I'm tired. I'm starting to drift off a little bit. I'm comfy. I'm in my room. You know, covers are over me, lights are off. I'm feeling relaxed, right? Like peak relaxation. When all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's just 3 loud bangs on my bedroom door. And I was like, what the fuck? And it sounded like an urgent knock. Like whoever was knocking needed me right then and there. So I jumped up out of bed instantly, just snapped out of it, woke up, went over to the door, opened it, and I was like, what's up, man? And Jordan's standing there. And he's standing there looking terrified. I mean, absolutely horrified. And I could just tell. I was like, oh, he's having a bad trip. Yep, 100%. And what Jordan said next was not what I expected him to say. He goes, dude, there's a person, like, in, like, the trees across from our house, just staring at us. And I was like, Jordan, what do you mean there's a person in the trees across from our house? He goes, dude, like, you know how, like, across from our house, it's just, like, trees and, like, hill? I was like, yeah. He goes, well, like, right in front of the hill, pretty much on the street, right in front of the trees, there's a man standing there, staring at our house. And I swear he was looking at me right through the bedroom window, just staring at me. Now, I feel kind of bad, but I can't lie. I didn't fully believe Jordan. I believed that he did see that, but I honestly thought it was just a product of the fact he ate a bunch of mushrooms and was tripping absolute balls. So I asked him, I was like, Jordan, maybe this is like your first bad trip, dude. Like, I'm sure you are seeing a man standing there, but like maybe he's not 100% real, you know? And Jordan goes, no, dude, come on, like, fucking come here, follow me. So I follow Jordan down the hallway, into Jordan's room, to the window where he said he saw the man, and I look directly to where those trees are across the street, and guess what? There's absolutely nobody there. Nobody's standing there. There's no man. No one's staring at the house like Jordan said. No one's there. And I look at Jordan, and I was like, do you still see him? And Jordan puts his hands on his head and just looks defeated and goes, Austin, bro, I swear, there was a man there. And I was like, so you don't see him anymore? He goes, no, dude, like, he's gone. He walked away or something. Now, this confused me, because, you know, if Jordan was tripping balls and it was just a part of his trip, I would assume that he would still see the dude there, and I wouldn't. However, no one was there, and I was a little bit conflicted. But I'm not gonna lie, most of me was still leaning towards, okay, Jordan's just tripping. Now, we stood there and talked about it for a little bit, and about 5 minutes later, another friend of ours walked in. He's like, what are you guys doing in here? And I explained it. I was like, Jordan says he saw a man, like, standing across the street, staring at our house. Now he's claiming he's gone. I don't know. And my friend looks at Jordan and goes, Jordan, do you know how many mushrooms you ate tonight? And Jordan's like, a lot. And my homie's like, yeah, a lot. Anything you see for the next probably 10 hours, I wouldn't trust. And Jordan and him start laughing their ass off about it. And it seemed like, you know, spirits were high again and things weren't as creepy and Jordan wasn't as scared. So I was like, all right, I'm going back to bed. If you see anything else, come get me. And Jordan's like, all right, man. So I go back to bed, right? Now the rest of that night, Jordan did not come to get me. No one came to get me. I slept through the night very peacefully. I woke up the next morning, went downstairs. All my friends were at the table having breakfast already, and Jordan was surprisingly awake, which kind of surprised me because I went to bed before him and I woke up after him. So I must have just been a real heavy sleeper that morning. Anyway, I sit down and I look at Jordan because now he was no longer tripping. And I was like, hey, dude. He's like, what's up, man? Good morning. I was like, good morning. You have a good rest of your night? He's like, yeah, pretty good. I was like, did you see any more people standing across the street being creepy? He goes, nah, man. And honestly, I'm sorry about that. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, that shit wasn't real. I was tripping balls, man. There's no way that was real. I was just seeing things. Last night was probably the most I ate in a long time, if not ever. And I'm not surprised I was seeing creepy things. Like, it won't happen again, bro. I'm sorry. I was like, dude, it's fine. It's not like you, like, did anything bad. Like, I'd freak out, too, if I saw that. He's like, yeah, but I don't know. I just feel bad, man. Like, I probably woke you up. I was like, nah, you didn't wake me up, man. I'm good. He goes, all right, well, it won't happen again. I'm like, all good, man. Now, the rest of that day was fine. Completely normal. Until that night. So about midnight rolls around, right? 12 a.m. Everyone's in the living room watching a movie. They were all watching Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I don't know why. For some reason, everybody just wanted to rewatch it. And I can't lie, I don't know like why. I just got really tired very early. Way earlier than I typically would. Like usually I'd be going to sleep at like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. But for some reason at 12 a.m. I was very tired. And I don't know, I think I was getting sick or something. I'm not sure. So I went upstairs to lay down. And I remember getting in my bed, getting all comfortable again, throwing on the TV. You know, I got nice and relaxed, right? And of course, like 10 minutes later, right, when I'm starting to drift off, I get a text message on my phone, and I look at it, and it's just some like spam text, like some ad or some like random person that had my number, and it woke me up, but it made me realize something. Oh shit, my phone's on 1%. I should probably charge it while I sleep. Only problem was, my charger was not in my bedroom anymore. Earlier that day, I was in Jordan's room, and I brought my charger in there to talk to him while I was on my phone, and I forgot it in there, and now I needed it. So I had to get up out of bed, walk across the hall, go into Jordan's room. I then went into Jordan's room, went over to the outlet where the charger was plugged in, and this charger was plugged in by the window that Jordan had me look out the night before. And I remember just kind of like quickly, you know, glancing out the window while I was unplugging the charger, and I saw something that nobody could prepare me for. Nobody. And nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for this, man. I glanced out the window real quick, and I swear, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man standing across the street in front of the trees, right across the street from our house, just staring at it, right? And I remember I immediately locked my full attention onto it, and I looked, and I saw what I saw. Like, there was a figure of a man standing there across the street, and the street wasn't very wide, you know, so across the street was pretty close, you know, he was right there. And I remember literally saying out loud, nah, this isn't real. And I covered both my eyes with my hands for 5 seconds, and then I uncovered them and looked out the window again, and he was still standing there. And I was like, no, like one of my friends has to be messing with me, no way. So I ran downstairs, right? And in the living room, there's all of my friends. Not a single one is missing. You know, I thought maybe one of them went outside to fuck with me or something. No, dude, they're all sitting there. And they're looking at me, and they can see that I look kind of like, you know, terrified. Also, keep in mind, I'm in my underwear and a t-shirt, and I would never go downstairs like that. You know, they could definitely tell something's wrong, right? And one of my homies is like, dude, Austin, are you okay? And I was like, bro, Jordan. He's like, yeah. I was like, I was just in your room getting my charger. I looked out the window. There's a man across the street standing there. Like, same spot that you claimed he was yesterday. Bro, it's real. Like, he's there right now. And I mean, instantly, everyone jumps off the couch. Everybody. And runs over to the front window of the home where you can see across the street. And out the window across the street, he was still there. I really thought he'd be gone again or something. And like, you know, I would look absolutely crazy. But no, dude, he was still there. And everybody, I mean everyone, they were all like, what the fuck? Yo, what is that? What the fuck? And Jordan has a bright idea. And by bright idea, I mean not so bright idea. He goes, I'm gonna go talk to him. And he starts opening the front door. And I was like, no, Jordan. And I close it. I was like, what are you doing? What the fuck do you think you're doing? He's like, bro, let me go do this. I was like, no. Why would you do that? Like, in what world is that a good idea? And everyone, by the way, is in agreement. It's like, everyone is like, dude, what are you doing, Jordan? Are you fucking crazy? And Jordan's like, dude, just back me up. And he opens the door again. And I go to try and close it. And he like kind of like pushes me away. And he goes out there and starts walking towards the dude. So we all follow. Because obviously we're not letting Jordan approach a random man standing across the street very ominously, you know, by himself. So we followed as a big group. And I can't lie, I was obviously kind of shitting my pants a little bit. I was like, dude, this is not good. Even though we had numbers and there was a lot of us and only one of that guy, I did not like this. This was not it. You know, we should have just stayed our ass inside, called the cops, and let them deal with it. But no, Jordan wanted to talk to the dude. Probably because he was on shrooms again. I don't know. If I had to guess, that's what it was. But yeah, he goes up to him, and we get close enough to where we can kind of like see his face, and Jordan gets about like 4 feet from the guy, right? Stands right in front of him, and goes, hey man, you okay? And I shit you not, the guy looks at all of us, like he like moves his head towards all of us. He then turns around and runs. I mean sprints, like track star runs in the opposite direction, up the hill, just into the trees, up the hill. And I literally felt like I was in a fucking Jordan Peele movie for a second, bro. I was like, what the fuck was that? Even the way the dude ran was like fucking horrifying. Like, just his run was terrifying. And I remember immediately we all just ran back in the house. Literally, it scared the shit out of all of us so bad. We ran back in the house. And Jordan looked at me and he's like, dude, that was fucking weird, man. That was weird. And I looked to my right, and one of my homies is on his phone. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm calling the fucking cops, man. Like, we're not living with that. Absolutely not, bro. 2 nights in a row? Nah. Now, this was something I think we should have did off rip. I don't think we should have tried to approach the guy, obviously. I think we should have called the police to begin with, but it was too late for that. We already, approached the guy and he ran away. Anyway, my homie calls the cops, right? And he walks off, like, into the other room to, like, talk to them. And he's in that room for, like, 5-10 minutes on the phone with them. And he comes out, like, 10 minutes later, right? And he goes, yeah, so they're not coming. I was like, what? He goes, they're not coming. I was like, bro, it's the police. What do you mean they're not coming? He goes, they're not going to show up. I was like, but why? How? Like, how does that work? Because, dude, all right, before this, when I lived in New York, right, I was in a small town. The police would show up for every single call. I hadn't lived in LA yet, and LA, notoriously, like, everyone there that lives there has, like, the same kind of story. If your emergency isn't really an emergency, like if you're not actively in harm's way or there's like a serious situation, sometimes they just don't pull up. Like, you'll just have to talk to them on the phone about it and, assess the risk. Pretty wild to me. I can't lie. But anyway, my homie tells me they're not coming. And I was like, okay, well, now what? Because I'm scared shitless, dude. Like, 2 nights in a row, a creepy man is standing across the street staring at our home. Just dead still, staring at our home. And then when we tried to approach him, he ran away in the creepiest way possible up a mountain into the trees. Like, what the fuck do I even do with that? That's terrifying. So I thought of the next best thing. I ended up going in the other room, and I called the Airbnb host. Keep in mind, it's the middle of the night. So it just rang and it rang and it rang, and he didn't answer. And I tried texting him, didn't answer. And I was like, man, fuck. So I felt pretty kind of, screwed at this point. So what we did is we just locked all the doors, closed all the windows, made sure, there was no points of entry, and we just stayed up the whole night. We didn't sleep. We were all way too terrified. We were way too scared, way too freaked out that we'd all go to sleep and that guy would like break in the house or something. It was just like terrifying, right? So pretty much the entire night, nobody slept. I think at one point, one of my friends fell asleep for like an hour, but for the most part, everyone stayed up. And that whole night, I had my eyes glued across the street. I mean, every like 10 minutes, I was going upstairs, peeking through the blinds, looking across the street to see if that guy was back, and he wasn't. And yeah, literally just kept going up there and checking. And luckily for the rest of that night, the man did not come back. So that's good. Now the next morning rolls around. At this point, it's like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. I pulled an all-nighter. And I thought, okay, let me try calling the Airbnb host again. And I remember picking up the phone and dialing the number and just hoping that the host would answer and offer us like a refund on the Airbnb and let us cancel it. Because if he didn't, I would be so cooked. I had like 2 more weeks at this house, and it was thousands of dollars. And I did not want to stay somewhere where there was a risk of a creepy ass dude standing across the street staring at the house. I didn't want to deal with that. I was just not trying to deal with that. So yeah, I picked up the phone, I dialed the Airbnb host, I hoped he would answer, and he did. He answered. And he was like, hey, like, good morning, I just saw your calls and your message, like, how's everything going? And I was like, yeah, not so good. And the host was like, what's up? And I was like, so there's a guy, I'm not kidding, 2 nights in a row, that has stood across the street, right by the trees, and just stared at the house. And last night, we tried to approach him and, talk to him and see what was going on, because, we were concerned. And he turned around and ran up the mountain into the trees. And we just don't want to stay in a house where that's happening. And the Airbnb host thought I was joking at first. He's like, what is this, some kind of like early Halloween prank? I was like, no, not at all. This is not anything to do with that. And he's like, you're serious? And I was like 120% serious. He goes, all right, hold on, I'm going to come over. I want to come over and check the area out. And I was like, okay, don't know what you're going to find, but be my guest. And like 10 minutes later, the host pulls up, right? He gets out of his car. He had a nice-ass G-Wagon. I remember that. He had a fucking sick-ass car. Not surprised, because the house he was renting out to us was also very nice. He gets out of his G-Wagon, walks in. He talks to us about the situation. All of my friends tell him the same story. And I think that made him believe us a little more, because at first when I told the story, he was convinced that I was like messing with him. But after everybody at the house relayed the same story to him, he believed us a lot more, I could tell. So after we all told him the story, he turns around, he walks out of the house, and he goes across the street to where the man was standing, right? He starts doing a little investigating, starts looking around, and then he starts walking up the mountain into the trees where the guy ran, and we follow him. And we get probably about, 15, 20 feet up there, and we end up finding like a campsite. There's a tent, a like clothing line to hang clothes, some like random stuff there, and it kind of confirmed that this man at the bottom of the hill that was staring at our home probably lived there, right? And the Airbnb host just gives no fucks. He goes up to the tent and he unzips it. And thankfully the dude wasn't in there. Because if the dude was in there, he might have jumped out and attacked us or something. I don't know. But he wasn't in there. And the host goes, okay, I think you're dealing with a homeless man. And we're like, all right. So he gets on the phone and he calls the police. If you guys guess what happened? Nothing. Nothing at all. The police didn't come out. They basically told the Airbnb host they'd like look into it, but they didn't pull up. And I remember like 30 minutes later back at the house, the Airbnb host like just knew that, you know, it probably wouldn't be fixed that day and that the guy probably wouldn't be removed from the area that day. So he ended up just being like, all right, you know what? If you guys want to leave, I'll give you your money back. And I was like, really? He goes, sure, if that's what you want to do. And I wanted to do that, bro. I was not taking my chances of that guy coming back down that hill and staring at our house silently. Like, I don't know, man. I didn't know what his intentions were. I didn't trust it. I didn't want him to, like, break into our house or something. I don't know what his intentions were. And I'm not taking the risk of finding out. So, yeah, we got our money back, and the host let us leave. And we went and got a different Airbnb in a much different area. Even though that area was very nice, we didn't want to be in the same area anywhere near, you know, that guy. And we went somewhere else. And luckily, that following Airbnb was a much nicer, better experience. But yeah, I don't know what happened after that to the dude, the guy that was like camping out in the hills and, you know, staring at the house. I don't know what happened to him. If I had to guess, the police maybe eventually pulled up and told him to move somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe they never did and he's still there staring at that house to this day, creeping out all the guests. I have no clue. But to this day, one of the creepiest things I've ever seen, man. Fucking freaked me out. But yeah, guys, that's it. In the end, got creeped the fuck out, got refunded, relocated somewhere else, and we all lived happily ever after. But yeah, guys, that's the story. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times and comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See y'all later. Peace.
Everybody fake, everybody want a name. Come and catch me in the dark with the clock next to the blade. I don't wanna talk, I just wanna feel numb. Ashes in the sink, another life.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. My day's going pretty good. I woke up, you know, at like noon, 12 p.m.-ish. Sleep schedule's kind of cooked, but not that cooked, so that's good. And, you know, my day's been going pretty good. Just been chilling. Just took a bath. Yeah, I'm a grown man. I'm an unk, and I'm literally taking baths, bro. Like, just make fun of me in the comments for that. But yeah, you know, day's going good. Been a chill day. Been a relaxing day. Hasn't been bad. Now, when I sat down to make my video today, I had something else entirely planned, like a different story than this one. But as I was thinking, and I was like, should I tell that story? I thought about another story. One that I haven't told yet, one that I know for sure a lot of you guys will really like. So I thought, fuck that one video I was going to tell today. I'm doing this one today. I'll do the other one tomorrow, because that one's still good. But today's story, it's a good one. So, strap in. So today's story time all takes place back when I was 19 years old, many, many years ago. Actually, it wasn't that many, all right? I'm acting like it was like 40 years ago. It wasn't that many years ago. I'm not that old, but it was still pretty long ago. Now, around this time, I had recently officially moved to LA. I had kind of been bouncing back and forth for a few months, getting Airbnbs and stuff, but I had officially moved into like my actual apartment at this point. And, you know, life was going pretty good. And, you know, I really couldn't complain. You know, life was going great. Now, one night, I'm in my apartment, right? 19 years old, I'm in LA, it's like 2 in the morning, I'm in my apartment, doing nothing. I was actually laying in bed, scrolling Twitter, right? Just doing absolutely nothing, just doom scrolling. And as I'm doom scrolling, I get this DM on Twitter. I used to have my DMs open. I think they're still open, actually, I'm not sure. But I used to have them open, and I used to try and read as many as I could every day. And while I was in bed, you know, like middle of the night, LA, I get this DM. And it's from this account. And I'm not going to say the actual account name because it might still exist. But for the sake of the story, we'll give him a fake name. We'll call him Matthew, okay? Matthew and then some last name DMs me on Twitter, right? And I look at the DM, and it says, yo, dude, you live in LA, question mark. Now, I didn't respond to this because I just didn't feel like it'd be appropriate to respond to it. Even though LA is a big city, a very big city, I didn't really feel like responding and confirming where I lived to some random person. But then he DM'd me again, like 5 minutes later. And I shit you not, he says, do you live in these apartments? And it's a Google screenshot of my apartment complex, the exact one I was living in at the time. And immediately I kind of shit myself. I was like, what the fuck? How does this guy know exactly where I live? Like, I'm always very careful about where I post and, you know, like what I post. And, you know, I've always been cautious to not give away any kind of personal information about where I'm living at the time. And like you guys know, you've seen the stories on this channel. I'm not trying to get swatted again. So yeah, I'm usually pretty cautious about this stuff. So when I saw that he had my address, I was very concerned. Like, I was very nervous. But obviously, I didn't respond to his DM. Last thing I'm gonna do is reply and be like, yeah, man, that's my apartment. Or reply and be like, no, it's not my apartment. Because I just don't want to reply to that. I'm not gonna give it any kind of attention. If someone tries to like scare me or send me any personal information about myself, I always ignore it. So I did. I ignored it. I was like, fuck that. Well, about 5 minutes later, he DMs me again. He sends me another DM with just a question mark. And I ignored that DM. And then he sends me another DM like 5 minutes later and he goes, don't ignore me, Austin. And I was like, this guy's kind of like creepy. So what I ended up doing is I went to the DM and I reported it for spam. I don't know if it still works like this, but back in the day on Twitter, if you reported a DM for spam, it would make it so that person couldn't DM you anymore. It wasn't like blocking them, it just blocked them from DMing you. So I did that. And now my DMs were clear, he wasn't DMing me anymore, I was safe. So I thought. Because 5-10 minutes later, he tweets at me. He tweets at me out of nowhere and he tweets, yo dude, really? You're gonna block a huge fan? Fuck you, bro. Now I felt bad now, right? I felt kind of bad. I didn't realize he was a supporter like that. You know, I thought maybe he was just some like spooky, you know, internet hacker type guy trying to scare me or something. I didn't know. So I ended up opening my DMs up again to him by DMing him first. I DM'd him and I was like, listen, man, I'm sorry. My goal was not to upset you with blocking your DM. I only did that because you were messaging me like an address and I found it kind of creepy. So I just blocked you for spam. And he was like, oh, well, my bad, man. Like, is it your actual address? And I responded and I lied to him. I said no. Because last thing I'm going to do is confirm it, right? I just said no. And then I told him, even though it's not my address, even though it was, it's kind of weird to DM somebody and just be like, hey, man, do you live here? Like, it's creepy. And he understood. He replied and he was like, my bad, man. That was not what I was trying to do. Like, I was actually concerned because I thought that maybe your address had gotten leaked. So I replied and I was like, why do you say that? Like, where did you find this address? And he goes, on the internet. And I was like, okay, where? And he goes, let me look. And like 20 minutes goes by, and then he DMs me again. And he's like, hey man, couldn't find it. Maybe the page got taken down. I found it online somewhere though. So if I had to guess, right, either he was lying and he found it some other way, or he really did find it on the internet somewhere and that page really did get taken down. I don't know. I still don't know the truth to this day. Anyway, I responded and I was like, all right, man, well, thanks for looking. If you find any kind of pages with an address on it, let me know. He goes, yeah, man, I will. And after this, we just stopped talking. He didn't DM me again. I didn't DM him again. I thought that'd be the end of it. Now, after this, fast forward a couple days. Life's going good. At this point, I'd completely forgotten about that interaction. And honestly, I didn't think much of it. I just went about my life and things were good. Well, I'm sitting in my room, right? And I start getting a little bit hungry, right? I'm getting a little bit, hungry, kind of, feeling a little bit, cranky from being hungry. So I'm like, let me order some food. So I do as I always do. I opened up Postmates and I ordered Taco Bell. And I was loving life at that moment because I had Taco Bell on the way. I was excited. And I ended up just queuing a game of CS, playing some CS while I waited for the Taco Bell. And about 30 minutes later, it pulled up to my door. My driver was waiting outside. I went down my elevator, went to the main entrance of my apartment, opened up the main entrance, and I walked outside, greeted the delivery driver, and started grabbing my Taco Bell, right? Now, after I grabbed the Taco Bell, I thanked the driver. I tipped him as well. I actually brought cash down with me because I had some leftover cash, and I tipped him in person, which I don't usually do. I usually tip through the app, but I said fuck it, and I gave him cash up front. And he thanked me, I thanked him, and we went our separate ways, right? And as I'm walking back to the main entrance of my apartment, to the door, to go inside, I hear a voice from behind me go, hey. And I turn around because I didn't know if they were talking to me or somebody else. And I see this man standing there, this guy. And he looks like a young dude, probably the same age as me, like maybe 19 or 20. And he looks familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on where I've seen him before. So I wave at him. I was like, what's up, man? He goes, quick question, is your name Luna? Now this caught me off guard because this didn't happen that much back then, and it still doesn't happen that much because I don't show my face on YouTube a whole lot and I'm not that active on Instagram, so a lot of people don't know what I look like, or maybe they don't know whatever current version of me looks like. I do tend to change my appearance a lot. Sometimes I have long hair, sometimes I have short hair, sometimes I have pink hair, sometimes I have blonde hair. Like, y'all get it. I change my appearance a lot. So I don't get recognized out in public a whole lot. So when it does happen, it's usually a pretty special kind of fun thing, right? So when he said this, I was pretty amped up. I was pretty excited. I thought it was cool that he recognized me. And I was like, yeah, man, that's me. And he comes over and he daps me up and he starts talking to me. And we're just talking. I asked him how long he's been watching my channel. He said about 5 years. I said, thank you so much for the support. It was really cool, right? Now, as we talk, I can't quite put my finger on it, but he seems so familiar. So finally, I said something about it. I was like, dude, I can't put my finger on it, but you look so familiar. Like, have we met before? He goes, nah, man, never. And I was like, are you sure, bro? Like, I have a pretty good memory. Like, I feel like I've met you before. He goes, nah, man, but we have talked before. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, man, like 2 days ago, actually, on DM, on Twitter. And I was like, oh, shit, you're the dude that DM'd me the screenshot of the building. He goes, yeah, so I guess you do live here. And immediately, my whole mood kind of got killed. Because this just went from like a, you know, a chill, wholesome, normal viewer interaction, right? To me questioning everything. Because I was really confused. Like, why was he outside my apartment building? Like, why is this dude here 2 days later? What the fuck? Was he scoping out the building to see if I lived here? And now he knows. That part also killed my mood. He knew I lived there now. Because I'm literally grabbing my food to go back into my apartment, right? And I kind of just chuckled. And I was like, well, I guess you know now. He goes, I knew you lived here. And I was like, bro, not trying to sound like a dick here, but like, why are you here? Why do you just so happen to be walking down my street where my apartment is? Like, are you like scoping out the building or something? And I laughed. And then he awkwardly laughs. He's like, no, man, no. I'm not scoping out the building to see if you live here. Like, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just walking by, man. This is a very popular street in Hollywood. I just want to come check out the area. And I was like, didn't you say you live here though? Like, why are you coming to check out the area if you already live in the area? And he like kind of stumbles over his words a little bit. He starts stuttering and he's like, well, no, I haven't been to this area before. Like, yeah, I live in LA, but like I live like 30 minutes from here. I haven't been to like Hollywood before. And I was like, you've lived in LA how long? He's like, well, since a kid. I was like, you lived here since a kid and you've never been to Hollywood before? He's like, no. Now guys, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't believe him for a second. I think he was full of shit. I think he was lying to me. But I'm not going to call him out on it because I didn't know for sure. Even though I had a very, very big hunch that he was lying, I just kind of chose to believe him. And I was like, all right, man, well, you have a good night. He goes, can I get a picture with you? I was like, yeah, man, of course. Just make sure you don't show the apartment building. So we turned around, took the picture. I dapped him up. He walked away. I walked inside. That was it, right? I thought, okay, that was kind of weird, but you know what? It's over with now. He's gone. I'm inside. It's fine, right? That's the last I'll ever see of him. So I thought. Because guess what, guys? About, I don't know, 2 hours later, I start getting hungry again. I know, I'm a chud. I start getting hungry again, and I wanted something sweet. I wanted dessert, because I didn't get any dessert at my Taco Bell. And I lived across the street from a Walgreens, where they had, like, candy and shit. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go grab some candy. So yeah, like 2 hours after I ate, and after that weird interaction with that dude, that Matthew dude, I go down the elevator to my apartment doors, I leave, I go outside, and I walk to Walgreens. And I go inside, I grab a bunch of candy, I buy the candy, they put it in a bag for me. I'm then walking back to my apartment, to the front door, the main entrance, with my candy. And all of a sudden, I see none other than Matthew, aka that dude, the viewer, the one that I met outside of my apartment earlier, and he's outside the main doors again. And he's just standing there. And he doesn't know I see him. And he doesn't know that I'm like outside and I'm like looking at him, right? And I'm just watching him. And he takes out his phone and I see him like taking a video pointed up at my balcony of my apartment. So I run up to him and I was like, yo, what are you doing? And he stops the video and he's like, oh, what's up, man? What are you doing out here? And I was like, you know what I'm doing out here, bro. I live here. I was grabbing some groceries, some candy. What are you doing out here? Like, why are you still in the area? And at this point, I was kind of mad because it's like, dude, now he can't lie to me. Like, he's not still just strolling around. It's been 2 hours, man. Like, you can't just walk up and down the same street for 2 hours without looking pretty creepy. So I was like, dude, what are you doing? And he's like, all right, man, like, my bad. And I was like, seriously, bro, what are you doing? Like, you were just taking a video of my balcony. What the fuck was that? And he was like, oh, like, I didn't know that was your balcony, bro. I was just taking a video of the building, like, for my friend. And I was like, for your friend, why? He goes, because he also likes your videos. I was like, bro, if you were me, and you lived in an apartment building and had millions of followers, and someone found your address, would you want that person to start sending it to other people that they know? And he's like, nah, man, I wouldn't. And I was like, so please, bro, do me a favor and don't send your friends Snapchats of my apartment. Like, I'd really appreciate it. And he was like, I'm sorry, bro, I'm so sorry. And he like puts out his hand to dap me up, and like, I really did not want to fucking dap him up. But me being nice, I did, and I forgave him, and I was like, bro, just please, in the future, stay away from here, man. I'm not trying to sound like a dick to you. I appreciate you watching my videos. I really do. But, like, that doesn't give you the right to camp outside of my apartment building and take videos. And he's like, well, I wasn't camping. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying you're actually camping. I don't see a fucking tent. But it's like, dude, you're sitting out here for hours, man. And I'm not trying to be a dick to you. I'm really not. And he's like, no, man, I'm sorry. Like, you're right. It's my bad. It's my bad. And he ends up apologizing like 4 different times. And I was like, it's fine. Just please don't do it again. And we end up dapping each other up, and he starts walking away again, and I go inside. And this time, I go up to my apartment, get on my balcony, and I watch, and I make sure he goes all the way down the sidewalk and takes a right and gets off my street. Because, like, I just didn't trust him. I thought he was about to camp out there the whole fucking night. Anyway, he finally goes away. I sit down, I eat my Taco Bell, I chill out a little bit, I calm down. After I ate, I felt a lot better, and I thought that'd be the end of my interactions with Matthew, right? Well, about an hour later, mid-CS game, I get a DM on Twitter from guess who? Matthew. And he goes, hey man, I'm really sorry again about earlier. And I respond to him. And I was like, hey man, no problem. Like I said, just please don't do it again. And he says he won't. So I thought, okay, truly that's the end. Well, about a week later, I'm in my room, right? Getting ready. Because I had a party to go to. It was my friend's birthday party. He was having it at a pretty nice place he rented, like an Airbnb. And it was about 40 minutes from where I lived. So pretty far from my apartment. And I remember like calling up an Uber after getting ready, going downstairs, waiting there, chilling. Finally, the Uber pulls up. I go outside the main entrance of my apartment. The Uber's parked to the side of the road. And I go to get in the Uber, right? I open the back door. The driver asks for my name. I was like, it's Austin. He goes, all right. I get in. I put my like stuff to the side, like my phone and my water bottle. And we start driving to this address where my friend was having his birthday party. And as soon as we pull off from the side of the street, I see behind us a car pull off at the same time as us. And I remember noticing it because it was a pretty cool looking car. It was a Mustang. It had like black rims and a black like matte finish. It looked very cool. Definitely had some like aftermarket, like rims and finish to it. It looked really cool, right? And I thought, oh, that's a cool car. And it was right behind us, driving behind us, and I didn't think much of it. Until about halfway through the drive, I look out the window again, and that car is still behind us. Guys, it's been 20 minutes. We've taken multiple turns. We are on the highway, and that car is still behind us. And at first I thought, okay, really, really interesting coincidence, like crazy chance that car must be going in the same direction we are. Well, then 10 minutes goes by. We're off the highway at this point, like going down back roads. He's still behind us. And it got to the point where I brought it up to my Uber driver. I was like, hey man, did you notice that like that car behind us has been following us the whole time? He goes, yeah, I actually did notice that. I thought maybe that was one of your friends or something, like following along. I was like, no, man, not one of my friends. And now me and the Uber driver are both like tweaked out about this. So the Uber driver decides to start going off route and start taking like random turns and stuff, just seeing if he could throw this guy off and like see if he's actually following us. And it confirmed it. He was actually following us. Every fucking turn we took, every single one, this car was behind us, this Mustang. At one point, the Uber driver even pulled over, and guess who pulled over with us? The Mustang. And I was like, okay, this guy's fucking following us. So my Uber driver was kind of spooked, and I was kind of spooked, but we didn't really know what to do. Now looking back, I should have just called the police and been like, hey, this car is following us, and like, I don't know who it is. That's what we should have did. But I had the dumb idea of just being like, you know what? Just take me to the party. It's a party with hundreds of people at it. Like if this guy's truly like following me or something, I'll just get lost in the crowd. I'll be fine. And the Uber driver goes, okay, are you sure? And I was like, yeah. So my Uber driver gets back on the route and he takes me to the party. And we get there in about 10, 11 minutes later. We pull up and guess what? As the Uber driver pulls up, this Mustang drives right by us. And I couldn't get a glimpse of who was driving because it had tinted windows, but they drove by and they just kept driving down the street. They didn't pull over or anything. They just kept going. And I thought, damn, like, was he just trying to scare us for the fun, like for the love of the game? Because like now he's not even stopping with us. He's just leaving. I thought that was so weird. He followed us for literally 40 minutes, maybe even longer. And then when we finally pull up to the destination, he drives away. It kind of spooked me. I can't lie. It kind of freaked me out. On one hand, I was relieved because he went away. But on the other hand, I was like, did he just want to find where I was going and he's going to come back or something? Like, is he going to bring more people? Like, what is that? What's this guy's, like, motive? But after sitting there in the Uber for a couple of minutes thinking about it, me and my Uber driver talking, it seemed like that Mustang wasn't coming back. It seemed like he was just gone. He pulled off the road. So I was like, all right, well, I'm going to get out and go enjoy the party. I think we're in the clear. And the Uber driver goes, okay, like, if you need anything, man, call me. And he gave me his personal number. He's like, if you want to ride home later from the party, I'll be driving all night. You can call me personally. I'll come get you. Like, let me know if you need anything. And the dude was really cool. Shout out that Uber driver. Very cool guy. After this, I get out of his car. I go inside the party. I dap up my friend whose birthday it was. And I start just trying to enjoy myself. And within 20 minutes, I do. I start to have a really good time. Things start, feeling better. I was still kind of paranoid about that whole like situation of that car following us, but I kept looking outside and like there was no Mustang parked out there. Whoever it was, it seemed like they just got bored and left me alone. That was nice. At one point, I thought maybe it was an undercover cop, you know what I mean? Because like sometimes undercover police officers will like tail people and, you know, if they like broke a law, they'll like follow them to scare them or something. I thought maybe that was the case, although most undercover police cars that I've seen do not look like a Mustang, so I think I was just coping. I think I was just scared and I wanted to cope. Anyway, about 2 hours goes by, party's going great, I'm having a really fun time, everything's going good. At this point, I think, you know, life's back to normal, everything's great. When all of a sudden, I get a tap on my shoulder in the middle of this party. Someone taps on my shoulder, and I turn around, and I get jump scared by none other than Matthew. I see his face right in front of mine, and he looks at me and he's like, dude, what are you doing here? And I was like, it's my friend's birthday. What are you doing here? Like, do you know him? He goes, no, man, like my friend invited me. I was his +1. And I didn't believe him for a fucking second. I was like, who's your friend? He goes, Sarah. He just said, I'm his +1. And then he says Sarah is the friend's name, which is typically a female name. So I call him out. I was like, is your friend a boy or a girl? Because you just said I'm his +1. Now you're saying their name's Sarah. So is it a boy or a girl? He goes, oh, did I say his? No, I meant her. It's a girl, obviously. And I was like, you don't know your friend's own gender? Like off rip, you say his? He's like, dude, I'm not gonna lie to you, man, and I'm sure you could relate. I'm pretty high right now. Like, my bad, bro, stoner mistake. I'm good though, bro, and like my friend's here, she's somewhere, she's enjoying it, like I'm about to go find her. And I was like, can I meet her? He goes, yeah, if I find her, I'll bring her over. I was like, all right. And he walks away, gets lost in the crowd. And immediately, I go right to my friend, the one who was throwing the party. And I was like, yo, man, is there someone here named Sarah? He goes, I don't know, man. There's a lot of people here. Maybe. Like, no one that I know, though. I was like, bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Some dude that's low-key been, like, kind of creeping me out. Like, he found my address and stuff and, like, showed up in my apartment. He's here right now. And on the way here in the Uber, I was getting followed by a Mustang. And, like, I'm starting to think maybe that was him. And he followed me here. And he's like, nah, bro. No way. Like, you think? And I was like, dude, I don't know. He goes, all right, listen. For the rest of the night, stay with me, bro. Like, stay with my group. Stay here. If we see him again, we'll kick his ass out. And I was like, thank you. And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, just our luck, I see Matthew. He's like in the crowd, smoking with someone, and I point him out to my friend that was throwing the party. And my friend approaches him with me. And my friend looks at him, he goes, hey man. And Matthew's like, what's up? And he goes, who invited you here? And Matthew's like, Sarah. And my friend goes, bro, I don't know anyone named Sarah that can like invite people to my party. Like, this is a +1 party. So, Sarah must be a +1. So, I don't know why +1s are inviting +1s. Like, that's just not how this works. Who's Sarah? Where is she? Bring me to her. And he goes, I don't know, man. I haven't found her. And he goes, you haven't found the friend you came with? You didn't stay with her at this party full of random people? Like, you just split up? He goes, yeah, man, I'm sorry. It's a big party. And I'm not going to lie. Matthew was right. It was a big party, and there was a lot of people. But it's like, dude, if my friend brings me to a party full of random people that I don't know, I'm sticking with my friend. I'm not going to run away alone. So, like, I was very confused. Now, what my homie did next kind of shocked me. So my friend, the one whose birthday it was, ends up standing up on the table, and he screams out, yo, everyone, shut the fuck up for a second. And everyone goes silent. And he goes, is someone here named Sarah? And all of a sudden, this girl raised her hand in the crowd. And she goes, me. And she was the only girl named Sarah there. And he goes, did you bring someone tonight? And she goes, no, I was brought by someone. And he goes, who? And she says the name of someone my friend knows and is good friends with. And then he goes, did either of you bring this dude or know this dude? And he points out Matthew. And she goes, no, never seen him a day in my life. And he points to Matthew. He goes, get the fuck out of my party. And immediately, Matthew runs. I mean, runs. From the living room to the front door, swings that bitch open, and runs out the front door. And I was like, what the fuck? So immediately I go upstairs because upstairs was like a balcony / patio. And I get on the balcony and I watch Matthew run from like the street all the way to the end of the street and then take a right. And then guess what? Like 2 minutes later, I'm still sitting up there, like seeing if I can see him still. And all of a sudden, guess what comes driving down the street in the other direction, riding away? A fucking Mustang. And not just any Mustang, the Mustang. The fucking blacked out, matte black, tinted Mustang, bro. I was like, dude. No fucking way. So that just confirmed everything, bro. That motherfucker followed me to the party. He followed me in that Mustang, and he followed me there, followed the Uber, parked it somewhere like on some other street, and then walked over to the party and just like snuck in. And at this point, I'm scared. Cause like this is like a stalker situation now. This isn't like, oh, like, you know, coincidentally this dude found where I lived and like came to check it out and happened to run into me and like that was it. This is like multiple occurrences now, and it's creepy and I'm scared and I'm worried. So I'm sitting up there, right? And my friend ends up coming upstairs, the one that was throwing the party, and he's like, yo, dude, you feeling better? I was like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, no. Because this just confirmed that motherfucker is stalking me. He goes, dude, like, maybe you should call the police. And I was like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think they're gonna do anything. Like, he hasn't hurt me, he hasn't threatened to hurt me, and everywhere I've seen him is technically public property. Like, I saw him on the sidewalk outside of my apartment. And then my homie interrupts me. He's like, dude, not here. This Airbnb, this house, like, this is private, man. This is my party. That guy wasn't invited. Like, he violated my party, bro. Like, I'll call the police for you. And I was like, bro, do you really want to call the police and crash your own fucking party? Like, come on, man. It's your birthday. He goes, I'll do it for you, though, bro. Like, you're my dog. And I was like, I appreciate it, man, but don't do that. This is your night, bro. You enjoy it. Like I said, I don't think LA cops would do shit anyway. Like, it's fine. And he goes, all right, man. Well, if you change your mind, you let me know. I'll do it. And I really appreciated my homie being such a good friend and like being willing to do that for me. And looking back, I should have done it. But, you know, I just really didn't think LAPD would do shit about it. And I didn't think that, like, you know, it would be worth it. So I just kind of thought, whatever. If the dude shows back up, then we'll call the police or something. But as of now, I'll just kind of like wait and see. And luckily, the rest of the night, the rest of the party, he didn't show up. Not at all. And for the next couple of weeks, things actually went pretty quiet. And I didn't see him, didn't hear from him. It was good. I even checked his Twitter a couple times to see if he, like, I don't know, tweeted about it or like tried to DM me, but he didn't. So I thought, okay, good. And at this point, I thought, maybe I'm good. Maybe I'm in the clear. Maybe he like fucked off and he realized he overstepped, you know, a boundary and he really realized he was in the wrong this time. I didn't know, right? All I knew is that a couple weeks had gone by and nothing had happened, and I was grateful for that. And I remember a couple weeks later, I wake up one day and I was in a pretty good mood because I was actually flying back home. I was flying back to my hometown in New York to see my family, see some of my friends, and just hang out for a couple of weeks. I would do that a lot. I would bounce back and forth between New York and LA a lot because all of my family and friends were kind of still in New York, but I had friends in LA as well, and I lived in LA, so I don't know. They were both my home, kinda. Anyway, yeah, I flew back to New York. Like I said just a little while ago, I woke up and I was in a great mood. I was happy to be traveling back home that day, back to New York, and I got ready. Got my luggage all, you know, situated. I packed very last minute. I packed the day of me leaving. Then I flew back home. The flight was normal, nothing out of the ordinary. It was fine, right? I get to New York, and the first few days being there were nothing out of the ordinary. Just hung out with some family, hung out with some friends. And on the third day of being back, I had plans that night to go to a movie with two of my friends. Then after that, we were all going to a bar together. My friend's dad owned this bar. It was a pretty popular sports bar in my area. And we were celebrating his birthday there. So it was his birthday. And a bunch of our friends were going to be there. And it was going to be really fun, right? I was very excited. So yeah, we saw the movie. After the movie, we went to this bar, my friend's dad's bar, to celebrate his birthday. And a bunch of our other friends met us there. And we had a little bit of a party. It was really fun. There was like catering there and food and like drinks, not alcoholic drinks, because obviously none of us were 21 yet. So, you know, his dad was not about to let us drink at his bar underage. But, you know, there was a bunch of like soda and, you know, like pizza and food and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it was cool, right? Like life was good. It was a good party. Now, towards the end of the party, towards the end of the night, we're in the bar, right? And in front of the bar, like the front of the building, there was a very big window. Very ginormous window, right? You could look right into the bar and like see the street if you were inside the bar. And I remember I was sitting at a table with my friends, eating some pizza, right by that big window. And I remember I was just like staring out the window, kind of daydreaming, watching people walk by on the busy street, just like hanging out, right? And I see this guy walk past the bar who looks oddly familiar, and not in a good way. He looks a lot like that motherfucker, Matthew, that had been stalking me. But here's the thing. I only caught the side of his face, right? And immediately my thought was, that wasn't him. I'm just going crazy. I just have paranoia from, you know, the last couple of weeks. Obviously that motherfucker is not in New York right now. Like, he lives in LA. I'm tripping. I'm fine, right? Well, all of a sudden, I see that motherfucker turn his head and make eye contact with me through the window. And I see his face, like his full face. And I was like, holy fuck, that's him. That's fucking him, dude. And immediately I jump up. And at this point, man, I am fucking furious. And I shouldn't have done this. I really shouldn't have. I should have stayed my ass inside and just called the police. But I went outside and I went up to him. And I should not have done that, because who knows, man? At this point, all these things that have happened, this guy could have a weapon. Like, this guy is definitely not trustworthy. But I went right up to him, face to face, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? And he was like, whoa, like, I was about to say the same thing to you. And I was like, no, don't fucking play stupid. We're done doing that, Matthew, if that's even your real fucking name. Bro, what are you doing here? You are literally 2,000 miles across the country right now, in my fucking middle of nowhere town in New York. Like, you're not visiting here on vacation. You're not here for some random spur-of-the-moment trip. I know why you're here. You are stalking me. And he starts trying to gaslight me. He's like, dude, you're fucking paranoid, man. Like, are you tripping right now? I was trying to tell you this when I met you in LA, but like, bro, we're from the same hometown. And I was like, you were not trying to tell me that when I met you. You would have told me. Like, you're lying right now. He goes, dude, I have family from here. I'm visiting family for the holidays. Guys, there was no fucking holiday going on. It wasn't Christmas. It wasn't Thanksgiving. When you say the holidays, it means Thanksgiving and Christmas. That wasn't happening. So I looked at him. I was like, what fucking holiday are you talking about? He goes, it's my sister's birthday. I was like, dude, can you like get your lies straight? You just said the holidays. And last time I checked, your sister's birthday isn't a fucking national holiday. He goes, it's not a holiday, but it is to me. And I was like, dude, I can't. And just my luck, bro, there's a police officer outside. I see him across the street because this street that I was on had a lot of popular sports bars, right? And police would always be parked up, especially on nights, to make sure no like drunk people were trying to drive home or start fights or anything, right? So I ran across the street to the cop. He was in his car, chilling there, like on his laptop. I tap on his glass. He rolls the window down, and I point to Matthew. And I was like, officer, this guy across the street, I shit you not, has been stalking me. Like, he's stalking me, dude. And like, I'm scared. Like, I live in LA. I flew home to like visit my family and see my friend and stuff, and we're celebrating his birthday right now. And that guy across the street is also from LA, and he's been stalking me. I have like a lot of followers on the internet. He's one of them, but he's been stalking me. He flew here to New York from LA to stalk me. And this cop was in disbelief. He was like, what? Like, are you sure? And I was like, yes. And I told him more details. And he does the come here motion to Matthew. Matthew comes across the street. And the cop starts questioning him. He's like, sir, is this true what I'm hearing? Like, you flew here from Los Angeles to follow this man? And this dude starts lying. He goes, no, I have family here. Like, I'm here for a birthday party. And the cop goes, okay, like, what's your last name? Because keep in mind, guys, it's a small fucking town. Everyone, like, kind of knows each other. And this dude, Matthew, says his last name. And the cop goes, I've never heard that last name in my life. Like, where are you from? And Matthew, he goes, oh, I'm from, and he says the city name of, like, the big city near where we live. And the cop's like, no, like, what town are you from? Because where I live, it's made up of, like, many tiny towns, right? And then in the middle of it all, there's the city. So, like, when people say where they're from my area, they don't usually say the city. They'll be like, oh, I'm from this town, or I'm from this, you know, like, small town, or this neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like, they don't just say, oh, I'm from the city. Like, they'll usually say, you know, specifically. And this dude, Matthew, just couldn't think of shit. Because guess what? He doesn't know the names of the towns because he's not fucking from my town or the county. And the cop goes, I'm gonna give you one chance to be honest with me here, buddy. Just tell the truth. And finally, the fucking truth comes out. He admits it. He goes, look, officer, and he points to me as well. He's like, Austin, I admit it, man. I'm just a big fan, all right? And like, I don't know, man. I'm sorry if it like comes off as stalking, but like, I just really like, I'm infatuated with you. And I can't lie, man. To this day, one of the creepiest things I've ever heard in my life. I've heard a lot of things, but hearing someone say to my face that like they're infatuated with me and like I don't really know them, they don't really know me, it creeped me out, man. And I looked at him after he said this and I was like, I appreciate the honesty, man, but like you have to know deep down this isn't right. Like, you know that, right? He's like, no, I didn't, like, honestly. And this cop, his face, I wish y'all could have seen it, dude. He looked shocked. Like, this is a small town cop from my area. This guy handles like speeding and like petty theft and, you know, little small town crimes. I don't think he's ever seen anyone get stalked, you know, from another state and like, you know, met a YouTuber. So like, it was just really surprising for him. But the cop actually takes over and he's like, listen, and he points to me. He goes, what has he done so far? Like, to stalk you? And I told the cop everything from start to finish, from what happened in LA to what happened here in New York. And the cop looks at him, looks at Matthew, and he goes, listen, buddy, what you've done so far, if you don't stop that behavior right now, and you don't go away and you live your life and he lives his, you will end up getting hit with stalking and harassment charges. So leave him alone. And immediately Matthew looks at me, he apologizes to the police officer, he claims he will, and I'm still just standing there in shock, because I just can't believe what is happening. Anyway, we talked to the police officer for about, 10, 15 minutes, and eventually, we go our separate ways. Matthew goes one way, I go the other, back into the bar. My friend's sitting there by the window, like, looking at me, like, what just happened, dude? And I was like, bro, I'll tell you everything. And I told him. And at first, he didn't believe me. He was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, that guy stalked you here? I was like, yeah. And then my friend told his dad about it, and his dad actually locked the bar door for the night. That way, like, while we were in there having fun, chilling, towards the end of the night, hanging out, Matthew couldn't come back and, like, get inside. But luckily, the rest of the night, he didn't come back. And after that, I went back to, like, my Airbnb. I actually had some friends crashing with me, so that made it a little bit more safer, in my opinion. And the rest of that night, he didn't bother me, and the rest of that trip in New York didn't bother me. But I can't lie, I spent that whole trip on edge, looking over my shoulder, paranoid. I had so many questions more than answers. Like, first of all, I still don't know how he knew that I was going to New York for a trip. I didn't post anything on my story. I didn't say, I'm hanging out with my friends. Like, I didn't post shit. I don't know how he found out. Like, I just don't. Maybe I did post something and I forgot, but I'm pretty sure, like 99.9% sure, I posted nothing. So I don't know how he knew. If I did post something, it definitely wouldn't have been like, hey, I'm going on a trip. It would have been like, me at like a Chick-fil-A or something at the airport. It wouldn't be like a trip announcement. It would have been like food or something. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it was that. I don't think I even posted that though. I usually wouldn't post photos when I travel. So I really don't know how he found out to this day. I also don't understand how he found out where my apartment was in LA. And I remember thinking, shit, when I get back, I might have to fucking move. Like, that dude's gonna keep stalking me. At this point, I just had so many more questions than answers, but I tried to enjoy the rest of my trip, and I did. After the New York trip was over, I flew back to LA, and I remember genuinely looking at apartments and like getting ready to move out of that apartment because I honestly thought that it wasn't over. I thought now that I was back in LA, that Matthew motherfucker would show up again and start stalking me. So I started looking for apartments, and I remember like the weeks and weeks that I was searching for new apartments, I was just kind of paranoid looking over my shoulder the whole time, thinking that he's gonna show up. But luckily, he never did. From that day forward, that day with the police officer interaction in my hometown, Matthew didn't bother me again. To this day, today, I have not heard from him, seen him, anything. And even though I have a lot of questions and not answers about how he knew where I lived and how he knew I was going to New York and stuff, I'm not going to ask him for those answers. I'm not opening up fucking Pandora's box again. But yeah, luckily, in the end, I didn't have to move. I ended up giving up on like searching for more apartments, like trying to move out, because he actually left me alone. I didn't get any more DMs, any more messages, nothing. Didn't show up to my apartment that I know of. He didn't follow me back home to New York the next time I went there. Everything was good from that point forward. But to this day, this has got to be one of the most extremes, extreme examples, I guess, of someone stalking me. Like, it's one thing to like have someone be like, oh, I saw on your story you were at the mall, so I popped up to say hi because I like your videos, even though that could be kind of creepy. This was like different. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. So today's story time topic is about fake friends. Probably one of the fakest friends I've ever had in my entire life. I've told a lot of stories on this channel, I mean a lot of stories on this channel, highlighting some of the most backstabbing things I've been through. But this one's gotta be up there, man. I mean, I don't know. This might be number one, it might be top 3, I don't know. You can be the judge. But this story, man, it's one of a kind. It really is. So, without further ado, let's just get into it, because it's an interesting one. This story, it all takes place when I was 17. Now, when I was 17, I didn't have a typical year, okay? I'm not gonna lie. That year was like a fever dream. My YouTube absolutely exploded in popularity. I was making a lot of money, I can't lie. For a 17-year-old, I was making a lot of money. Way more money than any 17-year-old should probably be making, okay? And I'm very grateful for it. I look back on it and think, wow, what a lucky kid I was, you know what I mean? Like, shout out to y'all, honestly. It's literally you guys that did that. But yeah, I was doing very well. And life was very overwhelming at the time. I remember that. I was very, excited. I was very anxious because there was a lot going on. I wanted to make sure I made the right choices. Now, in, the thick of it all and in the craziness, I'd say I made most of the right choices, but there were a few things I did wrong. Number one, when I first started getting paid from YouTube, I definitely spent my money a little recklessly. And when I say that, I don't mean I like bought like some crazy car or like, you know, spent $100,000. I didn't do that. Okay, that's just insane. But I spent money on like pretty much all new clothes for myself because literally I was wearing the same clothes I pretty much grew up in. I did not grow up very rich, not gonna lie. So my clothes were pretty outdated and pretty not fitting me anymore. So I bought new clothes. On top of that, I bought a new PC and some new like equipment for my PC, new keyboard, new mouse, new monitors, stuff like that. And then I also bought some really nice shoes because I like sneakers at the time. I was a big sneakerhead. If I had to tally it all up, I don't know what it would amount to, but it's probably over 15K worth of stuff that I bought that year for myself. The rest of it I just saved and, you know, helped, you know, pay my mom's bills, stuff like that. I actually, you know, look back on it and I think, you know, I wasn't really the worst with my money back then. I knew some friends back then that blew up on YouTube the same time I did at the same age, like 17-ish. And they spent their money a lot differently than I did. I'm just going to say that. I don't want to expose them, but they bought like cars and like crazy stuff. I just wanted some nicer clothes and a better setup so I can make videos better. That's about it. So yeah, I'm not too disappointed in myself. However, there's one thing I'm a little disappointed in myself a little bit about back then. I was absolutely terrible at picking friends. I think we already know this by now. But when I say that, I don't mean like I would purposely choose bad people to hang out with. I just was very unaware of it. You know what I mean? Like, I was always nice to everybody. I still am. If someone comes up to me and they talk to me, I'm gonna be nice to them. I'm not gonna be a jerk. I'm not gonna judge your character. I'm not gonna like be rude to you because I wasn't raised that way. But, however, sometimes me being nice to people leads to me becoming friends with them, and then I become friends with them and I'm not really paying much attention, and I realize later on in the friendship that they don't have the best intentions in mind, and I end up getting backstabbed. I'm kind of aware of it now, but back then when I was like, you know, between 16 and I'd say 19, I was very unaware of it, and I would become friends with a lot of people because I liked having a lot of friends, and I was very excited that people wanted to hang out with me. But what I didn't realize is that back then, the reason a lot of people wanted to hang out with me is just because I had something going on the internet that had a lot of followers. I learned that the hard way, and this was one of those lessons. All right, I've yapped enough. All right, so this story, it all starts off, like I said, when I was 17 years old. Now, around this time, I had dropped out of school. I was grinding YouTube full time. My only priority was really just YouTube. That was it. YouTube and, you know, like making sure you guys were happy with the videos I was putting out. That was it, pretty much. Now, around this time, like I said, I had a lot of friends, okay? But there was this one friend in specific I was hanging out with a lot at this time. We'll call this friend Steven, okay? I probably used that name recently, but whatever. This is a different person. Steven, okay? Steven was someone I was hanging out with very frequently at the time, all right? And I noticed when my YouTube stuff kind of popped off, he started hanging out with me a lot more. And I remember I kind of did have a thought about it. I was like, is it because of the YouTube stuff? But every time he'd come over and hang out, he never asked me for anything. He never wanted anything. So I figured, you know what? I'm tripping. I think Steven just wants to hang out more often nowadays, you know, whatever. And I didn't question it. But yeah, Steven was at my house pretty much every day. Every day after school, he'd be at my house. Every weekend, he'd sleep over. Steven was somebody that I thought I could really trust, someone that I was, you know, like brothers with in a way, and one of my best friends at the time, I would say. Now, Steven also had a car. Steven had this old Acura he used to drive, and it was actually pretty cool, I can't lie. I remember, like, he did some, like, mods to it, and it was actually pretty cool looking. And it was a nice car for being 17 years old. And he was one of my only friends with a car, so like he'd pick us up and give us rides and stuff, and it was really cool. That was also another cool thing about Steven is like he was one of my only friends with a car, and I hadn't really seen a lot of that yet, so I thought that was cool. Now, anyway, back then, me and Steven would pretty much do the same thing every day. Like I said, I'd make a video, he'd come over after school, and then we'd hang out and either drive around or just kick it at my house. And this was like any other day back then. I'd finished the video, school had just ended, and Steven came over. Now, we started off this hangout sesh like any other sesh. We were just hanging out at my computer, watching videos, kicking it, and Steven had the idea to go get food because we were both pretty hungry. And I was like, yeah, bet, let me go grab my shoes, let's get out of here. And I go upstairs, and I kind of already had a pair of shoes picked out that I wanted to wear because my outfit at the time had a lot of orange in it, and I wanted to wear these Jordan 1s that I had that had orange in them that were really cool. And by the way, at the time, worth a lot of money. They were worth like $600, these shoes. And I went up there to put them on, and they were missing. And I was like, what the hell? And they were always in the same spot in my room. So the fact they weren't there was very strange. So I ran into my mom's room. I was like, Mom, did you move my shoes? She was like, no, I haven't been in your room in days. It's probably a mess in there. I was like, huh. So I go to my brother's room. I was like, yo, did you move my shoes? He's like, no, I don't give a fuck about your shoes. I was like, okay, that was mean, but all right. And I turn around, I walk out, I go to my other brother's room. I was like, did you move my shoes? He's like, no, man. I was like, okay. Walk downstairs, ask my other brother. I was like, yo, you moved my shoes? He's like, no. And I was like, dude, where the fuck are my shoes? So I go back upstairs, I check the closet, not in there. Check this other closet, not in there. Check my bedroom again, can't find them. So I ended up just giving up. I gave up and I put on some different pair of shoes that did not look nearly as cool, but it's fine. And me and Steven headed out and got some food. Now the rest of that night was pretty normal, nothing more to say. And then the next day rolled around. The next day rolls around, I get up, I go to the kitchen, I ate some cereal. And while I'm eating some cereal, I'm just brainstorming what video I'm going to make that day. What story I was going to tell, what I was going to, talk about that day. Because I had a few options at the time, quite a few. And after that, I went downstairs and I made a video. Now, while I'm making the video, I realized something. On my desk, I would always keep my bracelet when I wouldn't wear it. I had this silver bracelet that my dad bought me for my birthday when I was a kid. And it wasn't there. And I was like, what the fuck? And it's just gone. I tore apart my room looking for it because this was important to me. This had sentimental value. My dad bought me this, very important to me. And I could not find it. I checked my safe that I had that would keep important stuff in. I checked my desk all over it. I checked underneath it in case it fell. I checked my bedroom, my bed, in case I fell asleep with it. I checked my basement, all over, dude. Could not find it. And it fucking ruined my day. And I remember the whole rest of that night, I was depressed. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to see anybody. I was so mad. Because that bracelet, you can't get it anymore. It was something my dad bought me when I was a kid. And, I couldn't get another one. It sucked losing that. I remember throughout this, Steven was hitting me up to hang out, and I just didn't want to. Because, I was just so, bummed about it. And a couple days later, I kind of got over it and, moved on and just kind of accepted that I'd find it eventually, or I just lost it forever, and I can't really change the present. And if it shows up, it shows up, Same thing with the shoes. Now, a couple days later, Steven came over again. We hung out that day, went and saw a movie, hung out pretty late that night. He came back to my house. He slept over. And then the next morning, I woke up and something else went missing. I get up and I'm in my room working on a video, just like I always am, and my external hard drive went missing. Dude, I had this external hard drive that I just bought for a pretty decent price. It was not cheap. And it was sitting in the box on my PC and it was gone. And I was like, what the fuck? And at this point, I was like, okay, something is going on here. I know I'm not this stupid. I'm not misplacing everything. Someone's moving my shit around or stealing it. So once again, I ran through my whole house asking everyone if they'd seen it, if they'd moved in. Everyone's saying the same thing, and no one's really giving me any kind of answers. They're all saying they don't know. And I'm confused, right? So I end up asking Steven. I texted Steven. I was like, yo, dude, I keep losing everything. Have you seen or misplaced any of my stuff? Because I literally don't understand what's going on right now. I feel like I'm going crazy. And he was like, what'd you lose? And I was like, bro, those sneakers that I wanted to wear that one day, my dad's bracelet that he bought me, and my external hard drive went missing after last night. And I swear I saw it last night on my computer, and now it's gone. Did you move it? He's like, dude, no, absolutely not. I'd never touch your stuff. And I was like, I didn't think you would. I don't know if you saw it or anything. He's like, nah, man, I didn't. And I'm just feeling crazy now. I feel like a fucking idiot. I don't know what I'm doing, bro. I keep misplacing everything. Now the next week goes by as normal. I still hung out with Steven every day. I hung out with some other friends pretty much every day that week as well. And things were fine. I wasn't misplacing things anymore. Things seemed to have calmed down. And I thought, okay, I just must have had an unlucky, few days and it's no big deal, right? Well, that was until the next week rolled around. The next week rolled around and I realized I can't find another pair of shoes. And this pair of shoes was even more expensive than the other pair of shoes. And at this point, I just accepted it. I was like, yo, someone's stealing from me. And I don't know who. Now, I know when I tell this story, it's probably dude, it's obviously Steven. It had to be Steven, right? He was the one you were hanging out with every day. Well, here's the thing. Throughout all of this, I was hanging out with multiple people. My brother would have friends over sometimes. They'd both come down to my room and hang out for a couple of hours. Steven would come over and other friends of ours would come over with him. There was always people kind of rotating throughout my house. So even though Steven seemed like the most likely culprit, because I'd seen him the most and he had spent the most time with me, there was other people too that could be stealing from me. So I could not figure it out for the life of me. And plus, I just didn't want to believe that Steven was capable of that. So I didn't question him on it. Should I have? Probably. but I didn't do it. Now, this whole situation left such a bad taste in my mouth, and I felt so just like kind of betrayed by whoever was doing this that I actually took a break from hanging out with people for a couple of weeks after this. Like 2 weeks went by, I just didn't see anybody. Steven actually hit me up a couple times throughout this and was like, dude, what's wrong? Like, why can't we hang out? Why haven't you like wanted to kick it? Like, did I do something wrong? You know, all this stuff, right? And I just couldn't even tell him. I probably should have told him, but I don't know. I couldn't do it. And eventually, like a couple weeks later, I started hanging out with people again. And I had Steven and 3 friends come over one night. And it was during a weekend, so they just slept over. And guess what? The next day rolled around after they slept over, and something was fucking missing. I woke up last because I just like slept in super late because my sleep schedule was really cooked, and all my friends had already left. Steven had already left to take them all home. And when I got up in my room in the basement where I like make my videos and stuff, my old gaming laptop was missing. I used to have this old like gaming laptop that like I didn't use anymore because it was old and honestly broken. The battery was like fucked on it, but it was gone. And I knew this like confirmed it. Like this was for sure like someone stole it. It had been in the same spot, in the same place, for literally 8 months. There was no reason it should have been moved. It was not in anyone's way. Someone took it, and I knew it wasn't my family, and I knew, like, you know, at this point, it was one of my friends that slept over the night before. Now, here's the problem. They all brought backpacks, so any of them could have taken it. And I didn't know how to go about this, because if I texted them individually and was like, yo, dude, did you steal my laptop? All of them would be like, no, because you know, the ones that were not guilty would just say no because they're not guilty. And the one that is guilty would probably just lie and say no anyway because he's guilty and doesn't want to admit it. So, like, you know, I didn't really know how to get the info out of them. So I made a decision to just cut everyone off. I was like, you know what? I don't know who to trust anymore. And clearly I can't trust any of those dudes. I'm going to stop talking to them. Was that the right thing to do? Probably not. But that's what I did at the time. That's what my 17-year-old brain was thinking. And I remember a few days later, after like ignoring all of them for days, Steven texts me. And he goes, yo, dude, what's wrong? Like, you're my friend. You haven't texted me back at all. You haven't texted any of us back. We're all boys. Like, you're not talking in the group chat. What the fuck's going on, man? Like, be honest with me. I'm your boy. I'm here for you. Like, tell me. And it just seemed so genuine. So I replied to him, and I was like, dude, truth be told, someone's stealing from me, man. Like, that sleepover we all had, where you all crashed at my place, the next morning, my gaming laptop was missing. And I don't know who to trust anymore. And quite frankly, it had to have been one of you. And I don't know who to trust, so I just thought, you know what, why not make it easy and cut everybody off? He's like, wait a minute, your gaming laptop went missing? I was like, yeah. He goes, call me right now. And I was like, okay. So I called him, and he immediately like switches the call to FaceTime. And he's like, yo, dude, you said your gaming laptop went missing. I was like, yeah, man, my old one, the broken one that I don't use anymore, that's been sitting in my basement for 8 months, untouched. Yeah, that one. It got swiped. It's gone. And he goes, dude, so I didn't think anything of it. I thought it could just be a coincidence, but when I was dropping off Jared to his house, like the night after we stayed at your place, he was walking into his front door, unzipping his bag and pulling out a laptop. And I thought it was just his laptop that I'd never seen before, but I thought it looked eerily similar to your old gaming laptop. I thought he maybe just had the same one, or it looked the same, because like I was kind of far away, so I couldn't get a good look at it, but like, I swear that could be it. Now here's the thing, the person he was talking about, Jared, didn't have a laptop. So this kind of confirmed it for me. I was like, oh, like that just clears everyone but Jared. Like, he doesn't have a laptop. I've known Jared for years. That dude doesn't have a computer. I've actually been bitching at him to get a computer for years at this point. I know that he stole my laptop now. So I thanked Steven. I was like, dude, like, you're a real one. I appreciate you. Thanks for telling me that. I'm going to go confront him about it. And Steven goes, well, hold on, man. Like, I don't know for sure if that was your laptop. You might not want to, like, go at him, you know, like 100%. And I was like, then what should I do? He's like, well, I don't know. Maybe, like, go hang out at his house and, like, see if it's there. And if you see it, confront him about it. I was like, bro, I don't want to go pretend to be friends with him just to see if my laptop's there. He either probably sold it by now or he hid it very well. So, like, I should just ask him about it. And Steven's like, all right, man, do what you got to do. So we hang up, and I call Jared. I FaceTimed him. And Jared answers, and I was like, yo, dude, I'm sorry that this has to happen, but, like, I got to do it. So my laptop went missing the night after that you guys all slept over. I didn't know who to trust anymore, so I kind of cut all of you off. But after talking to Steven earlier, he told me that he saw you taking out a laptop when you walked into your house after he dropped you off, and it looked like mine. Just be honest with me, man. Did you take it? If you're honest with me, like, there's a chance we could still be friends. A small one, but there's a chance. But if you're not honest with me, and I found out you took it, I'm never talking to you again. And Jared kind of gets, like, offended. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? And I was like, just be honest with me, man. He's like, bro, you said Steven told you that I was taking out a laptop? What are you talking about? I was like, bro, he said when you were walking in your front door, you like unzipped your bag and took out a laptop while you were walking in. He said it kind of looked like mine and it could be mine. So I want to ask you about it. He goes, well, Steven's a fucking liar, bro, because I don't have a laptop. You know this already. You've literally been telling me to get a gaming PC our whole friendship. I don't have one, let alone a gaming laptop that I stole from you. I didn't steal from you, bro. Steven is fucking lying to you. And now I'm standing there like, dude, what? So he ends up adding Steven to like a group call. And he starts pressing Steven. And Steven starts pressing him, being like, dude, you're full of shit. Like, I saw you walking with that laptop. And they're arguing, and their friendship is like going up in flames right now, arguing about this laptop of mine that had gotten stolen. And I'm like, dude, what is going on right now? Like, who do I believe? Who do I believe? Like, I was inclined to believe Steven, but at the same time, Jared was also a good friend of mine, so I just didn't know who to believe. And eventually, they crashed out on each other for so long that it got very personal. They started swinging like personal insults at each other and talking a bunch of shit about each other's families. And I was like, yo, all right, enough. Let's stop this. And we all hung up. Like, it wasn't getting anywhere. It was done. It was over, right? And we all hung up. And Jared ends up calling me separately like 5 minutes later. And he goes, dude, fuck that dude. He's a snake. Steven is a snake. And I was like, bro, I don't know who to believe. And he goes, bro, are you home right now? I was like, yeah. He goes, I'm coming to pick you up in my mom's van. We're going to Steven's house. I was like, no. I'm not letting you guys like fight each other or something. If you're like going to try and fight him, I don't want to be there. He goes, no, we're not doing that. I have a better idea. And he ends up pulling up to my house like 15 minutes later, right? He picks me up and we start driving towards Steven's house. And I was like, yo, bro, Jared, what are we doing, man? You got to be honest with me. He goes, we're checking his car. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, man. Like, we're going to his house and I'm having him open the trunk. And I bet when he opens that trunk, it's got all your shit in it. And I was like, okay, sure, let's check it out. And we pull up to Steven's house, me and Jared. We get out of the car, and Steven was actually outside washing his car. And he looks at Jared and he goes, what the fuck are y'all doing here? And Jared goes, open your trunk, Steven. And Steven starts getting like weird about it. He goes, why would I have to open my trunk? You guys don't trust me? And Jared's like, nah, to be honest, I don't trust you. Open the trunk. I bet Austin's stuff's in there. And Steven goes, I'm not opening it. And then I chimed in. I was like, wait a minute, like, why? If you don't have anything in there that's like, you know, bad, why would you not want me to see it? And he goes, I just don't want to show you my personal belongings to where I keep stuff that's personal. I was like, Steven, what does that even mean? What do you have in there? He goes, personal stuff. And then his dad walks out, Steven's dad, and goes, what's going on out here? And Jared chimes in and was like, yeah, your son, I would bet my life on it, stole a bunch of very expensive things from our pal here, Austin. And Steven won't open his trunk where I bet all that stuff is. And his dad somehow took our side. He was like, Steven, just open the trunk. Prove him wrong. And Steven pops the trunk. And guess what? That trunk opens up, and it's a fucking gold mine, bro. Multiple pairs of shoes of mine are in there. My laptop was in there with the broken hard drive. My external hard drive was in there that I just bought. My fucking father's bracelet that he bought me, that one was in there. There was also 2 pairs of sunglasses that I was missing. I didn't even know I was missing. Those were in there. And 2 hoodies that I didn't even know I was missing were in there. All in all, it was probably at least a few $1,000s worth of stuff, man. And I remember I looked at Steven with like utter disappointment. And Steven looked at me and he goes, dude, someone's framing me. Someone framed me. And I look at Steven's dad. And Steven's dad looks back at Steven and goes, you're so full of shit. Get in the house. Let me talk to your friend. And Steven runs inside. And Steven's dad comes up to me and he's like, Austin, I am so sorry for my son's actions. Like, I am deeply, deeply sorry. If you could, let me just give you back all the items. And on top of that, let me pay you. Let me pay you for what he did. And I was like, dude, I don't want your money. I don't want money. I want my stuff back. That's it. And then Jared chimes in. He's like, fuck that, dude. Call the police. Get his ass arrested. I could see it on Steven's dad's face. Steven's dad's face looked very sad after that. And I was like, I don't want to ruin this father's like life. You know what I mean? I want to make this father all sad 'cause his son's going to jail. So I kind of pussied out. And I was like, you know what? No, I'm not calling the police. Just give me my stuff back. Like, let me have my stuff back. And whatever else you want to do that you feel is appropriate, you can do. And what ended up happening was Steven's dad loaded up all my stuff in his car, drove it back to my house. Then he went back home, and for the next couple of days, I didn't hear anything until I got a phone call like 2 days later from Steven's dad. I answered. I'm like, hello? Because it was a random number. And Steven's dad's on the other line. He's like, hey, it's Steven's father. I just got your number from Steven. I wanted to call you and give you an update on the situation here. So Steven's being disciplined very hard. And I was like, what'd you do? He goes, well, on top of your things going back to you, I sold his car. I was like, what? Dude, Steven loved that fucking car. That Acura, like he customized it. It had like a bunch of cool stuff in there, custom seat covers, custom rims. He painted it. I think he lowered it. Like that thing was pretty cool. And he goes, yeah, I sold his car to a friend that wanted it. I go, are you serious? He goes, oh yeah, sold it. He's not getting it back. I was like, oh. He goes, yeah, I mean, I paid for it. It technically was my car, not Steven's, so I sold it. And I was like, how's he taking the news? He goes, not well, but fuck how he's taking it. He stole from you. No son of mine's gonna be a little thief. He's gonna learn his lesson. And I was like, okay. And honestly, man, that punishment, in my opinion, was infinitely worse than calling the police on him. Because, yeah, he probably could have gotten charges. I mean, he was 17, so he might not have. But, like, I don't know, man, losing his car, that's a pretty big punishment. And I was happy with it. So, yeah, Steven lost his car. I got all of my stuff back, so that's nice. Could there have been some more things missing that maybe Steven already sold or was hiding? Maybe. But you know what? The dude lost his car, so I felt pretty much even. His car was definitely worth more than the things he took. Anyway, after this, me and Steven were no longer friends. You know, I told his dad that I probably wouldn't be hanging out with his son anymore, and his dad completely understood, and we went our separate ways. And I actually bumped into Steven's dad a few years later, like at the store, just like shopping, and I asked him how'd Steven been. He was pretty good. He's about to buy another car. And I was like, wait, he didn't have a car the whole time? He goes, yeah, I wasn't buying him another one. I was mad. I was like, wow. So from that day that his dad sold his car, Steven had no car for years until he could buy one himself with his own money. So yeah, Steven got punished, to say the least. He definitely got punished. But yeah, in the end, I lost a friend. But to be honest, I don't really care because he wasn't a good friend, clearly. And I learned who the real ones were, like Jared. Jared's still a friend of mine to this day. Shout out him. But yeah, looking back on this, man, it was just crazy because like Steven was so convincing. He was such a convincing liar. And I just couldn't believe how good he was at lying. But yeah, I learned my lesson. We're no longer friends, and everything worked out for the better. That's all that matters. But yeah, guys, moral of this story is choose your friends carefully, you know? I'm not saying to have trust issues and, you know, not trust anybody. It's important to trust people, you know, but make sure that you're being careful. That's all. But yeah, guys, that's the story. Pretty crazy one in my opinion, pretty wild one. I thought you guys would enjoy hearing about it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. I'll see you all later. Peace. Yo, what's up everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. So, today's story time. It is a great one. It's one of my personal favorites. Don't really know why, just is. But yeah, I think you all will very much enjoy it. It's kind of recent too, which, you know, is cool. It's not that recent, but it's recent enough compared to some of my other stories. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy this. Leave a like on the video if you do, and let's jump into it. So today's story time, it all takes place back in the wonderful year of 2022. I actually don't have much to say about 2022. You know, usually I start these stories off and I talk about the year, and I'm like, you know, this year I had this happening, and this year there was this, you know, going on, and this, and like, you know, I'm not gonna lie, 2022, for the most part, wasn't very memorable for me. You know, not a lot happened that year. Just another year. Just kind of whatever. Not bad, not good. Not great, not horrible, whatever, right? But there was a few things, just a few, that I do remember about it, this being the main. 2022, for the most part, I was mainly just, like, living alone. I remember I was just kind of spending a lot of alone time with myself. And around this time, a lot of my friends were working really shitty jobs, like full-time, very serious, big boy jobs, and I wasn't seeing my friends a lot. That was one thing about 2022 that sucked. That year was probably the least amount of time I'd ever spent with my friends. All of them were just so busy, and I remember, you know, I was kind of getting depressed because of that. Now, one night I was in my room at like 7 or 8 p.m. I was just doom scrolling YouTube, really not doing a whole lot. And I was just like so bored. I was like, you know what? I gotta do something, man. I gotta get out of the house. I gotta do something. So I hit up a friend of mine, a good friend of mine. We'll call him Morgan, okay? My friend Morgan. Morgan was one of the first people I made music with. Haven't talked about him on this channel before just because there's not a lot of crazy stories that involve him, but there's a few. But yeah, Morgan was one of the first people I made music with. He's one of like my best friends. And on top of that, he was one of those friends I was talking about earlier that was currently in the middle of working a very important job and I couldn't see very much around this time. But I don't know, around this time, I just didn't care anymore. So I called Morgan on this night, and he picks up. I FaceTimed him, and I was like, yo, what are you doing tonight? And he was like, nothing, but I got work tomorrow morning. And I was like, bro, fuck that job. Call out sick or something. And he's like, bro, I can't just do that. And honestly, he was right. And I felt bad for even asking him that. I was like, well, can you get like someone to cover your shift or something? Like, bro, I'm just so bored. I haven't done shit in weeks. I'm bored as hell. I want something to do. You're my best friend. I haven't seen you in forever, man. I want to do something. And he was like, oh, fuck, man. I know it sucks. It sucks bad, doesn't it? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, well, what do you want to do, man? And I was like, I don't know. I want to make music or something. We haven't made music in so long. He's like, I know, bro. I miss it. And he's like, all right, I'll tell you what. Let me text some friends that I work with and see if one of them can take my shift tomorrow. Usually that doesn't happen, but I'll try for you. I'm like, bro, I appreciate you. And he hangs up. And I remember just sitting there in my room, just hoping he'd get that shift taken because I wanted to do something. And dude, literally like 5 minutes later, he calls me back and he's like, hey, good news. Someone took the shift. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, man, someone took the shift. I was like, fuck yeah. And he's like, hell yeah, bro. So what are we doing? What are we making tonight? And I was like, fucking music. And he was like, hell yeah. Now here's the problem. My studio at the time was getting renovated. I have this like separate space where I make music, my little studio space. And my brother was in the middle of like repainting it and reorganizing it. And on top of that, he was expanding it. So yeah, I couldn't go in there. I was like completely just not able to use that spot for a little bit. So we had to improvise. So Morgan ends up coming over to my house and we set up a little home studio in my bedroom and we start trying to make music that way. But pretty quickly I realized this kind of sucks. Now home studios don't suck. I actually make most of the music I do right now in my room that I'm in right now at my house. That's not the problem. But the house I was living in at the time, the room was so small, and with me and Morgan in there and my dogs and like all the setup stuff, it just didn't work. It was too small, too cramped, and on top of that, it just wasn't a good vibe. I can't lie. When you're making music, you need a good vibe. As much as I hate that word, I hate using the word vibe, like you need it. You need like a good environment. You need something to make you feel good so you make good music. I swear, it's just real. So yeah, I remember looking at Morgan and being like, bro, this ain't it. And he was like, yeah, it's kind of cramped. And I was like, you know what we should do? We should get a hotel. He's like, really? I was like, yeah, I'll pay for it, bro. Like, let's just get a dope ass, like nice ass hotel and just like put a whole studio in there and make music there. Cause like, dude, that's what I always see my favorite artists doing. Like when I watch their like creation of videos or whatever, they're always in like some hotel with some like makeshift studio and they're in there making music while they're on tour and it's so cool looking. So I'm like, yeah, let's get a hotel. And he's like, bro, I'm down if you're down. If you want me to help pay for it, I have no problem doing that. And I was like, nah, man, I got it. It's my idea. I'll do it. So I called up a really nice hotel in my area, one that I've actually been to before, and I booked a room. And it was no problem. They had vacancy. You know, there was, you know, a room available. I got this really nice, like, king-size suite. I think it was like $300 for the night. It was pretty expensive, can't lie. But I thought, you know what? You only live once. It's going to be fun. And yeah, before I know it, we packed up all our studio equipment, got in Morgan's car, and drove to this hotel. And we checked in. Now, upon getting into the room was sick, man. Big ass room, had a nice ass view, super cool. And we set up all of the equipment that, you know, we had to set up. And after we had it all set up, I was like, yeah, this is way better. Like instantly just huge like upgrade in the way everything was looking and feeling now. And after that, without further ado, we got to making music, man. We just started making music. Morgan made a beat. I hopped on the beat, recorded a whole song, and like 2 hours or so it went by, and there was no problems. Everything was going very, very good. That was until a couple checked into the room next to us. I know this because I was out in the hallway on the phone, and I saw them coming down the hallway with their bags and checking into the room directly next to us. And when I went back in the room after the phone call, and me and Morgan started working on music again, all of a sudden, I hear this loud banging sound on our wall, which is typically what people do at hotels or apartments when, you know, they want to complain about you being loud. And I thought, oh shit, there it is, man. We got a noise complaint. And Morgan looks at me and he's like, what do you want to do? And I was like, let's just turn it down a little bit. So we turned the volume down halfway, a whole halfway down. At this point, it's very tolerable. It's the same volume you would probably watch a TV show or a movie at in a hotel. You know, a very like respectable volume, right? And we start making music again, and all of a sudden, they're banging on the wall again. And I was like, really? So we turned it down even more. And I was like, all right, surely that's enough, right? At this point, there's no way they hear it through the wall. And we start making music again. Morgan's making a beat. And guess what? They're banging on the wall again. And I was like, okay, well, this is gonna work. So you know what I did? I got up, I went down to the front desk, and I talked to the dude. I was like, hey man, look, so we're just in there listening to music, working on music, and the couple next to us that just checked in clearly does not like that. And I thought we had the volume at a decent enough volume, but I guess we don't. Do you have any rooms that maybe don't have anyone staying next to them tonight, at least for the time being, that we can just like swap to? And he was like, yeah, you're actually in luck. We have another king-size suite. As far as I can see, no one's really standing near that room right now, and it's on the other side of the hallway you're already on. Do you want to take that one instead? And I was like, absolutely. So we did. We ended up going and moving all of our studio stuff to another room. And also, shout out to that hotel employee. That dude, like, did us a huge favor by doing that. He did not have to do that. And yeah, we moved into this other room, and we started making music in there. And since we knew we had no neighbors, we had that shit blaring. We had the speakers all the way up, and nobody was complaining. Literally another hour or two went by, and it was perfect, man. Nobody was complaining at all. Now, after an hour or two, me and Morgan both got pretty hungry, so we stepped out of the hotel for a little bit for some food, went and got some Taco Bell. Nothing to say about that. It was great, amazing, whatever, right? And we get back from Taco Bell after eating, and we walk into the lobby of the hotel, and I noticed something. The front desk person, like the shifts had changed. It was no longer that guy that put us in a new room. Now it was this girl who I had not seen before yet. And she looked like she was a little bit older than the previous guy, probably in like her 40s or 50s. And she gave me and Morgan a very dirty look when we walked in the hotel room. I remember that. And as we were walking by the desk, I saw her giving me this dirty look. And I thought, you know what? Why don't I just be nice? So I waved to her and I smiled. I thought, you know, maybe that'll make her not be so mean to us. And when I waved and smiled, she stops us. And she goes, excuse me, where are you guys going? And I was like, to our room? And she goes, you guys have a room here? I was like, yeah, upstairs, King Suite. And I said the number of our room. And she was like, what's your name on the reservation? And I said my name. And she goes, okay, hold on, let me check that real quick. And she gets on the computer and like verifies that it's me or whatever. And she goes, okay, you guys are good to go. And I was like, okay. And we get to the elevator, we go up to our floor. And while we're in the elevator, Morgan looks at me and he's like, dude, she's going to be a problem. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, bro, I'm calling it right now. Within 10 minutes of us making music again, she's going to complain about it. Like, she's going to call up to the room and tell us to stop, or she's going to knock on the door. I'm telling you, she's going to hear it and get mad. And I was like, Morgan, how would she hear it? We're on a different floor. She's working in the lobby. We're literally a whole floor above on the other side of the building. How would she hear it? We're not that loud. He's like, bro, I'm telling you, somehow, some way, she's going to find out we're making music and she's going to hate it. And I was like, well, don't say that because I don't want that to be true. And he goes, we'll see. And we get in the room and we like set back up and we keep working on the song we were working on before. And I actually really fucked with this song. It was really good. I was actually really proud of it. It still hasn't come out yet. I still have it on my hard drive and like sitting on it. I should probably do something with it soon. If I remember, I'll put a snippet in the video. If I don't remember, then the snippet won't be there. But yeah, anyway, we get back in the room, we set back up, we keep working on this song, and 10 minutes later, literally, Morgan called it to a fucking T, bro. I get a knock on the fucking hotel room door. And I remember looking at Morgan, and Morgan looks at me and he goes, bro, if it's who I think it is, I'm gonna laugh so hard. And I walk up to the door, I unlock it, and I open the door, and there stands this lady, this hotel employee. And I turn around and I look at Morgan, and Morgan straight up starts dying laughing, like jumps on the bed and starts crying in the pillow. And I was like, dude. And I turn around, and this lady's looking at me with like a death stare. And she goes, excuse me, gentlemen, you guys gotta turn the noise down, okay? Like, a lot. And I looked at her and I was like, how did you know that we were like making music up here? Like, how'd you hear it? And she goes, I was just doing my rounds, walking around the hallways, making sure everything was okay. And I heard it coming from the door. And I was like, yeah, well, I actually talked to the person that had the shift before you. And I asked if there was a room that didn't have any neighbors currently so that we could be a little bit louder. And he ended up putting me in a different room that was, you know, isolated away from people. He seemed pretty much fine with it. Like, is there people checking in soon? Is that why we have to quiet down? And she goes, no, but this is a prestigious hotel. This is a very nice hotel, one of the nicest in the county. And we can't have people blaring rap music through the door. Now, the song that we were making, by the way, wasn't even rap, but even if it was, who fucking cares? The fact that she specified rap music was very strange to me and honestly made me question her. But yeah, anyway, she was very upset, right? Clearly. And I was like, you know what? We'll turn it down. So we did. She walked away. Door closes. I think that'll be the end of it, right? Well, no. All this did, all her hearing us through the door did, was make her have a vendetta against us. Because for the next hour, every like 15 minutes, she would call the room and be like, I just walked by the door. It's still too loud. And I was like, dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And I'm not joking when I say that. Literally, it was every 15 fucking minutes she would call the room and be like, turn it down more, turn it down more. And finally, I couldn't take it anymore. So the next time she called, I argued with her about it. I was like, listen, you're the only one hearing it because you're walking by our door and putting your ear up to the door probably and listening to us. Nobody else is complaining, none of the guests. If the guests were complaining, I'd understand, but they're not. We're not bothering anybody except you. So please, let us do our thing. And she goes, this is a hotel, not a studio. And I was like, you're right. But you know what? We're not just here using it as a studio. We booked the room for the night. We're clearly spending the night here. Let us just chill. Let us coexist. And she goes, if you don't turn the music down even more, I'm kicking you out. She threatened us. And I was like, you know what? So be it. And I hung up on her. And at that point, we just started packing up our gear. So I thought, you know what? It's over. She's kicking us out. Let's just go find another hotel or go back to my house and try and like work there. So I did. We started packing up our stuff and we were getting ready to leave when all of a sudden, about 10 minutes later, we get a knock on the hotel room door. Now, I already knew what this knock was going to be, or at least I thought I did. You know, I figured, okay, we're going to open the door. It's going to be that lady, and she's going to be kicking us out. Because I made it pretty clear that I didn't care if she kicked us out or not, and I figured that would be the case, right? We were already packing up our stuff. Like I said, we were ready to go. And I go up to the door, and I open it, expecting to see, like, you know, the employee. And I open the door, and I do see the employee. She's standing there. But she's standing behind a police officer. And me and Morgan both just look at each other. And then we look back at this police officer. And then I look at the hotel employee standing behind him. I look at her. And I was like, you called the cops on us? Like, really? And she goes, yup, because you guys weren't listening. And I was like, we literally are unplugging our stuff. We're about to leave. We're doing exactly what you want us to do. What do you mean we're not listening? And she goes, I asked you to turn it down, and you didn't. I was like, excuse me, ma'am and officer, we've turned it down pretty much every single time she called. But the last time, it just clearly meant that she wanted to keep messing with us. Like, there's no one that's neighboring us. The volume's not even loud enough to hear it from the hallway. I know this because I stepped out and I checked myself at one point. She's probably putting her ear, like, right up to the door and hearing it. Like, I just don't think it needs to go down anymore. And because of that, we're packing up our stuff, and I let her know on the last phone call, if she wants to kick us out, then so be it. So we're just leaving. And the officer kind of like pokes his head in the room for a quick second. He like kind of like leans forward and looks, and he sees all the studio stuff. He goes, oh, you guys making music in here? And I was like, yeah, that's what we were doing. And he goes, what kind of music? And I could tell the lady was like pissed that he asked that and that he wasn't like grilling us about being loud. And I told the officer, I was like, it's kind of like more of a rock song, like alternative type song. And he goes, can I hear it? And I was like, sure, man, come on in. And they both walk in the room and I play him the chorus. And he was like bobbing his head and fucking with it. And me and Morgan are both loving this, man. We're like looking at each other, we like dapped each other up. And the lady, I could see it on her face, she was fucking furious. Like, so angry. And I'm not even kidding, the officer looks over at this lady and goes, you got some talented guests staying here. And he's bobbing his head, and he looks over at me, he's like, I like this, it's kind of like Linkin Park-ish. And I was like, hell yeah, man. And he like fist bumped me, and I was like, oh, this is great. This couldn't have gone any better. Like, I'm happy she called the police on us. Like, what the fuck? I'm getting a fan out of this. This dude likes my music. This is sick. And the more and more he bobbed his head and enjoyed it, the more and more this lady, her face was like turning red. She was furious. I could see it. And at one point, Morgan was kind of rage baiting her. He was like kind of laughing and like smiling at her. And I was like, yo, don't make it worse. Just don't. Anyway, after the chorus finished, he was like, oh, really cool, man. Really cool. He's like, look, unfortunately, yeah, she doesn't want you guys here anymore, so you guys got to get moving, but it seems like you already know that and you're on the way out, so yeah, just get moving. I was like, cool, sounds good. He goes, all right, have a good night. And he starts walking out of the room. And she walks out with him, and the door closes, and I hear her from behind the door go, that's it? That's all you did? And I hear him go, I don't really know what else you want me to do. You want them to leave, and they're leaving. So we'll watch them leave, and when they leave, done deal. And she goes, I just thought you'd be a little more strict and maybe let them know that making music in a hotel isn't okay. And I hear like a moment of like silence, and the officer goes, look, I'm here to enforce the law. You don't want them on the property anymore. I'm helping you get rid of them. But like, I'm not here to argue hotel etiquette with you. Were they probably being loud at one point? I'm sure they were. They got big speakers in there. They're making music. I heard that song. Like, yeah, they probably were. But look, I'm helping you get them out. What more do you want? And she goes, I don't know. I just thought you'd be a little stricter. And he goes, I'm a police officer, not their parents. And I just like literally was standing there behind the door being like, yo, this fucking cop's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. I was like, this guy's amazing. And Morgan's laughing his ass off. And I was like, this just couldn't have been any better. Anyway, we packed up our stuff and we start rolling out of there, right? We're rolling the suitcases out. We're putting them in the car. The cop's standing there at the front entrance. The lady's standing there. They're watching us. And then all of a sudden, this other guy comes out and stands out there at the front entrance, who I actually recognize. He's one of the managers. And I saw him the last time I stayed there because I'd been there before. And he recognized me. He goes, hey, I know you. YouTuber dude. He knew about my YouTube because we talked about it last time I was there. He saw my microphone last time I was there, and I told him I do YouTube and I was going to use it to record commentary. So he recognized me this other time. He's a YouTuber dude. I was like, hey, man. He goes, what's up? And I was like, just getting kicked out of your hotel. He goes, wait, you're the person that she was complaining about? I was like, yeah, I was making music. I guess I was being too loud. I don't know. And he goes, oh, I doubt that. You were a great guest last time. And I was like, oh, thanks, man. He goes, what room were you in again? And I told him. He goes, there's no one even staying on either side of that room right now. How are you being too loud? Did people complain? I was like, just the employee. And he looks at her with like a look of like, really? And I kind of like smiled and I was like, in my head, damn, everyone's on my side tonight. Like, okay. And he looks back at me and he goes, if you want to stay, you guys can stay. There's no one up there on that side. Like, you're not bothering anybody. And I was like, really? But like, we're making music. Is that okay? He goes, I don't care. As long as you're not jumping on the beds and putting holes in the wall, playing a live concert, I don't mind. And I was like, okay. And the cop looks at me and goes, guess you're good to go back in. And Morgan goes, no fucking way. And we just start unloading our stuff back into the room and setting up again. And dude, it was just peak, man. I don't even know how to like describe it. It was great. It was so great. We set all of our stuff back up. The manager like came in at one point, like saw all the stuff set up, and he was like, oh, you got a whole studio. This is awesome. And I played him some of the song and he liked it too. That was sick. And yeah, they left us to it. The cop left. The manager and the employee just kind of left us be to go, make music. And we didn't get a single noise complaint the rest of the night. The whole rest of the night, completely fine. Because guess what? Nobody was near us. And we weren't bothering anybody. Like I said, you only could hear it if you walked by the door. And nobody's walking by the door because no one was staying on that side of the fucking hotel at that time. It really kind of seems like it was just that employee kind of being difficult. And she had like good points. Like, you shouldn't go to a hotel and set up an entire home studio and be loud as fuck, okay? Like, we shouldn't have been doing that. However, the circumstances in this scenario were a lot different than most circumstances. And also, I think it's just the way she went about it. It was a lot ruder than it needed to be. Anyway, in the end, it all worked out. We made some sweet songs that night, had a great night. The hotel manager was really cool with us. And after we checked out the next day, we actually saw him again. And he was super cool about it. And he said, you make some good songs. And I was like, yeah, dude. He's like, hell yeah. And it was cool, man. It was a very like wholesome, nice night, right? Great time. And all in all, one of my favorite stories that I thought you guys would enjoy hearing about. Moral of the story is, you probably shouldn't set up a whole studio in a hotel and make music too loud, because you probably will disturb some people, so don't do what we did. We had much different circumstances and got pretty lucky. But then number two, if you work at a hotel, maybe be nice to your guests. Don't be super rude like she was. Those are the two morals. But yeah, guys, that's the story. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See y'all later. Peace. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. My day's going pretty good. Woke up a little bit earlier than I normally have, which is nice. So I have more of my day today, which is nice. But yeah, today's story time / video, I think it's a pretty good one. I think it's one that you guys are very much going to enjoy. If you do, as always, please leave a like on the video. I really appreciate it. Also, I dropped a new song a few weeks ago. I think you guys might like that as well. If you haven't heard it yet, I'll put that first link in the description. And yeah, dude, that's enough of the shameless self-promotion. Let's get into the story time today. Now, today's story time is about an event that takes place when I was 21 years old. Now, 21 years old, for me, was a pretty interesting year because, one, I turned 21, and that's a pretty important age in a lot of people's lives. But two, COVID hit like a few months later, and everything went into lockdown, so I didn't even really get to like enjoy most of my 21 year. But anyway, this takes place like a month after I turned 21, and around this time, life was going pretty good for the most part. And I remember I was actually doing like nothing on this day. I was like completely ahead on videos. I had a video like already uploaded. I was just laying in my room about to take a nap. And all of a sudden I get this text message from my homie. We'll call him Anthony, okay? Anthony texts me and he goes, yo. And he put a period after yo, which I thought was odd. It just made it sound so serious. So I replied with yo, period. And he goes, what's up? And I was like laying down, about to take a nap. How about you? He goes, no, you're not. I'm about to pick you up and we're going to a party. And I did not want to go to a party at all. Like, I could think of a million other things I wanted to do in this moment that were not going to a party. I wanted to sleep. I only got like 4 hours of sleep the night before, I'm pretty sure, so I was pretty tired. And I didn't want to go to this party. So I replied to Anthony, and I was like, sorry, Anthony, but no, I'm not. And then he starts calling me. And I was like, oh my fuck. So I answered the phone. I was like, hello. He goes, dude, I'm on my way. You're coming with me to this party. And I was like, what party are you even talking about? Who's throwing a party? And he goes, Nathan. Nathan was a mutual friend of ours we went to school with. I was never really close with Nathan, but we were friendly in school. But when he told me this, Anthony, that this party was at Nathan's, it made me not want to go even more. I was like, I don't really want to go, man. I don't really even know Nathan like that. We haven't really talked since high school. Like, I'm good, man. I'm good. And dude, Anthony would not take no for an answer. He's like, bro, Nathan wants to see you. He specifically asked me to hit you up and invite you to this party, bro. He wants you there. There's other people you haven't seen there in forever that all want to see you. Like, bro, pull up and just like hang out for an hour or two. And I was like, dude, Anthony, it's not even nighttime. Like, what kind of party is this happening like in the middle of the day? He goes, dude, it's a cookout. We're having like an outdoor cookout. And then when the nighttime rolls around, it'll be more of a party. And I was like, dude, that sounds like such a long party, like an all day and all night thing. I'm not trying to go. And he's like, dude, just pull up for an hour. Pull up for the cookout portion, have some food, talk to your old friends, and then leave. And I kind of thought about it a little bit. And I was like, you know, I'm kind of being a dick right now. There's people at this party that haven't seen me in years that want to see me, according to Anthony. And, you know, I should be, like, nice. I should want to go see them. I should go be social. And I kind of snapped out of it, and I was like, you know what, man, fine. I'll go for an hour or two. And Anthony's like, fuck yeah, I'm on my way. Get ready quick. I'm like, all right. And I hang up. And afterwards, after I got off the phone, I felt pretty good. I was like, you know what? Like, yeah, Anthony's right. I should go see these people. I should hang out with them. And to be honest, after I stood up on my feet and I was up and getting ready, I was definitely way more, like, excited for this party. I think the reason I wasn't so excited on the phone and so, like, you know, hesitant was just because I was so tired. But anyway, yeah, I got ready really quick. And a few minutes later, Anthony pulled up. He got there incredibly fast. And I go outside, I get in the car with Anthony, and we start driving to Nathan's house for this party. Now, Nathan lived about 20 minutes away from me, so it was kind of a little bit of a drive, but not too bad. We're just listening to music, I'm talking to Anthony, we're just chilling. And we get there in about 20 minutes, like I said. We pull up, I walk inside with Anthony, and Nathan walks up to me. He's like, what the fuck, Austin? Bro, I didn't expect to see you here. Like, what the hell are you doing here? And he looked genuinely surprised to see me. Like, he didn't know I was gonna be there. And I was like, oh, just wanted to pull up. What's up, man? And he's like, dude, I'm so glad you came. Like, what a nice surprise. And it sounded like he didn't invite me. And when Nathan walked away, Anthony looks over at me and he goes, listen, man, you're gonna hate me, but I just wanted to bring you here because I did not want to come here alone. And I was like, dude, fuck you. He didn't even invite me? And Anthony's like, dude, no, but like he's cool with it, clearly. And I was like, bro, I want to fucking leave. He's like, dude, come on. You're already here. I was like, bro, why would you lie like that? He's like, cuz, man, I want to come alone. And I was like, all right, dude, whatever. And I was pissed at him, I can't lie. Bro literally made it sound like I had to go to this party because Nathan wanted me there and there were so many people there that wanted to see me that haven't seen me in years. And it was going to be like this big reuniting, you know, party. And it just wasn't. And Anthony lied to me. But it's okay, because trust me, in just a few moments, you'll hear about how Anthony had a much worse time at this party than I did. So, after we get there and we kind of settle in for a few, we're out in the backyard of Nathan's house. Nathan's cooking burgers and hot dogs. He's grilling, doing whatever. We're all hanging out, just chilling there with a speaker, listening to music. And I started to have a pretty good time. You know, I was talking to Nathan, catching up with him. And as I talked to him, it sounded like he actually did want me there. He's like, dude, like, I had no idea, like, you were even in town still. I thought you were still living out in California. And I was like, nah, dude, I'm here. And he's like, dude, like, fuck yeah. He's like, I'm so happy to see you. Like, how you been? And we're chatting, right? He's talking about his new job that he got. I'm talking about just the YouTube shit. And I was like, you know what? This is cool. I'm thinking to myself, this is really cool. I'm glad I came. And I ended up staying a lot longer than I intended. Before I know it, like 2 or 3 hours had gone by. The sun had, like, started to set. And it's becoming more of a party. More people showed up. A lot more people were drinking, having fun. Music got turned up a bit. People moved inside. You know, it became more of a party, and more of a nightlife kind of party thing. And I had like 2 beers. I remember I drank a little bit at this party, but not a lot. I'm not that into drinking, to be honest. But yeah, I was having fun for the most part. And my friend, Anthony, the one I spoke about earlier, he starts to get a little too drunk. And Anthony, to this day, out of all the people I've met in my life, he is the worst possible person to be around when he drinks. He becomes a different human being. He is such a nice, cool person when he's sober, but when he drinks, he gets so absolutely ridiculous. He'll start, like, just being someone he's not. And when I say that, I mean, like, he'll start talking about a bunch of random shit that makes no sense. He'll start, like, getting borderline aggressive. He'll do really stupid, impulsive things that no one would ever do. And I know someone might comment and be like, dude, you're an idiot. Like, that's just what happens sometimes when people drink, like, whatever. No, dude, like, I could probably tell 15 different stories about when Anthony has drank around me. Like, genuinely. And I probably will tell those 15 stories eventually as time goes on. Anyway, let's get back to this one. So he starts getting too drunk, right? He starts getting very, very, very drunk. And I'm like, yo, Anthony, maybe slow it down a bit. Because he started to kind of make a fool of himself. You know, he started like dancing a little crazy and falling over onto people and stuff. And at one point he threw up, which means, you know, you're having too much. It's too much, man. And yeah, I could tell, like, people were kind of starting to look at him like, yo, he should probably go home. He's kind of like killing the vibe a bit. So I tried telling him to like chill it out a little bit, and he gets mad at me. He's like, man, fuck you, Austin. Fuck you, bro. You're not a real fucking friend, dude. I'm having a good night. I'm having fun, and you're trying to fucking kill my vibe, bro. And I was like, Anthony, nobody's trying to kill your vibe. I just want you to not kill everyone else's vibe by acting super erratic. And he was like, I'm not acting erratic. You're fucking acting erratic. And I was like, I don't even think you know what the definition of erratic means. He's like, yeah, I do. It means to act like unpredictably and like, you know, like just like inconsistent. And I was like, fuck, that is the definition. Okay, you're pretty smart, Anthony. He's like, fuck you, Austin. And he picks up his drink and he fucking like tried to do like a cheers thing, but he did it too hard and it spilled on me. And I was like, Anthony, this is what I'm fucking saying, man. And it was all over my shirt. I was pissed. I was wearing a white shirt and it completely stained it. And he's like, oops. And I was like, dude, fuck you. And I turned around and I walked away. I was done. I was like, I'm done with that. If he wants to be super drunk and make a fool of himself, then I'll let Nathan deal with it because it's Nathan's party. And like, if Nathan wants to kick him out, he can. So yeah, I just left Anthony to keep going about his partying ways, whatever, right? After that, I walked towards the table in the kitchen where everyone had their keys and shit. And I picked up Anthony's just in case. I didn't think he would try and drive home. He never did that ever. But just to be safe, I took Anthony's keys and I put them in my pocket, just in case. Now after this, I was pretty overwhelmed. I was pretty much just like not in the mood to even be at this party anymore. So I went outside and I sat down. There was a nice little bonfire going. And I sat down at the fire just alone. Nobody was out there. Everyone was just like chilling inside. So I was alone out there. And I pulled out my phone. I started texting a friend of mine because one of my friends messaged me. And I was sitting there texting him, and all of a sudden, I hear the sliding glass door open, and somebody step out onto the porch and start coming down towards the fire. And I look up, and I can see that it's the silhouette of Anthony. I'm like, oh, great. Okay, he's gonna come out here and piss me off even more with his drunk behavior, right? And he walks up to me, and he, like, puts his hand on my shoulder, and he's like, I love you, buddy. I was like, thanks, Anthony. I appreciate it. He goes, no problem, man. And he turns around, and he starts to unzip his pants and, like, pull his pants down. And I was like, Anthony, what the fuck are you doing? He goes, I have to pee. And I was like, then go like to the woods or like go in the bathroom inside. There's 4 bathrooms in there. And he goes, no, I got a better idea. And bro, he starts pissing on the fire. The beautiful, perfect bonfire that I was sitting by, enjoying. He starts pissing on it, putting it out. I was like, Anthony, are you fucking serious? And he's giggling while he's pissing all over it. And I was like, dude, I can't with you. I fucking can't. And I got up and I walked out of there. And I went to the sliding glass door, I opened it up, I went back into the house. I was like, man, fuck being out there with him, I can't. And I get in the living room, right? I'm back inside, and Nathan, the homie throwing the party, looks out the window, because he's standing right there by the sliding glass door, and he sees Anthony doing his business on the bonfire, completely ruining it, and he gets pissed. I can see it in his face. He was visibly angry. And he goes up to the sliding glass door, he like throws it open, walks out there all angrily, and he's like, yo, Anthony, what the fuck are you doing? And Anthony's giggling. He's like, sorry, fire department's here. I'm here to put out the fire. And Nathan goes, dude, you're done. You're cut off. You're fucking out of this party. I'm calling you an Uber. You're going home. And Anthony's like, nah, I think I'm gonna stay. And Nathan's like, the fuck you are? Absolutely not. He takes out his phone, he starts calling an Uber for Anthony. And that just kind of showed how good of a person Nathan was. This dude Anthony was literally just killing the vibe of his party, and Nathan was still nice enough to call him an Uber and not like leave him out there on his own to just fucking find his own ride while he was drunk. I even walked up and was like, yo, I'll pay for the Uber. He's like, nah, man, it's fine. And I was like, all right. Now, I pretty much took this as my cue to leave as well. I showed up with Anthony. I planned on leaving with him. Like, even though he was really pissing me off on this night and I didn't want to hang out with him anymore, like, during this night, I still wanted to make sure he'd get home safely and get into his apartment and stuff, because there was kind of a whole process to get to his apartment. So I want to make sure he was good. So after Nathan called the Uber, me and Anthony went inside and started, like, putting our shoes on and stuff, because, you know, we were about to leave. And I walked up to Nathan and I was like, yo, man, sorry that, you know, Anthony towards the end of the night got a little too fucked up. Like, I'm sorry. And Nathan's like, bro, it's not your fault. Plus, me and you know Anthony. We know he's not the best when he drinks. It's all good, bro. I kind of expected it. Just make sure he gets home safe. Shoot me a text when you guys get back. Have a good night, bro. I was like, you too, man. I was like, oh yeah, real quick, how far away is the Uber? And like, what's it under? And Nathan's like, oh, it's 2 minutes away. It'll be down here any second. And it's just under my name. Just say Nathan. I'm like, all right. Now, right after he says this, Anthony walks over and kind of chimes in. He's like, yo, Nathan, where's my fucking hoodie, man? I need my hoodie before I go. And Nathan's like, it's upstairs in my room, bro. I put everyone's jackets up there. Just go grab it. And he goes, all right. And Anthony starts running upstairs. Now, the way the house was set up, Nathan's house, when you went upstairs, there was like this really cool floating walkway with a banister that went like above the whole living room where the party was. And there was this chandelier that like hung down from the ceiling that illuminated the whole like front door of Nathan's house. And I see Anthony stop on this walkway right above the chandelier and look at it with a smirk on his face. And I could tell he was getting an idea, and it was not a good one. And I tapped Nathan on the shoulder. I was like, yo, look. And Nathan looks up at Anthony staring at it. And Nathan goes, Anthony, keep moving. Grab your jacket. And Anthony starts to climb the banister, like over the railing. And I'm like, yo, Anthony, what the fuck are you doing, man? Get back over that fucking railing. What are you doing? And before I could say anything else, he jumps. He jumps off the railing onto the chandelier, trying to like land on it and like, I don't know, ride it or something, or like swing on it. I don't know what the fuck he was trying to do. But he got his leg stuck in it. And one leg was in it and one leg was out of it. And he proceeded to fall backwards, dangling from the chandelier, swinging back and forth, with his leg completely just like bent in the wrong direction. It did not look good, man. It looked very unnatural. If I had to guess, he like snapped it. Not to be graphic, but like it looked like it was broken when he was up there like hanging from the chandelier. And he's laughing. He must have been like so drunk that he just didn't feel any pain, or maybe he just didn't care that he felt it, because he's giggling up a storm and swinging back and forth by his fucked up leg, and he's laughing his ass off. And me and everyone at the party is like in shock and like horrified by what this looks like, because it looks like his leg's broken. And then to add even more injury to the injury, the chandelier just completely falls out of the ceiling, completely rips out of the ceiling and comes crashing down, and a bunch of like the mirror / like glass pieces on it shatter into hundreds of little pieces. And Anthony lands head first onto the wooden floor. And somehow, like miraculously, he did not knock himself out. He was still conscious, still alert, still talking. But me and everyone at the party knew one thing. We had to call an ambulance. There was no way that Anthony was going home now without seeing a doctor. I mean, he must have had, like in my eyes, a broken leg and a concussion. Must have had that, right? So Nathan dialed an ambulance. Yeah, he dialed 911 and was like, hey, we have a friend, got too drunk, you know, basically just, you know, told the operator everything that we just saw, everything that just happened. And they're like, all right, help's on the way. And Anthony's just laying there with his leg all bent, smiling up at the ceiling, waiting for the ambulance, giggling. And he looks at me and he goes, yo, Austin, did I look cool? And I was like, what? He goes, did I look cool swinging from the chandelier? I was like, Anthony, you know what would have looked a lot cooler? And he goes, what? I was like, if you didn't do that and hurt yourself, because now you gotta go to the hospital. And Anthony goes, yeah, but like, did I look cool? And Nathan hears him say this to me, and Nathan turns around. He's like, no, Anthony, you didn't look cool. You fucked up my mom's chandelier. You fucked up my house, my party, and most importantly, and most concerningly, you fucked yourself up, man. I'm worried about you. And I could tell Nathan was like genuinely upset and concerned. And the ambulance ends up pulling up like 2 minutes later, right? Got there very quick. Luckily, we were near a hospital. And they evaluate Anthony, and they get him onto a stretcher and get him in the back of an ambulance, and they drive him off to the ER. Now, I asked the paramedics if I could like go with them in the ambulance, and they preferred that I didn't, so I didn't do that. And I ended up taking an Uber to the hospital and was hanging out there for a few hours. And after that, after a few hours of waiting in the waiting room, they let me go back and see Anthony. And Anthony, surprise, surprise, he broke some shit. He fucked up something in his shin. Like, I forgot the bone, like what's called, but he fractured something in the shin. I know that. He messed up his knee. And on top of that, he had a concussion. Surprise, surprise. But honestly, in the grand scheme of things and how bad that injury looked, I thought he was going to be way worse. I thought like his whole like, you know, leg was going to be like snapped or something, or like he was going to have like a serious brain injury, but like he was surprisingly okay. Not completely okay, but you know, more okay than I thought he was going to be, right? Anyway, after this, me and him hung out at the hospital for a few more hours where they ran some more tests and stuff like that. Luckily, all the other stuff was fine. It was normal, whatever, right? He was all good. After this, we got discharged from the hospital. Yeah, they discharged Anthony. They let him go home. And I helped get him home. I Ubered him back and, you know, helped him get into bed. He had a cast on at this point. They put a cast on him that he had to wear. And having to guide someone that is wearing a cast and drunk isn't easy. That was not fun to do. But I did it. I got him into bed. He was good. And he went to sleep. Now, after this, I just, like, chilled there for a bit at his house, made sure he was good, took care of his dogs and stuff. And right as I was about to leave and, like, you know, go home, his mom woke up. Yeah, Anthony still lived at home with his mom. You know, he was only 21, so, you know, it's not surprising he hadn't moved out yet. But she walked out, and she was like, "Oh, hey, Austin, didn't expect to see you here." I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I just got Anthony to bed. I'm about to head out." And she was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Like, thanks for taking care of him. You guys have a good time tonight? You have fun?" I was like, "Yeah, we went to a little party at Nathan's house. Also, Anthony's a little bit hurt." And she was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, he hurt his leg and his head. He had to go to the ER tonight." And she was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. He's okay. Don't worry. Like, he's gonna be fine. He has a cast on. He has a concussion, but he's gonna be okay. I have all his hospital paperwork right here on the table," and I pointed it out so she could read it. And I had to tell his mom just basically what happened. And she was like, "Oh my gosh, like, I'm so sorry." And I was like, "Why are you apologizing? It's not your fault." And she was like, "Yeah, but you had to deal with that." And I was like, "I don't care. He's my friend. It's okay." And she's like, "Man, you're such a good friend, Austin." And I was like, "No, really, it's okay. Trust me. It's the bare minimum. It's the least I could do." And she was like, "Thank you so much. Like, you're really such a sweetheart." And I was like, "No, anytime." And I left, you know, Anthony to be taken care of by his mom, right? I get out of there. I go back home. I remember sitting down on my bed and just knocking out like instantly. I fell asleep in like probably 2 minutes. And I woke up the next morning, or actually the next evening, I should say, to a text from Anthony being like, "Yo, bro, like, thank you so much for taking care of me last night. I'm sorry about everything. I made a fucking fool of myself. I'm about to go grab my car from Nathan's house and then pay him for the chandelier I broke and anything else I might have messed up." And yeah, he did. He ended up going back to Nathan's house, picking up his car. He ended up paying Nathan for the chandelier. Apparently, Nathan tried to refuse the money, according to Anthony, but Anthony would not take no for an answer. He wanted to pay him for it, so he did. And in the end, you know, everything was okay. Anthony's leg eventually healed. He ended up making a full recovery. A few months down the line, he was completely all, you know, good, all recovered. He's fine. And in the end, he learned a valuable lesson. And that's the moral of the story. Don't do what Anthony did. Just do not be like Anthony in this story. It's that simple. Do not do any of the things that he did in this story. But yeah, guys, that's the story. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. See y'all later. Peace.
I don't wanna talk, I just wanna feel numb. Ashes in the sink, another line till I'm done. Mama said pray, but the Lord never comes. So I go through hell, cause I know it's where I'm from.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far, wonderful night, whatever time of day it is when you're watching this. I hope it's a good one. So today's story, man, judging by the title, it's an interesting one, okay? It's good. It's definitely a wild one. I think you guys will all very much enjoy listening to it. Yeah. Now this story, this video, the story time takes place back when I was 17, okay? Now around this time, I was living with my mom still at my family/childhood home. This was back when I had my setup in the basement. If any of you subscribed back in like 2016, you definitely remember that. And if you don't remember that, basically I just used to have my setup, my office or whatever, down in my mom's basement. And I had like a bed down there behind me. I'd sometimes sleep down there if it got too late. And it was a creepy ass room. I remember like at least once every night, I would see like a giant brown recluse spider or like a wolf spider. I can't remember what kind they were, but they were huge and brown. I remember that. And they used to scare the fuck out of me. And sometimes they would fall on me while I was like making videos. Actually, I think somewhere on my channel there's a video of that. But literally, it just used to terrify me sleeping down there, like making videos and stuff. But I'd still do it because it was like the one place in my mom's house where I had like absolute privacy. So I felt like I could make my videos kind of unbothered and like play my games and stuff unbothered. And I can't lie, man, looking back, I low-key miss the basement. It was terrifying, full of spiders, cold. There was literally black mold down there that was probably making my brain malfunction. But overall, man, I miss it. I can't lie. It just kind of hit different living there. It's funny because my brother used to live in the same room like before he moved out, and he says the same exact thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's very, very nostalgic, I guess. Anyway, yeah, so when I was living down there, a story time took place that I completely forgot about, and that's what I'm telling today. So this all starts off as a normal day back then, okay? 17 years old, I woke up at about 3 p.m., and I was just in my bed, doom scrolling Twitter. Because before TikTok existed, that's what I would doom scroll. Now I remember just reading my timeline and like, you know, replying to tweets and stuff and retweeting shit, just doing Twitter stuff, right? Now I'm in that room in the basement, like I was talking about. And in that room, in the bed, right above the bed, there was a window. Now, usually this window was covered up with like a pillowcase so that just no sunlight could get in, but I actually had the pillowcase off the window that night. So when I woke up in the morning, or the afternoon, I should say, the sun was like beaming through. And I remember while I was scrolling Twitter, I saw a shadow go by the window. And immediately I kind of like pop up, I jump up, I look out the window because I want to see who's out there because this window led to my backyard. And I wanted to know like who the fuck was in my backyard. And I look out the window and I expected to see like my mom or my brother or something, but it was my neighbor. Now around this time, we had new neighbors in my neighborhood. Directly to the right of me, my long-term neighbors had like moved out after like 10 years, and these new people had moved in. It was like a couple, and it was just them two, right? And I see this neighbor, this guy, he's like walking around my backyard, and he looks like distraught. And I was like, what the fuck? So immediately I opened up the window and I yelled towards him. I was like, hey man, are you okay? And he goes, yeah, sorry, I'm looking for my dog. He ran in here. And I was like, oh shit. So I actually climbed out of the window and I helped him look for it. And we found it behind my pool. And it was like this little like Pomeranian, little small dog. She was able to like slip out of the fence because the fence that my neighbor had from the previous tenants was pretty big. Like the gaps in the fence were big and the dog was able to slip through that. And yeah, we found his dog, and while he was on the way out of my yard and like carrying her out, he said, don't worry, from now on I'm taking her out with a leash on so this doesn't happen again until I get that fence fixed. I was like, all right man, sounds good. And he goes away. He walks out of my yard, he's out of there, right? Now after that, I carry on with my day. I made a video, uploaded the video, I streamed for a little bit, I hung out, I saw a movie with a friend. I was out pretty much all day and night. I think I got home at like 2 a.m. that night, right? Or technically the following morning, I should say. But yeah, I got home at like 2 a.m. And usually, when I get home this late, since my sleep schedule was so cooked, I wasn't sleeping anytime soon. And what I would normally do is hop on my PC, hop in a call with some friends, and just play games. Just play like COD or CSGO or some sort of indie game. I would just game the rest of the night and then go to bed at like 6, 7, 8 a.m. You know what I mean? And that's what I did. When I got home late at night, I hopped on my PC and I started playing some CS with some friends of mine. And, you know, everything was going great, right? When all of a sudden, like literally 10 minutes into this game of CS, right? Just got on my PC, just kind of like got home. I hear something in my backyard. So my backyard had this fence, right? That you had to open up to get into it. And when it would close, the metal would make a pretty loud latching sound. And you could always hear when someone opened or closed the fence from my room because it was literally like right outside of it. Like it was just right there above me. And I heard the fence latch. And I was like, what the fuck? Who's in my backyard right now? Like it's 2 a.m. And immediately I jumped up out of my chair. I walked over to my bed. I stepped on top of it and I went up to that window that I talked about earlier. And I put my face up to the window and I see this figure walking around my backyard. And here's the thing, guys. I have motion lights in my backyard at my mom's house. So they flicked on immediately. And I could see him pretty clearly. And he's wearing black shoes, black cargo pants, black hoodie, hood pulled up, and a black baseball cap. Like completely blacked out clothing, face hidden. I can't see who this is. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, is someone about to rob my house, like break in? And I spared no time. I just immediately pulled out my phone and started dialing 911 because I've learned from past story times and, you know, just life in general, I'm just not taking any chances. There is someone in my backyard. I can't see their face. I don't know who it is. I'm calling the police. It's 2 in the morning. Like, why are you in my backyard? And I remember when I was like dialing 911 and putting it up to my ear, I did have the thought of like, is it my neighbor? Because he was in my yard earlier looking for his dog, but my neighbor earlier was wearing drastically different clothing than this man was wearing. I mean, literally my neighbor earlier had like a button-down shirt on, some slacks on, like dress-type pants, whatever. You know, like he looked a lot different. This gentleman that was in my backyard, you know, in the middle of the night, had like all black clothing on. I couldn't see his face. I had no idea who it was. They were just completely anonymous. And I thought, you know what? I'm not taking chances. Like, I'm gonna commit to calling the cops. And I did. I called the cops. I told them everything that was happening. I was like, yeah, there's a person in my backyard. It's 2 in the morning. They're walking around, like looking around. At one point, I saw him literally look through one of my windows too, by the way. So I really thought I was about to get robbed. I can't lie. But yeah, I was telling the 911 operator this. She told me help was on the way, to stay on the phone, and to not go outside, obviously, and keep my doors locked. And after this, she's asking me about who lives in the house, if there's anyone that I might know who's out there. And I was like, well, you know, it might be my neighbor, because earlier on in the day, my neighbor came into my backyard looking for his dog, and I had to help him like find it. So it might be him, but I don't know. And the 911 operator was like, well, hopefully it is. You know, hopefully we show up and it's just him and it's no big deal and, you know, everything's okay. But, you know, it's good that you called us. And I was like, definitely. Yeah, thank you. Now, after this, while I was on the phone, I went upstairs and I woke my mom up and I was like, Mom, like, there's someone in the backyard. They're like looking around. Like, at one point I saw them look through the window. I called the police, like, they're on the way. And my mom jumps out of bed. She's like, what? What do you mean? And I was like, I told you, like, there's someone in the backyard. Like, I don't know who it is. I called the police. Like, it could just be the neighbor looking for his dog again. Could be someone trying to break in. I don't know. I'm not taking chances. And my mom looks out the window and she sees him out there because her room, like, backed up to the backyard as well. And she was like, oh, shit. So she closes up the blinds so she doesn't, you know, get spotted by him. And, like, 5 minutes later, the police pull up, right? And they go into the backyard and they find him. And guess what? It was my neighbor. I don't know why he was dressed the way he was in the middle of the night. Like, I feel like, you know, 2 a.m., you know, usually you're in your pajamas or some comfortable clothes. This dude was wearing the most, like, anonymous type fit you could wear. Like, fully blacked out clothes, face covered up by the hood and the hat. Like, I just wish he picked a better outfit. 'Cause if I saw his face, I wouldn't have called the police. Anyway, luckily, it was just him, right? It was just the neighbor in the backyard. And when the police approached him, I thought it'd be no big deal. You know, I thought they'd be like, hey, how you doing? And he'd be like, hey, I'm just the neighbor looking for my dog. And they'd be like, oh, okay, have a good day. But little did I know, this neighbor fucking hated the police. I learned this because when me and my mom went outside to talk to the police and the neighbor and stuff, he was cussing out the cops. We get out there, and I shit you not, he's screaming at one of these cops, literally going, why don't you mind your fucking business? I'm out here looking for my fucking dog, you stupid fuck. And I'm like, yo. And I yell towards him. I was like, hey man, sorry for calling the cops on you. Like, I didn't know it was you. If I would have known, I wouldn't have called them. And he goes, why would you do that? Why didn't you just open the window and like yell at me or something so I could have replied to you? And I was like, well, dude, when I see a person in my backyard peeking through my windows wearing all black clothing and their face is hidden because I can't see it because your hat and your hood, I'm just calling the police, man. I'm not taking a chance. And he goes, obviously it was me. I was like, no, obviously it wasn't. You're wearing completely different clothing and your fucking face was almost covered. I couldn't see you. He's like, well, my bad, bro. It's cold out. I want to put my hood up. I was like, okay, but like, why are you looking through my windows, bro? No shit. I'm going to mistake you for a thief. You're looking through my windows. He's like, well, I want to make sure like you guys weren't inside, like, you know, freaked out or anything. I was like, what? So your way of making sure we're not freaked out is by looking through our windows in the middle of the night? Like what? And he's like, dude, I was just making sure like if you guys saw me, I could wave at you or something. And basically the whole thing was just a big misunderstanding. I felt pretty bad for calling the police on him. I can't lie. But at the same time, man, can you blame me? Like, bro, if you saw someone in your backyard at fucking 2 a.m. and you couldn't figure out who they are, like, I think you should call the police. That's the right thing to do. Anyway, he was very upset with me. He was very upset with the police. And tensions were high. That's all I'm going to say. He kept arguing with them. They kept trying to be cool about it. They were actually very chill cops. One of them kept being like, hey, man, I get it. I understand. It's just a misunderstanding. You're frustrated, whatever. But, like, don't take it out on us, man. Like, we're just here doing our job. And this guy, our neighbor, he goes, fuck your job. And the cop was like, all right, well, look, can you come with me? Can you come out front and go back to your house? Because, like, you can't be back here. It's private property. And then my mom chimed in and was like, well, look, if you want to look for her for a little bit longer, you can. I don't mind. And he goes, no, it's fine. She's not back here anyway. And he starts walking away with the police towards the front. And the cops told us we were good to just go back inside and go back to bed. You know, everything was done. So we left. We went inside. My mom went back into her room, went back to bed, and I went into my bedroom because my bedroom looked right into their driveway pretty much. And I wanted to be nosy and hear him talk to the police, which honestly, I shouldn't have been doing that. I should have just went downstairs, went back to playing CS or something. But no, I went into my bedroom. I cracked the window a little bit. I turned off my lights so they couldn't see me looking out the window. And I like put my eyes and ears up to the window and I'm watching. And I can hear my neighbor still cussing out the cops. They're standing in his driveway in front of his car, motion lights on. I see his girlfriend or wife or whatever standing out front. And she's telling him to like stop. And he's not listening. He's just cussing them out. He's like, I don't fucking respect you motherfuckers. You guys are just bullies with a badge. He's cussing them out. He clearly hates police officers. I don't know why he hated them so much. I don't know. Either way, he was cussing them out, and the cops were being surprisingly very cool about it. Like, for the first, like, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes of their interaction, it was going fine. They were taking the criticism, whatever, no big deal, right? Well then, one of the cops noticed something in the back seat of his car. He could see it through the window. He goes, sir, what's that in your back seat? And the guy goes, what, you want to search my fucking car now? And the cop goes, I could just see it right there through the window. And the guy goes, don't worry about it. That's what the neighbor said. Don't worry about it. And the cop goes, no, if I'm correct, that looks like a very illegal amount of fireworks. And I was like, huh? Like, I'm hearing this. I'm like, wait, fireworks? What? And the cop goes, can you open the door, please? And the neighbor goes, no. And then the neighbor did something that he definitely shouldn't have did. He spit. He tried to spit on the ground, like in front of the police officer to like kind of show him like, you know, fuck you. But it backfired and it hit the cop. He spit on his foot. And the cop looks down and goes, did you just spit on my boot? And the guy goes, I didn't mean to, but yeah. And the cop immediately, like, just snaps out of nice guy mode and just, like, grabs him, flips him around, throws him over the hood of the car and starts handcuffing him. And the other cop's, like, standing there, like, trying to calm down the dude's wife. And it was just a shit show, bro. She's screaming and crying, like, no, he doesn't mean it, he's sorry. And the neighbor's like, man, fuck y'all. And I'm just sitting there at the window like, yo. And my mom ends up walking into the room and she's like, what's going on out there? And I was like, the neighbor's getting arrested. And she goes, what? And I was like, yeah, he spit on one of the cops. And she was like, he spit on one of the cops? I was like, yeah, I don't think he meant to, but he did. And she was like, holy shit. And she comes over and she sits down next to me, and me and my mom are watching this unfold like a fucking movie. Like, we're sitting there at the window like it's a TV screen. And, like, we shouldn't have been doing that. We were being so nosy. But, yeah, we're watching him get arrested, and they put him in the back of the car. And, like I said, the wife's freaking out. I felt really bad for the wife. Like, the wife or girlfriend of this neighbor, like, dude, she was distraught. I felt very bad for her. Anyway, after this, yeah, they put him in the car. They arrest him. They talk to the girl a little bit. And eventually the police car pulls off with him in the back, you know, in cuffs. And the other cop leaves. And everything just goes quiet. The rest of the night was just dead silent. My mom went back to bed. I went into the basement, just kept playing CS. I told my online friends about it. I was like, yo, craziest fucking shit just happened. And the whole rest of that night and the whole next day was just kind of like same old, right? Well, the next night, I'm in my room, right, playing a game, and I ordered food, and the food was arriving. But it wasn't quite there yet. I think it was like coming down my street. So I went up and I walked outside on the porch to wait, and while I'm waiting, I see my neighbor, and he sees me. And I was like, oh shit, he's out of jail. And he walks over to me, and he goes, hey man, how you doing? And I was like, hey man, how are you doing? He goes, well, I've been better, if you couldn't tell. And I was like, yeah man, once again, I'm sorry I called the cops on you, dude. Like, I literally didn't know it was you. He goes, nah man, look, I've calmed down a bit. If it were me, I would have done the same thing. I'm not mad at you, bro. Like, it's okay. And I was like, well, thank you for understanding. He like shakes my hand, and I was like, so if you don't mind me asking, like, what ended up happening after they cuffed you? He's like, well, you know, I spit on a police officer, so they took me to jail. I mean, luckily they didn't charge me for all the fireworks they found in my car, because there was a lot of them. And I was like, yeah, speaking of that, why do you have fireworks? Like, it's not even the 4th of July. There's, like, no reason to have that many fireworks right now. He's like, oh, I don't know, man. My friend wanted to light some off, and I got a deal on them, so I just bought some. And then he told me the police still confiscated them. So even though he like didn't get charged or whatever, they took them. So he couldn't even light those off anymore. But yeah, I can't lie. He definitely got the worst of the 2 charges. Like getting caught with a bunch of fireworks or spitting on a police officer. I'm pretty sure spitting on a police officer leads to much more serious charges than having fireworks in your possession. I mean, I don't know. It depends on how many fireworks you have, I guess. But still, I feel like he got the worst of the 2 charges. But the good news was he bailed out. And as far as I know, he didn't go back to jail. If I had to guess, he probably got like probation or like a serious, you know, a bunch of hefty fines or something. Like, I don't know. But I never saw him go back to jail. Granted, I'm not very close with that neighbor. I don't really know him that well. I've only, you know, seen him a handful of times. But, you know, as far as I know, I didn't see him go back. You know, he still was living right next door for the entirety of me still living with my mom after that. So, I don't know. All in all, though, I think he learned some valuable lessons. And those valuable lessons and moral of the story is, maybe just don't do anything he did in this story, you know? If you're gonna go in someone's backyard looking for your dog, make sure you know the person and make sure that, you know, your face isn't covered. Also, don't spit on cops. But yeah, guys, that's the story. In the end, my neighbor got in some trouble. He did find his dog. That's a good thing for him. But yeah, he got in some trouble. But yeah, guys, that's the story. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times, comments down below, and subscribe if you're new. I'll see y'all later. Peace. Yo, what's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. So, today's story, judging by the title, is pretty one of a kind, okay? You're probably reading that title and being like, what the hell does that even mean? It's a wild one. I think you guys are all very much going to enjoy this. If you do enjoy it, leave a like on the video. And, yeah, man, I think we should just get started with this one. So, yeah, let's do it. So, today's story time. It all takes place back when I was 17. Now, at 17, I was, you know, just mainly grinding YouTube. At this point, I wasn't even in school anymore. I had, like, dropped out, and I was just pursuing YouTube full time, you know, making videos, staying up late, streaming, that kind of stuff. Just, you know, having fun, right? Now, one morning, I wake up. It's mid-June, and I wake up to a phone call. I remember it literally woke me up out of my sleep. My phone was ringing. And I looked down at my phone. It's my homie, Max, and he's calling me. And Max would never call me. He would always text. He'd always DM me. You know, it was very weird for him to be calling me. And I thought that was pretty strange. So I answered it pretty much instantly because I figured if Max is calling me, something might be wrong. So I answered the phone and he goes, yo, literally before I could even say hello, he's like, yo. And I was like, what's up, man? How you doing? He's like, you just wake up or something? You sound tired. I was like, yeah, I just got up. You woke me up, actually. He's like, oh, fuck, my bad, bro. I'm like, you're good, dude. It's all good. I had to get up anyway. It's late. He's like, dude, so, you know how every year I go to Virginia and I, like, visit my dad and my dad's side of the family and stuff because he lives out there? I was like, yeah, of course. He goes, yo, so I'm going there in, like, a week, and I was wondering if maybe you'd be down to pull up with me. Now, I had nothing going on other than making videos, and I can do that anywhere. So I was like, sure, dude. Why the fuck not? Sounds like fun. I haven't been on vacation in a minute. I don't know what Virginia's like, but I'll go there, whatever. And he's like, yeah, well, it's not really much of a vacation spot, but there's some stuff to do there that's pretty fun. Like, there's this pretty cool water park that I go to when I'm there with my dad, and, you know, there's a couple cool things we can do. And I was like, all right, man, sure. Sounds good to me. He's like, really? I was like, yeah. He goes, I don't know why, but, like, I expect you to say no. And I was like, why would I say no? He's like, I don't know. I just thought you might want to, like, do your videos and stuff. And I was like, no, I mean, I can do them out there. Is it cool if I, like, just use the Wi-Fi there sometimes on my laptop? He's like, yeah, dude, of course. I was like, all right, bet. So, yeah, I had a very, you know, last-minute planned trip to Virginia now. You know, looking back, I'm actually surprised I said yes as well. I don't know. Back then, I guess I was just different. I would always just kind of, like, take every opportunity I could to, like, go do something and get out of the house. So, you know, I guess that just makes sense. Anyway, about a week later, it was time to go. Yeah, I spent that whole rest of that week just hanging out with my family and stuff, and a week later, it was time to go to Virginia. And we were driving there. And he was actually driving, which was pretty crazy, because he had just gotten his license, and that dude was literally immediately doing a huge-ass road trip. Literally an 8.5-hour drive, like, pretty crazy. But, yeah, he came and picked me up from my house. I had all my bags packed. I got in the car, and me and my homie Max started off on our road trip to Virginia. Now, it started off great. I remember we're just like blasting music. We're both excited. We're like on a trip together, going on vacation together. I remember like an hour into the drive, Max turns the music down and he looks at me and he's like, yo, dude, you're gonna fucking love my dad. Like, he's the shit. And I was like, yeah? He's like, yeah, dude, like this trip, it'll be like cool. 'Cause it's kind of like a boys trip. You know what I mean? Like me and you will kind of just be able to do whatever we want. Like he's really chill about that kind of stuff. He's not strict. So like, if we want to step out at midnight and go skating, he's gonna let us skate. You know, as long as we're not doing anything crazy, we'll be fine. I was like, bet, man, sounds cool, sounds fun. And yeah, man, it made me excited. I'd never met Max's dad before. I'd never met that side of his family before. And based on what he was telling me, they sounded like a very chill, you know, group of people. So yeah, I was stoked. I was stoked to meet him, and I was looking forward to it. Now, about 4 hours into the drive, of course, something goes wrong. Yeah, we're 4 hours in, we're on the highway, cruising, and all of a sudden, underneath my side, on the right, in the front passenger side area, I feel a pop underneath me, like a really loud and strange feeling pop right underneath. And I already knew. I was like, oh, Max's tire just exploded. He just hit something, it popped. Like, that's definitely what that was. And we start to feel like the bumpy feeling of when you have a flat tire, and like Max slows down really, really quickly, and he pulls over to the side of the road, and we both get out of the car, and we look at it, and Max goes, fuck. And I was like, oh, fuck, man, do you have a spare? He's like, yeah, but like, I don't know how to change it. And I was like, what? You don't know how to change a tire? He's like, no, do you? I was like, nah. He's like, man, fuck. I wish I was in Virginia already. Like, my dad would know how to do this. He never got to teach me because he doesn't live here. And I was like, shit, well, maybe we can call somebody. And he's like, call who, bro? We're 4 hours away from our city. And I was like, no, I mean like AAA or whatever. Like, you know, one of those companies that come out and fix your tire for you. He goes, bro, I don't have that. And I was like, oh, shit. So Max pulls out his phone and he calls his mom. And he like walks away from me, kind of just leaves me at the car. I'm just sitting there. And he's on the phone with his mom for like 30 minutes. And I could tell he's stressing out. I keep seeing him like yelling, like in the distance. I can see him like waving his hands around, and like I can kind of hear like echoes of his yells. And like I could tell him and his mom were arguing. I don't know about what, because it's not like it was his fault that the tire popped. He was going the speed limit. He was on the road within the lines. Like, you know, I didn't see anything on the road coming up. Neither did he. You know, it was clearly just a simple accident. I don't know though. I don't know what they were arguing about. I don't know. Either way, 30 minutes later, he finally gets off the phone and he walks back over. He goes, okay, one of those companies is coming out to fix it. It's just really expensive. And I was like, oh shit. And he's like, yeah, man, it's gonna be like at least a few hundred. I'm like, all right, well, if you need help paying it, I got you. He's like, nah, man, it's okay, it's okay. Now anyway, about 45 to an hour later of just waiting there on the side of the road, out of nowhere, this car pulls up behind us, this Honda Civic. This guy gets out, he's hitting his vape. He looks like he's probably like, I don't know, 20 or 21, so, you know, just a few years older than we were. And he walks up and he goes, hey guys, tire troubles? And at first, I thought it was the guy, like, you know, that his mom paid to come fix it. But I didn't see a logo on his car, or like a logo, you know, or a work shirt or anything like that. Like, you know, it didn't seem like he was an employee of some like car fixing service. So I was like, and Max goes, yeah, man, are you the dude? And the guy goes, what? And Max is like, are you the guy that like my mom called to come fix the tire? And this guy's like, nah, man, my name's Travis. I just pulled over to make sure you guys were okay. Wait, you're paying a guy to come fix your tire? And Max is like, yeah. And this Travis dude's like, do you just need it changed? And Max goes, yeah. And Travis goes, man, call your mom, cancel that shit. I got you. And we both looked at each other, me and Max looks back at him and goes, are you sure? And Travis goes, yeah, dude, what the fuck? I got you. I'll show you how to do this. And Max calls up his mom and tells him, like, hey, cancel that guy coming out here. We don't need it anymore. Some good Samaritan's helping us. And his mom's like, okay. And she canceled it. Luckily, she hadn't paid yet. You didn't pay until after they came, like, did the service. So, yeah, luckily, you know, he and his mom didn't have to pay that. Anyway, Travis gets right to work. And he had this tire changed within, no joke, like 15, 20 minutes. It was very easy for him. He showed us how to do it. And I'm very eternally grateful for him showing us that, because I was never shown that as a child or as a teenager, so until that point. And yeah, afterwards, our tire was good. We had a brand new tire on the back. Thank fuck Max had a spare on him. That's good planning. And yeah, all in all, we were ready to get back on the road. Now, after Travis changed the tire, Max tried to pay him. I tried to pay him. This dude wanted no money. This Travis dude. He was like, nah, man, fuck that. Like, I'm just here to help. I just saw you guys were stuck. Thought you might need a hand. I'm glad I could help. That's all I wanted to do, man. I don't need any money. And I'm like, bro, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, dude. You guys have a great road trip. Have fun in Virginia. And I was like, thank you, man. Because we told him about it. And he turns around and he goes back to his car. Me and Max looked at each other, and it was like we were on like 10, bro. Like we were literally back to, you know, 100%. And we get in the car, and me and Max continue our road trip. And we're just blasting music. All the windows are down. We're loving life, man. Like I said, Cloud 9 on 10. Like we're having a great time. You know, everything was back. And an hour later, we're cruising. Like I said, windows down, music going. Everything's beautiful. And all of a sudden, shit you not, I fucking wish I was kidding. I see in the distance this weird object in the middle of the highway, and we're approaching it fast, and Max tries to slam his brakes. And unfortunately, just how fast we were going, we weren't speeding, just the highway was a fast speed. We couldn't slow down in time, and he ends up slamming into this thing in the middle of the highway. And when we slammed into it, I realized what it was. It was a fucking refrigerator. There was a refrigerator in the middle of the fucking highway, and Max slammed into it going pretty fast, and he obliterated his front bumper, dude, like fucked it up bad. And it did not feel good hitting it either for us. I mean, it just felt like a really shitty fender bender, basically. Not a good feeling, you know, kind of jerked me forward. I smacked my fucking knee into the front console or whatever. Not bad, I wasn't like seriously injured, but it fucking hurt. And anyway, after this, Max like backs up, his bumper's like hanging off. We pull off to the side of the road. He looks at me, looks back at the fridge, just in silence, and he goes, "Fuck!" And I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. He goes, "Can we just catch a fucking break? I mean, holy fuck. From the tire to hitting a fucking fridge? Why is there a fucking fridge in the middle of the fucking freeway?" And he's just crashing out. Rightfully so. I mean, dude, I would be so mad if I just got my license, I go on a nice road trip with my boy, you know, life is good, and all of a sudden in the same day, my tire blows out, and then I crash into a fucking fridge. And like, also, why the fuck is there a fridge on the highway? I mean, I could guess it probably fell out of someone's truck, but it's like, dude, go back and get it out of the highway. Why would you leave it there? That's so fucked up. Anyway, Max ends up calling the police to make a police report for like his insurance and stuff. And I guess we were pretty far away from the nearest officer, so the lady on the phone told us it'd probably be at least 15-20 minutes. So while we were waiting, the highway was like so dead, nobody was really coming and, you know, like going by. And we had quite a bit of time. So we dragged the fridge out of the road. We got it out of the road because the last thing we wanted was some other person hitting it and getting like seriously hurt or like, you know, flipping their car or something. Cause like, dude, a giant refrigerator should not be in the fucking street. So yeah, we moved it out of the street, and about 10 minutes later, the police finally pulled up, and Max started talking to this cop, right? He's making his report, and the cop, I remember like making the report, he turned around and he looked at the fridge and he goes, "Is that the fridge?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Wow. You know, I've seen people hit deers, I've seen people hit fucking all sorts of things, but a fucking refrigerator is crazy." I was like, "Yeah." And the dude started laughing, and we all started laughing. Anyway, Max ends up making the report, and the cop's like checking out the damage on his car, and the cop's like, "You know, it's probably fine. Like, yeah, your front bumper's screwed. That's, you know, that's gone. But, you know, for the most part, I feel like you could drive out of here." And Max looks at me, I look at Max, and I was like, "What do you want to do, man?" He goes, "Let's just keep going." And I was like, "Okay." So we ended up like ripping off the front of his bumper because it was like hanging off, and we put it in the trunk, and we just got in the car and drove off. The officer said we were fine to do that because there was no like leaking fluids or like super clear signs of like irreversible damage, so he just let us go, and we didn't have to tow the car. I honestly thought we were gonna have to do that just because, like I said, he hit it pretty fucking hard and absolutely fucked his bumper up, but you know, I guess we were fine. And I remember when we like started driving again, I looked at Max, I can kind of tell he was like, you know, checking the alignment and stuff, and I was like, "How's it feel?" He's like, "Dude, I think you low-key fixed my alignment." I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, like when I used to drive, it would kind of veer to the left a little bit, but like, dude, I could like take my hands off the wheel and it would still go straight." And I was like, "Well, don't do that. I'm not trying to hit another fridge." And we both started laughing, and we continued our journey to Virginia. And finally, I'm very happy to say, we made it. Yeah, the rest of the drive was completely normal. The car made it in one piece. We were good. We were great. And I remember when we pulled up to his dad's house, you know, quite a few hours later, his dad came out and saw the bumper because Max like texted him about it when we were like waiting for the police. And he came out and he's like, "Man, I can't believe you drove this thing all the way here after this." And Max was like, "What? Why?" And his dad's like, "Well, it's pretty fucked up." And his dad used to work on cars for a living, so him saying that made me think, okay, like, yeah, he probably knows what he's talking about. Anyway, after this, we went inside, and we were just kind of like winding down. I remember we were just like chilling, because, you know, we just did a really long drive, and I know Max especially was tired because he actually drove. And we kind of just chilled. We ate some pizza, hung out on the couch with his dad, watched a little bit of some like TV, got to know his dad a little bit more, talked to him. His dad seemed very chill, and everything seemed great. when all of a sudden, Max and his dad got into a fucking crazy argument. Like super randomly too. Like things were going so good. They were smiling, laughing. And then all of a sudden, Max said one